Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'd like to remind you, welcome to the Committee on Civil Service and Labor. We ask that all council members and staff take this time to turn on their video for verification purposes. Please place any cell phones and electronic devices to silent or vibrate. Once again, you can send your testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll begin shortly.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. I'm Councilmember Miller. Denise Miller, and I'm the Chair of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor. I want to thank everyone for joining us this morning for this very important committee hearing that is to be held first, Civil Service and Labor hearing to be held virtually and remotely. So I want to thank everybody for joining us. I would be remiss if I did not mention the reason why we are doing this virtually, obviously because of the COVID-19 virus that has afflicted our city and our nation. I often preface many of my discussions and even hearings talking about the value of public employees and essential workers and the value that they bring to the city of New York, that they're the reason why 65 million people visit each year. They're the reason why companies like Google, Amazon, and others want to set up shop here in New York City. But over the past few months, in the midst of this pandemic, our essential workers, our municipal workforce has demonstrated time and time again, above and beyond even the value that we had articulated in the past. And so today is an opportunity to talk about a package of bills that protect the rights, protects and enhance the rights of those essential workers, those municipal workers that have served us in this time and those who will continue to serve us. I would like to welcome everyone again to this hearing. We will be doing a virtual hearing on a essential workers bill package. Today, we'll be hearing 6 pieces of legislation that are intended to help ensure that New Yorkers and New York City's most essential workers are protected and are given the benefits that they are deserving of after they have put in themselves on the line during this pandemic. First, we have intro number 1918, sponsored by Majority Leader Cumbo and City Council Speaker Johnson. It is a local law that would require employees to pay premium pays to essential workers. Then we have intro 1923, sponsored by Councilmember Ben Kalos and Speaker Johnson. It is a local law for just cause employment protection for essential workers. Intro 1926, sponsored by Councilmember Brad Lander, is a local law that would expand worker coverage to independent contractors in the city's Earned Safe Sick Time Act. A pre-considered reso by myself and Councilmember Joe Borelli is a local law that would extend survivorship and health benefits to the family of those municipal employees who have passed due to COVID-19 contracted during the course of duty. Then we have Reso 1285, sponsored by Councilmember Brad Lander, is a resolution calling on the state to clarify the test and classification of workers as independent contractors. And then finally, we have a pre-considered resolution, again by myself and Councilmember Borelli, calling on the state legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation which automatically classifies deaths of municipal employees who died from COVID-19 as in the line of duty. This package of bills, sponsored by myself and colleagues, is in direct response to the challenges and the risks faced by essential workers over the past few months during this devastating time in our city. New York City has been the epicenter of COVID-19 pandemic, with over 170,000 confirmed cases and over 13,000 deaths. To respond to the rapid, unimaginable spread of the virus, New York State, on March 20th, Governor Cuomo issued a New York State on-pause executive order. This executive order mandated that all essential workers be closed, or all non-essential businesses be closed, and gave guidelines for what should be labeled as essential businesses. Businesses that are considered essential remain open during the pandemic, and so their employees are essential workers must continue to work as well. As a result of many essential workers deal with drastically increased exposure to COVID-19 as part of their occupation and forced to comfort this risk daily. Basic essential workers have faced heightened levels of exposure to COVID-19. They are overworked and often underpaid and have little job security in some cases. Doctors and nurses who are considered essential workers have, for example, been warned or even disciplined, even fired for speaking out against workplace concerns about the coronavirus precautions inside of the hospital. In some industries, there is not enough protection or personal protective equipment being supplied to protect the frontline workers, and certain businesses continue to put their essential workers at risk by not being transparent about the number of COVID cases that have occurred within the workplace. To compensate essential workers for this increased personal risk and to provide additional financial security, hazard pay legislation has either been passed, introduced, or proposed in multiple states, as well as by the Democrats in the U.S. Senate. The council will hear legislation today mandating hazardous pay for essential workers in New York City for the duration of the pandemic. Taking into consideration the economic impact of such policies, another primary issue for essential workers is whether they have sufficient protective and protections from employment termination during the crisis in New York State is an at-will employment jurisdiction, meaning that either employees or employer can terminate their working agreement at any time and for any reason, so long as the reason is not illegal or for no reason at all. An alternative to the employment at will doctrine of that is just cause, in which an employer must provide a sufficient proximate reason for terminating employment. Today, the council will hear testimony on legislation concerning just cause protection for essential workers. This bill would offer essential workers an extra level of workplace protection against being fired or having their hours reduced without justification. Additionally, one of the largest groups of workers that are often left out of the conversation about worker protection and benefits independent contractors. Independent contractors are also known as gig workers, face a unique set of challenges regarding employment benefits during this pandemic. Independent contractors having been some of the hardest hit economically, since independent contractors may not work regularly or consistently for a given employer. They are often legally classified as employees, consequently, not legally classified as employees. Consequently, these workers are unable to claim most benefits offered by employers, such as health insurance, unemployment benefits, and pension plans. During the pandemic, this has also made it difficult for independent contractors to file unemployment benefits. In today's hearing, the committee hopes to hear about how to make certain that these essential workers are protected and not forgotten during these unprecedented times. Finally, on February 11th of this year, the City Council extended health coverage to families of all of those municipal employees who have died in the line of duty or who have died of an illness or injury related to 9/11. Municipal employees who are considered essential workers risk exposure to the virus every day. As a result, multiple have died from this illness while having their city or helping their city. These workers should not be treated differently from those municipal employees who have passed away in the line of duty in the past. The council thus will hear legislation that will similarly classify the deaths of municipal workers due to COVID-19 as line of duty deaths and extend survivorship health benefits to their families. The committee thanks the administration, advocates, and the stakeholders for being present and testifying today. We hope to hear from both sides on each and all of these bills in order to improve all of the legislation and to protect the cities and its essential workers. I'd like to thank my staff, Chief of Staff, Mr. Ali Wasulanjad, my Legislative Director, Brandon Clark, and Senior Advisor, Mr. Joe Goldblum. I'd also like to thank Central Staff, Committee Counsel, Nazat, and Elizabeth, John, and welcome to the team, Thomas. And with that, I will pass it over to Committee Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Nuzat Chowdhury, Counsel to the Civil Service and Labor Committee of the New York City Council. We will now hear statements from the sponsors of the legislation we are hearing today, as well as from the public advocate. Please note that opening statements will be limited to 5 minutes each. Chair Miller will call the sponsors in the following order: Councilmember Cumbo, followed by Councilmember Kalos, Councilmember Lander, and Public Advocate Williams. Please wait for the sergeant to begin your time.
We will now hear from Majority Leader Cumbo.
Thank you, Chair Miller, for holding this hearing today. New York City's essential workers are putting their lives at risk every day to keep our city running now, ranging from our nurses to delivery workers to pharmacy staff to janitors to grocery baggers to store clerks. These are the new soldiers, the frontline workers in New York City right now. They are putting their lives and that of their families at risk every single day. As been noted, we have had more people in this nation be taken from us by COVID-19 than in Vietnam over the last 10 years. So we are facing a crisis where individuals that decided that they wanted to deliver food, individuals that decided they wanted to work in our supermarkets, instantly transformed into frontline soldiers, keeping this city safe. Every time they walk outside of their house, they have to wonder, are they going to contract COVID-19, and are these going to be their last days? Many of them have not had the benefit of being able to isolate from their families. Many low-income families live multi-generationally with their grandparents, their parents, and their children, all in one household with no opportunities or options to stay safe in other isolated spaces. In addition to dealing with the same challenges as many of New Yorkers, our essential workers are reporting to work and keeping our city running. They are making social distancing possible for so many of the people that you see on this call, allowing us to stay at home and to do the work that we need to do. The vast majority of these workers are women and people of color. The communities that are getting hit the hardest by this virus are also the ones on the front line. We owe these workers our applause and our respect, but most importantly, we owe them a pay that is compensation for the work that they are doing and for risking their lives every day. Essential workers are now having to make decisions about how they can utilize their income for a funeral, for a family member, for someone that has passed away. They need to provide funding for childcare because they may not be able to allow their grandparents to watch their children. They have to make different arrangements for transportation and so many other things. My bill, Intro 1918, would require large employers to pay premiums to certain essential non-salaried workers until the state of emergency is lifted. Any employer of 100 plus essential workers will have to pay the essential worker premiums, 30 hours for less than 4 hours, 60 hours, $60 for 4 to 8 hours, and $75 for more than 8 hours. Now, we recognize that for many businesses, many are struggling during this time. We have heard from also our not-for-profit organizations who are wondering what type of impact this will have on their organization. The wonderful part about a hearing is that you have an opportunity to hear from people. I think as human beings right now, we would all recognize that hazard pay is essential, but we have to figure out how to effectively do it. We look forward to hearing your testimony. We look forward to hearing your ideas. We want to be able to have a bill that's going to make sure that we protect our workers at this time. So your opinion and your feedback is critical. So what we want to hear are ways that you and your organization or your company have already started to provide hazard pay. I think this could actually happen, and what you are willing to do and what you are willing to sacrifice in order to meet us halfway. I want to also make sure that we find the right balance because we cannot leave workers out in the cold. Protecting and improving working conditions for those is a moral imperative that we cannot ignore. And we have seen states all across the United States who have begun to institute policies for hazard pay, such as Vermont, Pennsylvania, and many others, and Massachusetts. So it's imperative that we do this today because equality is essentially what this is about, making sure that many of the corporations that have received bailouts, that they recognize that human beings, people, need help and support at this time the same way as a major corporation in order to live their lives. So we thank the frontline workers, the essential workers, and I'll just close by saying this. I saw a sign that said essential does not mean expendable. And I think it's so critical that we move forward recognizing that our frontline workers are not expendable. They are human beings, they are warriors, they are brave. And I had a senior.
Time.
Okay, I'll conclude my statements and wait for the question and answer period. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And this is a different world as we see here, and we kind of how these things go virtually. We appreciate your testimony. We're now going to hear from bill sponsor Ben Kalos.
Clock starts.
Good morning, I'm Councilmember Ben Kalos. You can follow me on social media and join us in this conversation at Ben Kalos. Welcome to the new normal. You're overhearing my daughter as we seek to both do our jobs in elected life, and also manage a family. No one should lose their job for simply asking for protective equipment during a pandemic. Our city's essential workers are heroes and deserve to be treated that way, complete with job protections for putting their lives on the line. We clap every day at 7 p.m. for our workers on the front line, our first responders and healthcare workers. But we need to do more than clap. We need to provide protections for our essential workers. Since we have started feeling the effects of this pandemic, multiple news sources have reported incidents where essential workers were fired as retaliation for speaking out about dangerous conditions during the pandemic. Most notably, there have been doctors and nurses who have been fired during a time where their skills are most necessary. What did they do wrong? They asked for PPE to not only protect themselves, but most importantly, their patients. Some healthcare institutions have issued guidance to their workers seeking to restrict their First Amendment right to free speech. Some of the guidance threatened workers with termination if they dared communicate their same request for PPE without approval from the executive level staff that ignored their requests in the first place. Other frontline essential workers have not been spared. Amazon fired warehouse workers who spoke out about the lack of PPE at their locations. All of these workers are putting their lives on the line to ensure that we are healthy, safe, and fed. They need to be free to speak out against unsafe conditions without fear of retributions. Introduction 1923 that I authored with Speaker Corey Johnson and Councilmember Lander creates just cause protections for all essential workers, from those in healthcare to those in our grocery markets or making deliveries, and everyone defined as such by executive order or action by the governor. Under this legislation, essential workers would be protected from retaliation or termination due to speaking out or even asking for COVID-19 protections without a just cause. The legislation would only apply during a pandemic such as this one, and as I hope will be amended during any future state of emergency. Though I believe in this right, even outside of an emergency, this legislation is just during this pandemic. To be clear, employers could still terminate employees for cause, such as lateness, missing shifts, or other discrete job failures. Those making the unfortunate choice of laying off or furloughing employees would still be allowed to do so. But terminating or laying off just one employee or a group of employees that happened to ask for PPEs or who spoke out would be protected. I want to thank Civil Service Chair Danique Miller, Speaker Corey Johnson, Councilmember Brad Lander, Majority Leader Cumbo, and our brothers and sisters in labor for joining us in our fight to protect our essential workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Councilmember Kalos. We'll now hear from Councilmember Lander.
Clock starts now.
Thank you, Chair Miller. You have been a true champion for our essential workers and public workers for a long time now, and obviously everybody's seeing the need for it these days. At 7 p.m. every night, we go out and we bang pots and pans and clap and cheer and shout our gratitude to the nurses and doctors and healthcare workers who are in our hospitals, to the grocery store clerks keeping us fed, to factory and warehouse workers, to food delivery workers. It really is one of my favorite moments, one of the really few good moments of this crisis, because we genuinely are grateful. And I know everyone on this call is grateful. But so many of those same workers lack the basic workplace protection, sick leave, pay, and dignity that all workers need. Those food delivery workers bringing you your takeout meals, they don't have paid sick leave to take a paid day off when they're sick. We saw Amazon workers fired for speaking out so egregiously that even an Amazon VP quit because he knows it's wrong, and yet nurses and healthcare workers still have gag orders from their hospitals. And, I think it's worth noting that many of the lowest paid essential workers would make more if they went on pandemic unemployment assistance than being out on the front lines of this crisis. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of our deeply unequal economy. Workers who have long been treated as disposable are now being cheered as essential. 75% of them are people of color in hard-hit communities across the city. as existing issues like lack of health care, overcrowded apartments, inability to work from home now become life or death risk factors. So that recognition of gratitude is not enough. We owe it to these workers who are risking their own health and the health of their families, long-lasting protections, better pay, paid leave, and job security. I'm proud to be the prime sponsor of two of the items on today's calendar. Intro 1926 would amend the definition of employee in New York City's Earned Safe and Sick Leave Time Act to extend benefits to app-based and other misclassified workers. Really, this is just making sure that workers have the paid sick time that all workers need, because Uber and Lyft drivers, DoorDash and Grubhub delivery workers, handy cleaners, boy, they don't need sick leave any less than you and me, and we have it if we're W-2 employees. Right now, they need it even more. Resolution 1285 would call for this same set of people to be recognized by the legislature as employees. At the city level, we can extend them paid sick leave, but that still leaves them without minimum wage protections, health care, unemployment insurance, workers' comp, and all the other benefits of being an employee. I'm proud also to be a pre-intro co-sponsor of Councilmember Kalos's bill, Intro 1923, offering protections against unfair firings. I think he made very clear that those workers who have gotten gag orders about speaking out about what's going on in our nursing homes and our hospitals have been essential, not just first responders, but first reporters, and making it possible for us to pay attention to what's going on. It's galling that they could be gagged or fired for doing so, and we need to provide just cause protection. To be clear, the goal is not to prevent layoffs, and sadly, we know that some will be necessary. But as Councilmember Kalos just made clear, if done fairly and not as targeted unfair backdoor firings, they are allowed under the law. And I know Councilmember Kalos is open to working to clarify this in the bill. I know a lot of the attention will be to the pay premium bill, but I think it's very clear, as Councilmember Cumbo said, that those workers who are in low-paying hourly jobs deserve something to get up and go do that health-risking work. And the fact that they would be making more on unemployment but are still willing to do it is extraordinary. Let's recognize it. Now, we're going to hear today from many employers with concerns, and we're going to listen with open ears. It is really hard right now to run a business or a not-for-profit organization, and we have real compassion for it. We appreciate the questions about where the money will come from, how you know it's covered, and how you can comply. So we absolutely will work with you. But I'm going to ask you not just to oppose the bills, but to ask us and help us answer some simple questions. Do you believe that essential workers all deserve paid sick leave, should not be unfairly fired without notice or good reason, should have whistleblower protections, and should get paid more than they would on unemployment? If no, then we have a policy disagreement. But if yes, help us figure out how to do it, because we owe our essential workers nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so eloquently put. Councilmember Landers, I am told that we have been joined by our public advocate. If he is available, I'd like to bring on our public advocate to hear from him. Jamani Williams.
Yes, thank you so much.
Clock starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Jamani Williams, public advocate for the City of New York. Thank you, Chairman Danique Miller, and members of the Civil Service Committee, the Speaker, and the entire Council for holding this hearing today to explore legislation to address the relief packages and benefits of our essential workers and municipal employees. I, of course, first, like everyone, want to take a moment to thank our frontline and essential workers. These individuals are not only maintaining the health and safety of New Yorkers and keeping the city running, but they are also putting their lives on the line while doing so. There are currently over 1 million essential and frontline workers in New York City. These are our healthcare workers, our grocery and drugstore workers, our public transit workers, our postal workers, our trucking and warehousing employees, our New Yorkers working with the children, the homeless and family service industry, and our workers who are providing cleaning services. As we know, these workers are overwhelmingly people of more color. As was mentioned, Governor Andrew Cuomo put a pause order in effect, one that frankly was too weak, too late, was not bold enough. But with these orders that were put in place by our leaders like Andrew Cuomo and Mayor Bill de Blasio, they split this city into two. One where people who could stay home and could have deliveries made to them. And the others were for the rest of New Yorkers, who were 75% people more of color. They were reclassified as essential workers, had to go to work, were told they couldn't stay home. And on top of that, were told that you couldn't get any protective equipment as you went to and from work. And on top of that, were told that the communities that you came from would not be tested, even though the virus was running rampant in those communities. So we lift up all the voices in any social or socioeconomic status, people who are suffering all over the city, but we must lift up those who are suffering even more and needlessly so because of the actions, not just from the president, but Governor Andrew Cuomo and Mayor Bill de Blasio. To the extent that which we protect, compensate, and take care of these individuals will be indicative of what we have learned from this pandemic and will be a testament to our humanity. This means providing relief packages with premiums and employment protections, accurate classifications for independent contractors, health insurance coverage for the surviving families of municipal workers who passed away, as well as acknowledging those deceased employees as line of duty deaths. I think the package being heard today is a great step in the right direction, and I applaud the council. As we take steps to ensure that essential workers are supported, we also need to ensure that our workers who have been laid off due to stay-at-home orders are also supported. Too many of our unemployed workers were not allowed to access their paid time off benefits when they were discharged by their employers. The ability to use accrued paid time off hours would have enabled these workers to receive some form of remuneration instead of suffering financial hardship. And it's even more unfortunate that a significant amount of our laid off workers never had paid time off aside from sick leave before the pandemic. For that reason, paid personal time is necessary now more than ever. My bill, Intro 800, would amend the Earn Safe and Sick Time law by adding 10 days of personal sick time, granting benefits to all employees. Hopefully we can get this bill heard sometime in the future. While it is important that we provide financial relief for our essential workers, the city must also institute stronger social distancing guidelines, equitable distribution of facial masks and gloves, and ensure the public spaces are disinfected and cleaned properly and regularly. Only a comprehensive and precise approach will succeed in protecting those who cannot stay at home. As a public advocate, it's my duty to continue to be a bold voice for everybody, including our most vulnerable. And at the moment, our essential and frontline workers are a significant portion of the most vulnerable people in our city. We can and we must clap, celebrate, have a parade for, but that without any of these protections, I don't think of what our essential and frontline workers need and must have. As was mentioned, we do want to make sure we hear from our small businesses and our businesses community because they are absolutely needed. But we have to do both at the same time. And I believe as a city as great as ours, we can. So thank you so much for the time. Peace and blessings to everyone and their families. Love and light. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Public Advocate. Look forward to working with you on Intro 800 and this package of legislation, this important package of legislation. Now I'm going to shoot it back to Committee Counsel Nusat for some house cleaning rules and regulations.
Thank you. Before we begin testimony, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify. After you are called on, you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. I will periodically be announcing who the next panelist will be. Before we hear from members of the administration, we will hear testimony from the following 4 individuals: Tariq Kachakech, followed by Rena Cummings, followed by Saibu Sidibe, followed by Luis Gomez, reading on behalf of Maria H. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom. You will be called on after the panelist has completed their testimony. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes. This includes both questions and answers. Please note that for the purposes of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questioning. Thank you. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin after setting the timer. All testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. We will first hear from Tariq Kachakech. Please begin.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Tariq Kashakish, and I am a mobile expert at a T-Mobile retail store on the Upper West Side. I've lived in New York City for the past 2 years, and I've worked in the wireless industry for almost 3 years. I want to start by thanking Chairman Miller and the Committee on Civil Service and Labor for allowing me the opportunity to testify today in support of the Essential Workers Bill of Rights, particularly the legislation giving essential workers like me just cause protection. I should make clear that only AT&T retail workers and a small number of Verizon wireless workers at 5 company-owned stores in Brooklyn have the protection of a union contract. Most Verizon wireless and T-Mobile workers in New York do not have the just cause protections that come with a union contract. This means that my coworkers and I have very little freedom in our workplace to speak out during this pandemic. Being voiceless holds serious consequences. I have always been someone to stand up for things I believe in, but this sometimes means that I'm considered a headache by my employer, and that can put my job at risk. Although I love the work that I do and helping our customers, it is often frustrating that being someone who respectfully voices any concern is considered a troublemaker. It is particularly concerning in the middle of a pandemic. People need their phones to stay connected now more than ever. So our industry have been deemed essential. This means my coworkers and I are essential workers. I believe it is vital for us to be able to stand up for our own health and safety without fear of retaliation or unfair termination. Our jobs require a lot of close contact with customers, sometimes of whom do not respect social distancing. For someone near the beginning of the crisis, I witnessed a customer repeatedly coughing and sneezing on a coworker during a transaction. In this type of situation, we need the freedom and the right to do what's necessary to protect ourselves. Without just cause, the intense pressure to keep our sale high can easily override safety concerns. This is heightened at a time when so many are losing their livelihoods and we're facing an economic crisis alongside the public health crisis. Although I have not tested positive for COVID-19, both my roommates have tested positive. I made the choice to stay home and avoid infecting my coworkers. Despite sacrificing the pay, I also made this decision knowing that it might be held against me the next time layoffs come around. I'm hopeful deciding not to expose my coworkers to this virus won't cost me my job. This virus is forcing us to balance extremely difficult decisions about our own health, endangering our loved ones, and the need for a paycheck. I think if we suspect we have the virus or live with someone with compromised immune system, we should not be forced to choose between staying home to protect our coworkers or going to work to avoid being targeted by our employers. Having just cause protection allows us to utilize the right and protections that we have without fear of retaliation. It also allows us to ask for the protections we don't have that we need without the fear of retaliation. These are just a few of the concerns I have about working during this crisis. The legislation being considered today would give essential workers like me the peace of mind to know. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. You want me to continue? I'm sorry, do you want me to wrap it up or?
I believe that was time for you. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any council member questions? All right. Now we will hear from Rena Cummings.
Time starts now.
Good morning. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to give my testimony. My name is Rena Cummings, and I've been an Amazon employee since the warehouse opened here on it's called JFK 8 on Staten Island, New York. I am a single parent of 2 children, and I have been working at Amazon for over 1.5 years. Recently, pending the COVID-19 epidemic, I decided to take medical leave because that's a benefit I'm entitled to. All of my coworkers are not entitled to that benefit, unfortunately. So I'm here today to speak up on their behalf. I decided to take medical leave to protect my family because I'm the sole breadwinner. Every day I get text messages from the warehouse stating how many people have been infected by the virus. I count up to 50 plus and counting. Amazon has failed to protect us as far as PPE, equipment, and other resources. Thank you. I am really grateful for all of the efforts that are being made to help protect essential workers. Recently, even before the COVID-19 epidemic, working at Amazon, it takes a toll on your body. You have to stand up for 10 hours and do the same task in repetitive motion. We are checked. Actually, there's computers that track your every move. We are not robots, we are people. And we are very grateful for any legislature that will take place to help protect essential workers. Also, Amazon has made billions of dollars during this crisis, but yet they still fail to protect the so-called essential workers, us. I know of coworkers who still have not gotten paid, even though they had positive diagnosis and they took their sick leave. I know of the constant retaliation. You're deemed a troublemaker if you tend to speak out about any injustices or being unfairly treated. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity that is presented here today. And I hope everyone will think of the essential workers. We are all of you and you are all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any council member questions for this panelist? Councilmember Lander?
Thank you very much, and thanks to both of the speakers so far for speaking. Rena, thank you for being here. We know that the work at JFK 8 is very grueling. I was out there with you a couple of months ago. You mentioned at the beginning that some Amazon workers lack even the opportunity to take a paid sick leave. I'm guessing you're referring largely to Amazon Flex, who are some of the drivers who deliver and drive for Amazon. I wonder, if you kind of know of any of them, or if you have a sense. It's my sense they've become a very large employer of independent contractors, and in addition to all the conditions you're describing and the need for workplace protections, that there actually are a set of Amazon workers who even lack the ability to take a sick day.
Oh yes, absolutely. There's there's workers in the warehouse. If you work part-time, you don't really accrue sick time. You're not entitled to sick time, even though you have to. They're mandating you to work. They call MET, which is mandatory extra time on a weekly basis. So you're working full-time hours during the epidemic, but you're not entitled to sick time.
And then the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, I'm sure you've seen that Amazon Vice President Tim Bray quit yesterday.
Yes.
He discussed at the firing of Chris Smalls and other workers. And I just wonder if you wanted to comment on that. It says quite something to work at a company where even a vice president resigns over the way.
Resigns, absolutely. I've always complained. I've been protesting against Amazon since 6 months after I got there, and I've been saying this, and it's sometimes it saddens me that it took this epidemic to bring to light some of their business practices, but I'll take what I can get. And I know Chris, I've met Chris Smalls. He's a very nice man, and I thanked him for standing up for people that he doesn't even know. that says a lot about his character, unlike what Amazon is making him out to be in the press. So yes, I am aware of the situation.
Well, I want to thank you because we're trying to pass a law that'll give you an additional protection against being fired for no reason in the way that it was. But
Absolutely.
knowing that that happens means you are showing an awful lot of courage to come today and do this in public. And on behalf of the city council, of your coworkers, and of people in New York City, I just want to say thank you for the courage for doing it.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm deeply moved by this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. Now we will hear from Saibo Sidibe.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Saibo Sidibe, and I'm a driver and also an organizer with New York Taxi Worker Alliance. I've been driving since 2002, and right now I'm a part-time driver with Uber. And today I'm here to really tell the counselors, the suffering all drivers are going through. We are working and we're trying to feed our family. But with this corona situation, the COVID-19 situation, drivers today are most exposed. They're the one taking nurses to work. They're the one taking all these frontline workers every day. They expose themselves. They even pick up 6 people to take them to hospital, make sure that, they're positive or not. But the sad part is today you see drivers like they don't have anything. Like you have to work. Drivers today don't have paid sick leave. They even right now struggling for unemployment. Those who decide to protect their family. You stay home. There's no way you can get unemployment. And we know that 2018, a labor department passed a bill who really recognize all Uber drivers are unemployed. But today, even with 8 weeks, drivers are trying to apply for unemployment because this law, this regulation is not implemented. The labor department is not doing nothing. And drivers today are really suffering. If you get sick, you cannot stay home. Even if you stay home, you will still have to pay your bill because there's no way you can get additional money by staying home. Last time I have, as an organizer, we're calling drivers to find out what is going on. We have a driver last time, he had to stay at the gas station. He was tested positive because he didn't want his family to get the disease. He stayed at the gas station and passed away. And they have to come and pick him up. He was inside his car. He decided to stay inside his car, not to bring the risk of the disease to his family. And he has, because he was doing that because there's no other option for him to feed his family. Because if he stay home, there's nothing, no money, no resource he can get. So that's why we believe the paid sick leave bill and also helping drivers to really be able to get protected, that will be the best thing for us. And as a driver, we are also workers, and we also have family. And the same way, people. Okay, thank you again for allowing me this opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you. Are there any council member questions at this time? Thank you. Next, we will hear from Maria H., whose testimony will be translated by Luis Gomez.
Time starts now.
Hello. Hi, you can hear me? Hi. Gracias, concejales. Buenos días. Mi nombre es María Hernández. Soy miembro de la Asociación de Trabajadores de Salones de Uñas de Nueva York, que cuenta con más de 800 miembros. Hoy estoy aquí porque me gustaría compartir mi experiencia trabajando en una empresa de manicura y pedicura basado en la web. La compañía ofrece manicure y pedicure en fiestas, hogares y oficinas. Aunque la compañía controlaba la relación laboral, estableciendo precios, programando citas y cobrando pagos, me dijeron que yo era una contratista independiente.
Good morning. My name is Maria Hernandez, and I am a member of the New York Nail Salon Workers Association, which has over 800 active members. I am writing this testimony because I would like to share my experience working at a web-based manicure and pedicure company. The company offers manicures, pedicures at parties, homes, and offices, even though the company significantly controlled the work relationship by setting prices, scheduling, and assigning appointments and collecting and distributing payments. They classified me as an independent contractor.
Al principio pensé que este modelo de negocio sería un cambio positivo de tener que sentarme dentro de un salón de manicura por turnos de 10 horas. Durante estos largos turnos, yo y otras trabajadoras estábamos expuestas a muchos riesgos de la salud y malas condiciones de trabajo y no contamos con el equipo de protección adecuado. A lo largo del tiempo en la industria, al igual que más del 80% de mis compañeras de salones de uñas, también fui víctima de robo de salario. Después de todas estas malas experiencias, pensé que cambiarme a este nuevo tipo de modelo de negocio beneficiaría a mi familia y a mi salud.
At first, I thought this business model would be a positive change from having to sit inside a nail salon for 10-hour shifts. During these long shifts, I and other workers are exposed to many health risks and bad working conditions and are often not provided with the proper protective equipment. Throughout my time in the industry, I, like over 80% of my fellow nail salon workers, also experienced wage theft. After all these bad experiences, I thought that switching to this new type of company would benefit my family and my health.
Sin embargo, una vez que comencé a trabajar para esta empresa, me di cuenta rápidamente de que había calculado mal los beneficios de este nuevo tipo de modelo de negocio. Los salarios al inicio eran más altos, fueron atractivos, pero tuvieron un costo. Rápidamente descubrí que había riesgos impresivos para la salud por hacer manicures y pedicures en los hogares y oficinas de los clientes, tener que hacer manicures y pedicures móviles sin tener el equipo adecuado como sillas elevadas para protegerme.
Please continue your testimony.
De los dolores de espalda o iluminación adecuada que protege de tener que forzar mi visión inmediatamente comenzó a afectar mi salud física, pero debido a que las compañías me clasificaron como una contratista independiente, no tenía derechos a ningún beneficio otorgado a los empleados, en particular la compensación de trabajadores y los días de enfermedad pagados, y la compañía no se hizo responsable de mi salud ni de la salud de otros trabajadores.
However, once I started working for this company, I quickly realized that I had miscalculated the benefits of this new type of business model. The upfront higher wages were attractive, but it came at a cost. I quickly found out that there were unforeseen health risks of doing manicures and pedicures in the homes and offices of clients. Having to do mobile manicures and pedicures without having the proper protective equipment, such as elevated chairs to protect my back from pains, or the proper lighting that protects from having to strain my vision, immediately began to affect my physical health. But because the company classified me as an independent contractor, I was not entitled to any benefits afforded to employees. In particular, workers' compensation and paid sick days, and the company took no responsibility for my health or the health of its other workers.
Mi historia no es inusual. El 86% de los trabajadores de salones de uñas que tienen derecho a días de enfermedad en realidad no lo están recibiendo, y necesitamos que la ciudad deje claro que independientemente del estado de los empleados, deberíamos recibir días de enfermedad pagados. Cuando a los trabajadores se les niegan los días de enfermedad pagados, tenemos que decidir entre quedarnos en casa y perder el sueldo o ir a trabajar enfermos. Esto no solo es un riesgo para nuestra salud, sino para la salud de nuestros clientes y el público en general.
My story is not unusual. 86% of nail salon workers who are entitled to paid sick days are not actually receiving them. And we need the city to step up to make it clear that regardless of employee status, we should be getting paid sick days. When workers are denied paid sick days, we have to decide between staying home and losing pay or going to work sick. This is not only a risk to our health, but also the risk of our clients and the general public. The coronavirus pandemic has shown us that leaving workers unprotected damages public health. Most workers in our associations live in the areas that have been hardest hit by the pandemic, and returning to business as usual when the salons reopen is not a safe option. Workers must be able to stay home when they are sick, and this bill would provide some assurance that I could take care of myself and my family without putting others at risk.
La ciudad de Nueva York puede liderar a la nación en la protección de los trabajadores y la salud pública al aprobar la ley Intro 1926. Gracias.
New York City can lead the nation in protecting workers and public health by passing Intro 1926. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any council member questions? Councilmember Lander?
Thank you. Just one quick question. Maria, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time. Do you know any nail salon technicians who don't get sick? Ever?
No. No.
I didn't think so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to thank the panel for testifying here today. Your testimony is very important to bills that are before us, and certainly we hear your plight. And with that, I'll be sending it back to our committee counsel. I think she will be introducing our next panel.
I will now call on the following members of the administration to testify. Commissioner Lorelei Salas, Stephen Etanani, and Ben Holt from DCWP, Gregory Anderson from DSNY, and Steve Banks from OLR. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each panelist here from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Salas?
I do.
Stephen Etanani?
I do.
Ben Holt? Gregory Anderson?
Thank you.
Steve Banks?
I do.
Is Ben Holt still there?
Yes, I'm sorry. I had a trouble unmuting, but I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Salas, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, members of the committee. I am Lorelei Salas, Commissioner of the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Today, I'm joined by Ben Holt, who is the Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Labor Policy and Standards, and Stephen Etanani, Executive Director of External Affairs. First of all, I just want to say I hope that you and your loved ones are all staying safe and healthy during this crisis. And it is my pleasure to testify before the City Council today. Since the beginning of this crisis, hundreds of thousands of working New Yorkers have seen their incomes abruptly shrink or disappear as schedules have been shortened and jobs have been eliminated, leaving them financially burdened and vulnerable. Even as many of us shelter in place and try to go about our lives at home, essential workers, those who tend to or provide vital services every day to their fellow New Yorkers, continue to serve on the front lines of this pandemic and keep New York City going. Our thoughts and gratitude are with them, not only this past May Day, but every day. Thank you for the risks you have borne to carry New York through this crisis. The crisis continues to shine a light on the socioeconomic inequality in the city. Workers in jobs with the greatest exposure, such as healthcare, retail and food industries are from the communities of color in our city, often immigrants earning low wages. Many have limited access to health insurance or paid personal time for themselves to rest and recover, or simply be with their families. This administration and the City Council have been at the forefront of protecting workers. The paid safe and sick leave, fair work week, and freelance isn't free laws, to name a few, are today, especially during this crisis, helping. They are helping the worker who feels ill to stay at home. They're helping the worker who suddenly has their hours reduced. They're helping the freelance worker who has a right to be paid for their work. We are facing immense and unprecedented challenges, though. As folks are aware, COVID-19 has unleashed both public health and economic crisis, and the city and the state will face difficult fiscal times ahead. Despite this, the mission of my agency to protect and enhance the daily economic lives of New Yorkers to create thriving communities will continue, now more than ever before. DCWP has and will continue to enforce New York City's workplace protections on behalf of essential workers on the front lines and non-essential workers either working remotely or newly unemployed. During this crisis, it is critical that these protections help to lessen the burdens of the pandemic for our city's most vulnerable workers. From the early days of the crisis, our agency received more than 1,000 complaints and inquiries from New Yorkers regarding their rights and protections as well as their obligations as employers. To respond to this high volume, after the governor announced New York State on pause, we worked quickly to adjust our capacity and capability to work remotely and cross-train staff on intake procedures and new laws at the state and federal levels so that we could continue serving our role as a central hub for private sector workers in our city. Paid safe and sick leave, a worker's right during this pandemic to stay home if they or their loved ones are sick, protects not only sick workers themselves, but their co-workers, employers, consumers, and other members of the public. During the pandemic, DCWP's Office of Labor Policy and Standards developed new enforcement procedures to respond to the unique needs created by this crisis. First, we have implemented a fast-track process to resolve COVID-19 related cases as quickly as possible. Rather than using our traditional enforcement process, including requesting and reviewing documents and other information that takes time to collect, an attorney conducts quick fact-finding, reaches out to the employer to inform them of the claim, and presents their findings with the aim of quickly resolving the worker's issue. This approach can shorten the enforcement process dramatically and facilitates obtaining restitution for workers and access to safe and sick leave. Since February 17th, DCWP has secured more than $150,000 in restitution for workers. That is money in the pockets of New Yorkers that need it most. Second, DCWP has taken additional steps to ensure that enforcement of workplace protections during the current evolving crisis is equitable and in good faith. As such, DCWP is exercising prosecutorial discretion to ensure it is fairly taking financial hardship into account when considering civil penalties for small businesses. Instead, we are prioritizing returning money owed directly to workers and utilizing consent orders to promote future compliance. This approach makes the best use of our enforcement resources and accounts for the financial strains all New Yorkers are experiencing. Third, DCWP has adjusted its intake and referral practices to ensure we are providing guidance and referrals on both pre-existing and new state and federal laws impacting workers and employers during this crisis. This has been particularly important given the volume of new information and laws relating to workers that has emerged since March. State executive orders, state and federal emergency sick leave benefits, expanded family leave, and expanded unemployment insurance benefits among them. DCWP's written guidance is a guidepost for workers and businesses alike covering leave and benefit laws at the city, state, and federal level. This resource is available on our website in more than 10 languages. DCWP regularly distributes this guidance and other educational items through social media, emails, and virtual outreach events. We have continued our work communicating with the community, stakeholder organizations, and elected officials to mitigate uncertainty through weekly briefings and teletown halls. Since March 12, DCWP has held a weekly informational briefing for more than 340 worker stakeholders to provide updates on the agency's efforts during the pandemic. Overall, we have held 78 teletown halls, conferences, and Know Your Rights forums. Our staff will continue working diligently to ensure New Yorkers know that we're here to support them during this crisis and beyond. Every hour of every day, essential workers are keeping our city going, caring for the sick or elderly, preparing and delivering food, and providing a range of other critical services for New Yorkers citywide. Their work supports all of us, and the bottom line is that without them, the city's problems would be even more urgent. The administration supports the intent of the legislation under consideration today, and we want to work with Council to address the economic, operational, and legal concerns raised by these bills at this unique moment, while also not sacrificing needed protections for workers. Turning to the specific legislation at hand, Introduction 1918 would provide premium pay to an estimated 800,000 essential workers in New York City. DCWP echoes the call for premium pay for our essential workers. However, we do believe that the Trump administration has a responsibility to New York during this time of crisis, a responsibility to our workers and our entrepreneurs to provide this premium pay for those who are on the front lines of this pandemic. We appreciate the Council's advocacy for workers and want to work with you to ensure our essential businesses do not shoulder these costs on their own and their workers get premium pay for the risks they're taking. The federal government must step up and provide tangible economic support for premium pay, given the economic crisis that both essential workers and essential businesses are living through. Intro 1923 would extend just cause job protections to more than 2 million essential workers. DCWP believes that just cause is a next step in innovative policies that can protect vulnerable workers. However, at this time, given the fiscal and operational strain we are under as we focus on COVID-19 related priorities, it would be challenging for DCWP to absorb new regulatory responsibilities. That said, we are willing to work with the Council and discuss this further. Intro 1926. Of the legislation under consideration today, Intro 1926 has perhaps the longest term impact by expanding the definition of employee to cover additional workers under the city's paid safe and sick leave law. Our preliminary estimates show that this legislation could extend coverage to more than 140,000 workers. We would like to work through the legislative process with Council to ensure we're able to establish clear standards for workers and businesses and a workable mechanism for the new community of workers this bill contemplates to be able to access their leave. We also believe that this legislation serves as an opportunity to update our paid sick leave law to align with the recently passed state legislation. Over the past months, our city has gone through tremendous stress and we will likely continue to face more trials and tribulations ahead. But we are resilient and we will come out the other side stronger than ever. As I said at the beginning of my testimony, I am eager to continue our work advocating for and protecting all New Yorkers, and particularly the essential workers on the front lines of this crisis. Workers like Tarek, Rina, Saibu, and Maria, who testified today, who took time from their busy lives, taking care of their families and work to be here and tell us what is happening in their workplaces. I am grateful for their sacrifices and for the sacrifices and generosity of all New Yorkers during this time, and our essential workers are an indispensable part of our city's efforts to flatten the curve and stop the spread of COVID-19. Our thanks go out to all of you who embody all that is great about this city. Chairman Miller, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Much, Commissioner. As usual, it's a pleasure to see you in this time, and but a pleasure to working with you, and absolutely look forward to your weekly briefings. They've been very helpful. Although I would say that I know that your agency, like many other city agencies, have been absolutely overwhelmed as you've been tasked with overseeing these protections of workers and workers' rights. With that being said, I think that you're saying that you support, you find these legislation and policies to be potentially uplifting and supportive of workers, and will enhance our essential workers in this time of COVID-19. Just taking it into consideration that this is a package of COVID-19 a bill, so let's frame it within that context and say that there is a that these things are time sensitive, right? That people are in the need for food and clothing and shelter and these protections right now. What is it that your agency is doing specifically to expedite that, and I get that your agency is already overwhelmed, but is there something that you're doing special? Have you increased your workforce to address the COVID-19 specifically, and how does that tie into the legislation that is being introduced today, which I am interpreting as a support from your agency and administration?
Thank you, Chairman Miller, for your question and for your continued support for the work that we do at the agency. And so, yes, we definitely support the intent of the legislation. As I mentioned, with respect to the different bills, we have certain concerns and would love to keep talking to the council about how to make them workable. So I'll say a couple of things. We have not added any additional resources to our agency during this crisis. What we have done, though, as you have heard from my briefings every week, we have been super busy handling the demand of complaints around price gouging. And with respect to the Office of Labor Policy and Standards, the hundreds of calls and inquiries that are coming in from workers and employers, right? Workers needing to understand their rights and that the various levels of benefits with the different governments, and also employers who want to understand their obligations. And so we have prioritized enforcing the laws, the key protections in the books right now in New York City that will help workers both stay home if they're sick, right? So paid safe and sick leave has been a very important life-saving benefit, right? It's a benefit that we need to get complied with right now, today, not 2 months from now, 3 months from now. So what we have done is we have adjusted our resources to make sure that we are both being very responsive to workers. So we cross-train staff to be able to respond to the avalanche of intake inquiries coming in, and making sure that workers understood whether the rights are under paid sick leave. And also we have fast-tracked handling of complaints filed during this emergency, state of emergency period. So for instance, our investigators and attorneys work closely together to make sure that once we get a complaint from a worker who is not getting paid sick leave, that we immediately reach out to the employer, that we immediately try to get case to our resolution, right? We are prioritizing getting the worker their paid sick leave benefit. We're prioritizing making sure that their co-workers are also feeling safe when workers, get to stay home to take care of themselves, right? And, in many cases, taking into account, it's more important for us to get workers the benefit today and getting the employers in compliance. So we are definitely have been able to adjust our resources to be very responsive to workers. We want to make sure that with all of these different levels of benefits that fortunately we have had state and federal action to provide emergency paid sick leave, but it can be very confusing for workers to navigate this process. So we have become a trusted source of both information and response to complaints. And we continue to make sure that we are up to date in all the new developments of the law so workers can get from us what exactly it is that they have a right to do in this time of crisis. Our guidance that we have put together for both workers and employers has been translated into several languages, because obviously we know that a lot of the essential workers right now providing services are immigrant New Yorkers who are in the front lines and who need to understand that what rights are there to protect them.
Thank you. So one of the things that I know that myself and many of my colleagues have been receiving inquiries around kind of navigating the minutia of government, city, state, and federal agencies, in particular as pertains to on the new policies as relates to unemployment insurance and things like that. How do we? I know it's on the site. How do we navigate these new opportunities for non-traditional workers that are now being included within some of these benefit packages? What kind of support in real time is the agency providing?
So we have participated in a number of teletown halls that have been organized both by members of this committee, members of the council, by elected officials from the state, and we have been also both being addressing questions from traditional workers, right, who have access to some of these benefits like paid safe and sick leave laws and fair work week laws, but also have been in venues where we've had large numbers of freelance workers, gig economy workers that have participated and have been trying to understand again what access to benefits they have right now during this time of crisis. And so traditionally, freelance workers and gig workers had not been able to were not eligible for unemployment insurance benefits, but now there is some important relief for them. So that's being a very important, very important piece of information to communicate to workers. And we have tried to use both our strong relationships with other community-based organizations and the Freelancers Union, for instance, and also work with other city agencies that have very strong collaborative relationships with these groups, like the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, for instance, held a couple of town halls just last week, and we had over 1,000 freelancers sign on to each one of those. So we know that the information is coming to workers, right? But again, it is making sure that freelance workers know they can get unemployment insurance benefit. They may not be eligible for paid safe and sick leave right now, right? But undocumented workers are eligible for paid safe and sick leave. So it is very confusing. It's hard to navigate. And again, our goal is to make sure that this information is accessible to workers and that, they don't have to waste a lot of time just trying to figure out by themselves what it is that is out there to help them.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from members for the Commissioner?
I will now call on council members for questions. I will remind council members to use the Zoom raise hand function. I will call on the members in the order they have used the Zoom raise hand function. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes. Sergeant at Arms will keep a timer and I will let you know when your time is up. We will first hear from Councilmember Rosenthal, followed by Councilmember Lander, and then Councilmember Powers.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. I actually want to defer to the sponsors of the bills to ask the questions first, and I'll go right after them, but it's important that we hear from the sponsors first. Thank you.
Councilmember Lander.
Time starts now.
Councilmember Rosenthal and Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner Holt, it's really good to have you here, and I want to appreciate the work that you've done over the last set of years building the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection and the Office of Labor and Policy Standards so it can show up in this time of need for essential workers, and I'm grateful for what you guys are doing and how fast you pivoted to be able to do it in this time of crisis. I know it's a big challenge, so thank you. Let's see, starting on the safe and sick leave expansion, I appreciate your willingness to your general enthusiasm for the bill and your willingness to work with us to get the details right. Without going into too much detail, the bill takes the approach of using the ABC test to identify those workers whose working conditions and workplace are controlled by their hiring party, and holding them responsible, whether they're Uber or Lyft or DoorDash or nail salon techs. Broadly, does that approach make sense to you as the way to cover the set of workers who need safe and sick leave in New York City?
Yes, thank you, Council Member, for the question and for your support for workers and for the work that we do at the agency. I actually think, we heard from Maria testifying as to the conditions in the nail salon industry. And as you know, I used to work for the Department of Labor, and we've seen so many cases of misclassification that it's not secret that many workers are currently misclassified as independent contractors when they really should be treated as employees. And we're leaving it up to the courts right now to make those decisions on a case-by-case basis, and ending sometimes with different determinations. I think that this particular bill provides for more guidance for both workers themselves and employers as to when a worker is under enough control by the hiring company that they should be treated as employees. I think that the questions that we have are more around the mechanics of how to make this bill work when a worker is employed by several different companies, right? And how to figure out the accrual system for their benefits and making sure that this translates into a real benefit, that there's sufficient accruals for the workers to take advantage of. The last thing I would say about that, though, is that, I mentioned that we had not hired any additional individuals at the agency to handle the incoming work, but we do have some vacancies in our division of Office of Labor Policy and Standards, which we are hoping to fill to be able to handle the additional number of workers that will be covered by this very important legislation. Yes.
So that makes a lot of sense to me, and that'll just be my second and final question, goes to the resources that you would need to implement both the safe and sick leave expansion, but also the just cause legislation. And I'll just flag a few things and then get your response. What you said there, you have some vacant lines in the safe and sick leave division, but you'll need to be able to hire on them. And so in budget advocacy, we need to make the case to the mayor and work in budget to make clear that these are essential positions that cannot be pegged. If we're going to provide safe and sick leave for essential workers, then you need to have the staff to be able to do it. I'm glad you can do that on the lines you have, but they need to be able to be filled, and we've got to make sure OMB doesn't try to peg them. And then I guess I just want to ask you, and Councilmember Kalos may come back to this, you testified when we have the hearing on the Just Cause bill that would cover fast food workers, that you thought it was, as you said today, a good next generation protection, but that you'll need the resources to be able to stand that protection up. And I guess it sounds like you're saying you don't have those resources, you don't have any lines yet, both to do any rule promulgating and to then have the staff needed for that just cause protection. It seems to me the same thing is true. Like, protecting essential workers is essential government work. And so we'll need to make sure in the budget, if we want to pass these bills and provide these protections, that you have the resources that would be necessary to make them meaningful. And I'd appreciate your response.
Yeah, so with respect to the Just Cause bill, certainly I said before 3 months ago, when we're in a very different economy, right? I said that we would need resources to stand up a completely new program for us, which would be the arbitration program. So that's even more of a reality right now, right? When the fiscal crisis is affecting everyone, including our city resources. So we certainly would need additional funding for that. It's a program, that we have questions about who would pay for the arbitrators, who would pay for the translation. So it's not work that we are currently doing. It's not work we can just absorb within the current enforcement programs that we have, but would need to be part of the consideration as you finalize the language in the legislation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Powers, followed by Councilmember Yeager.
Time starts.
And thank you to Chair Miller, thank you to Councilman Kalos, Lander, and everybody else working on legislation today. On Councilmember Lander's bill, which is around the essential pay, I want to thank him. I believe thank him and others for their efforts to try to protect workers here. We have heard from a number of those who are employers about the potential concern when you talk about maybe size and also the scale of the pay scale. I wanted to ask you, just first category here is what businesses would be covered by this as presently drafted. This is to the administration. Two, any concerns around adverse impacts here. I do have concern that at the size that we're presenting it right now, I think there's a way to scale it up. That some of the grocery stores and others that have been open up right now, there may be an adverse impact to them. But I wanted to ask, any concerns around impact or cost, and particularly, can you define to us what businesses you think, practically speaking, this applies to? And I'll start there. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. So let me just start by saying that we certainly very much agree with Sponsor Combo on the need to make sure that
I'm sorry. Yes,
to make sure that our essential workers who are providing these very important essential services are compensated accordingly, right? They're taking risks so that we can shelter in place and have access to what we need to keep ourselves healthy. And many of these workers are workers who actually don't have access to safety nets and the kinds of benefits that other workers do enjoy. So certainly we agree very much on the intent. I am sure you will hear directly today from the businesses and their concerns with having to take this on during this time of crisis. It is, we are in an unprecedented time, obviously, and I think that there are questions around whether some companies, some businesses in New York that are operating under very thin margins would be able to break even or continue to operate if they have to now pay this additional premium pay. We are very much committed to continuing to pressure the federal government on this. I know that our Federal Affairs Office has been engaging with the congressional delegation and Senator Schumer to make sure that we are reviewing and supporting various proposals, and that we're hoping to see some movement on them either today or tomorrow. I would just also add that from the testimony of some of the workers we heard from today, it's no secret that there are some well-established companies that are earning even higher profits today than they were before the crisis, right? And it seems to me like that it's very appropriate to require them to foot the bill on the premium pay for their workers. I just think that these are decisions that difficult right now, and that we want to make sure that we are creating an environment where, we want right now new businesses to take on additional risks to maybe provide the city with the manufacturing of PPE that we need. There are some businesses that where full service restaurants that are now only doing takeout and delivery, right? And so
just out of respect for time, because I only have a minute left,
sure.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to see if I could ask one or two more questions. I share your concerns here, which is that there are some employers here who are going to be, I think, adversely impacted and asked to shoulder, and I have to shoulder a cost burden here that it's going to be unsustainable and potentially have an adverse impact of, making them reduce their shift sizes, reduce their headcount. But can you just talk to us about which businesses you think are covered by that bill? Which businesses, practically speaking, I know we're not going to cover everybody, but it's over 100 employees that I think are open right now. So can you talk to us which industries or businesses, and also based on the ownership, I think, structure here, what industries or areas would be covered by that?
Well, so from the legislation as drafted, all businesses that are providing essential services and their essential workers will be covered. We have questions about whether workers who, the premium pay would be due to workers who are actually employed, who are working physically at the job, during the workplace, or workers who are providing essential services but telecommuting. We're not sure if the intent is to also cover contractors or subcontractors of these businesses. So these are questions that we also have as to the extent of the how we're defining essential businesses, and it's something that is, a definition coming from the state, not from the city.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My time is up, but I will say I think it is a good intention and it's a good program. I think we will probably require federal funding in order to be able to fully fund it, and it's hard to ask some of the businesses right now that I think are struggling to take on the burden of the cost. But I think Senator Schumer and others have discussed doing this at the federal level with funding or have federal funding for it. I think that's probably the best route for this. So thank you, and I apologize. It is Majority Leader Cumbo's bill, and I apologize for that. But thanks to all for your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Yeager, followed by Councilmember Kalos.
Time starts now.
And Commissioner, thank you for being here today. I'm going to make a brief statement. I'm going to have some questions. Our essential workers, our healthcare, public safety, public transportation, our food workers, particularly who show up, who keep businesses running. And it's important to remember that the businesses that are serving food, the businesses that are serving essential goods, they are literally the last part of our economic engine in this city that are still functioning. They deserve our thanks. They deserve the benefits that they receive. They deserve the pay, and they actually deserve the applause that they're getting every single day. They're keeping our shelves stocked. They're keeping our families fed. That can all be true, and at the same time, Intro 1918 could be illegal for the city council to enact. Intro 1918 sets up a minimum wage scheme. By any name, that's what it is. It requires an amount of pay based on the number of hours worked, and it makes it unlawful to pay less than the amount that's stated in the law. If that's not a minimum wage, I don't know what is. If this is enacted and it becomes law, an employer would pay less than what is stated in the law, the employer would, in essence, be violating a minimum wage statute. The City of New York has no legal authority to enact a minimum wage statute. That is completely 100% unquestionably and uncontrovertibly within the province of the state of New York. How do we know? Because the city wanted to raise minimum wage beyond the $15, and it couldn't, and it didn't. And in fact, there was a negotiation that required that resulted in the city having a larger and higher minimum wage than surrounding places, because the city pushed hard to get it, but we could only get it because Albany did it. Councilman Lander earlier today asked a series of questions and asked if we can answer yes to those. I think it's possible to answer yes to all those questions and still recognize that Intro 1918 is beyond the council's legal authority to enact. I want to say something else. Last couple of days in hearings, those who are paying attention, my colleagues, there have been a number of bills that have had great intentions, that have been for the purpose and intent of making life better for the people of New York in an incredibly difficult moment of time, incredibly difficult moment in our history. People are suffering immensely. They are both economically, financially, obviously, but in terms of the people that they've lost, in terms of their neighbors, their friends, their families, spiritually, our spirit is down in the city. We do have to do things to make their lives better. It is possible to want to do those things. It is possible to find the things to do, and to still recognize that there are some things we want to do that we can't legally do. And with only 2 minutes left, Commissioner, I'll turn to you and ask you, have you studied Intro 1918? Do you have a legal opinion from your agency, from counsel to your agency, whether or not the city has the legal authority to enact this statute?
Thank you, Council Member, for your question. And so what I would say right now is that the law department has been having discussions and phone calls with the council to discuss any concerns with the language in the legislation. So I am going to leave those discussions to the law department and the council. They'll be in the best place to hash out, what language seems appropriate.
I may, Commissioner, and I only have a few seconds, so I appreciate the answer, but I do want to state the following. That's not the best place for a law to be written and for a law to be aired. And with all due respect, and I appreciate what you're saying, for the law department to have offline, off the books, secret conversations behind the scenes with members of the council staff about how to draft a law while we're sitting here having a hearing, and your agency can't tell us whether you are legally allowed to enforce this law if it were to be enacted. It seems to me to be perhaps not on your part, at least a dereliction of someone's duty, maybe us in the council more than anybody else. But the city corporation council is our lawyer, it's the city's lawyer. And we do deserve to have an opinion from them or from you as to whether or not this law will be enforced if it were to become law. As I sit today with 25 seconds left, so you can take whatever time after the bell goes, I am hearing that you are not able to tell us that you're able to enforce it.
No, that is not what I said. But I did say that the law department and the council are working to make sure that whatever language ends up in the bill is it passes legal muster. And I would say we are used to having legal challenges to many of our laws in the books, but we have to date being able to actually survive a lot of those legal challenges. So I am confident that we'll arrive at good language.
And my time is up. I thank you very much, Commissioner. I thank you for being here. I'll have more questions for future witnesses in this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalos, followed by Majority Leader Combo.
Clock starts now.
Thank you to the chair and to everyone involved in this hearing. I want to also thank Councilmember Rosenthal for deferring to sponsors, and I ask that she be put back on the list since she was initially first, right after Councilmember Cumbo, another sponsor. Commissioner Salas, in your testimony, you raised hesitation regarding just cause legislation. My daughter is in the background. This is the new normal, but so just to figure out where we have commonality. So Commissioner Salas, if a person is working as an essential worker, and they don't have access to PPE, and their employer's out there saying, oh, no, we're giving access, and that employee is safe, should that employee have a protected right to ask for PPE?
Yes, so I just want to make clear that I testified about 3 months ago now on a just cause bill that was even broader than the what we're looking at today, and fully in support of that, right? Okay. And so I'm not changing my testimony with regards to the benefits and protections. Yes.
Okay, and then your testimony, you said it would be challenging to absorb the new regulatory responsibilities. Can you just expand on that further for no longer than 30 seconds?
Absolutely. So I think that the intention of this legislation is a great one, and you want this to be a real benefit to workers and not attaching resources to a new set of laws. An arbitration program would certainly take significant resources, and it's not something that already is in place at the agency. It will be completely new for us, and
Okay.
their arbitration, yes. So that's what the costs are.
Does your agency have investigators?
We do have investigators.
And your agency regularly appears before oath on violations?
Absolutely.
What if the legislation were to move the arbitration unit and mediation unit over to oath so that you can continue to act as a investigatory and prosecutorial body and have a judicial body handling the arbitrations and any cases?
You know, I believe that there's definitely discussions we can have to make sure that this ends up being a strong bill, but also takes into account the resources that it will take to happen. So yes, I mean, I think that seems like already something that we're currently doing, right? Appearing before oath. So it feels like a more feasible program for us to take on. But we'd love to keep having the discussions because the devil is in the details, obviously.
And I guess one other thing, your agency already has a lot of workers' protections that you're overseeing, whether it's paid sick or others. We've gotten a lot of outreach from anyone who runs a business, from for-profits to nonprofits, and their concern is if they do a across-the-board furlough, or they are only doing deliveries, so they have to lay off the wait staff, or they're whatever it is, they're a big company or a small company, they're a nonprofit doing business with the city cuts SYEP, now they have to lay off all of their SYEP staff, and they're concerned, well, what happens now? People can just drag me into DCA over anything, and I have to prove why, what have you. Can you just share how you currently deal with regulations and how you would deal with something where, like, just cause, where just the employer says, okay, within 7 days, this is the reason. It was a furlough because of the pandemic. It was because you were late, XYZ. How that's dealt with at other portions of your agency.
So I would say I echo what Councilmember Lander mentioned about the legislation needing to include some language that gives some flexibility for situations like the one you just described, right? When the layoffs may be financially necessary to maintain the business afloat. But in reality, like, we are used to handling retaliation cases, sadly, way too often. We've had close to 800 retaliation cases at the agency in the last few years. And that means a lot of workers are getting fired or losing their jobs because they're speaking up about their rights. So certainly these are the kinds of cases we're used to hearing, we're used to resolving. And today, especially now, understanding the financial companies have, we are making sure that we are prioritizing, again, we're getting workers relief, and in many cases, just getting the employers to come into compliance quickly, right? And we're not seeking to try to get civil penalties right now if we understand that there's financial stress. So we're trying to be very thoughtful in our approach to enforcement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll hear from Majority Leader Cumbo, followed by Council Member Adams.
Thank you. I'm having a little technical difficulty. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. I wanted to first thank all of the workers who have testified. Your courage is incredible, and you are essentially the civil rights leaders of our time and today, and your courage will make it better for so many others. I wanted to go back to questioning in terms of looking at the minimum wage. When I first came into the city council, it was the city of New York that forced the conversation, that forced ultimately what became the $15 an hour minimum wage. Is a fight that began in City Hall, in fast food restaurants, in McDonald's, in Burger King, in Wendy's. shutting those restaurants down here in New York City and bringing this issue to the forefront certainly brought about a change that is permeated throughout New York State as well as this country. And so my question, you mentioned in terms of the federal government's response. With the federal government's response in terms of with Intro 1918, what other opportunities or spaces or places can we see this particular legislation enacted? Where else could the support come from? And also wanted to follow up, how do you think not-for-profits, what responsibility do you believe the city, the state, or the federal government or not-for-profits have in terms of implementing 1918?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And thank you again for speaking up on behalf of all our heroes in New York. Certainly, I think that, again, this is a moment where we can take the advantage that there are conversations being had right now on both sides of the aisle about including some kind of hazard pay, premium pay in the next upcoming stimulus bill. So I think, we should definitely continue to put pressure there because it is about local workers responding to a national crisis, right? This crisis is much bigger than New York City, and we need the help. We need the workers to get paid accordingly, but we also want to make sure that some of the businesses that are struggling to keep up and stay open, that don't see this as a disincentive for continuing to doing business in New York City. I think that you are absolutely right that these are moments where the city can be leading, not just with legislation, but also with being very vocal. You saw the response, the quick response we got this time from the state and federal governments to implement paid sick leave laws, right? That weren't in the books for a long time. Only the city had paid sick leave protections for the last 5-6 years. And it's such a life-saving benefit. So this is the moment where we need to think about what other protections need to be had for workers who are providing these key essential services that will contribute to our public health, right? And our long-term financial stability in the city. So I think that the legislation also, as proposed 1918, yes, I mean, there's a question about how not-for-profits would be able to take on this additional burden because my understanding is that, obviously there will be funding required for that. So everything will take money. And I think that is a question really for us, for you, for the council, and for the administration to make decisions on as to where can we put in the few resources that we have right now and invest to build and rebuild stronger.
Have you seen any collaborations between private industry with city, state, and federal entities to create a space where hazard pay, or what I also call essential pay, could be created so that entities are working together so that the, I guess, for lack of a better word, the burden of providing workers with essential pay doesn't fall on one particular entity exclusively?
Mm-hmm. So I would say that some of my sister agencies have been much more focused on this, on the effort of making sure that we're thinking creatively about where are other sources of funding that we could get to help with the needs that we have right now in New York City, right? So for instance, I know just a couple of weeks ago, there was an announcement that the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs was able to identify private funding that will be designated for those families in New York City that don't currently have access to benefits. So there are definitely opportunities, and I know the Small Business Services Office is also thinking about where are the gaps in funding for our small businesses in New York City who may be too small to qualify for any type of federal loan program or grant program. So certainly we need to continue to have the discussions and partner closely with the private sector and with foundations on this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Adams, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Clock starts now. Thank you very much. And thank you to the chair for this very important hearing. Thank you to all of my colleagues for your legislation. Something for us all to take a look at to protect our very valuable workers who have indeed been ignored during this pandemic. So, Commissioner, it's good to see you. I'd just like to probe a little bit deeper into the questioning that the majority leader just asked regarding 1918 and the impacts on nonprofits. How do you see improvements to this legislation surrounding nonprofits? Nonprofits that have, since the pandemic, have been extending themselves to their workers, already providing more overtime, wages, et cetera. Nonprofits who are fundraisers themselves. How do you see this bill impacting them, and what suggestions, if any, would you have to improve it?
Thank you so much for the question, and I wish I could say I have a great answer for that. I'm not sure that I do. I mean, maybe some colleagues in my office can jump in and help me out here. But the one thing that I would say is that we, as an agency that already contracts with several nonprofits, right, as vendors who provide very, very essential services through our Office of Financial Empowerment, for instance, the free tax preparation services and the financial counseling work, which right now are, we find it to be venues where people in our communities are able to access information they need. And it's super important that we continue to provide those services through our vendors. Certainly, there isn't a plan right now to add additional funding in the budget to then pass on to these vendors, right? And so if the legislation includes them as providing essential services, being essential businesses, I'm not really sure what would happen, right? I'm not sure that they'll be able to meet these premium pays and compensate their own workers. I don't have an answer.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, would you ever recommend that nonprofits be excluded from the legislation?
I haven't, I mean, just for financial resources, I would say that it definitely will place the strain on the city, right? It would come back to the city to have to increase the funding. So I'm not sure that that I have a better answer than that right now.
And Councilmember, this is Steve Etznani. I think all of these questions are extremely well-founded and well-articulated, but it really just also underscores the need for the federal government to step in.
Absolutely.
That I think solves so many of these problems, and I give a lot of credit and kudos to this administration in terms of working with our congressional delegation to ensure that any second, third order, fourth order stimulus packages from the Congress include premium pay.
I couldn't agree with you more. And being from Southeast Queens with Chair Miller, we are very much in touch with our Congressman Meeks, who has been a champion for us and continues to do so. So I absolutely agree with you. And thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Chair Rosenthal, sorry, Councilmember Rosenthal, and then we will go back to the chair.
Clock starts now.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank the speaker and Chair Miller for having this incredibly important hearing. Government has a critical role in protecting and supporting all of these workers. I want to thank the bill sponsors for initiating these critical discussions. And I really want to thank the workers, Maria from the New York Nail Salon workers and the others who took the time to testify this morning to lay the groundwork for the necessity of this legislation. I am in full support of the intent of this legislation, and I want to continue the line of questions that Councilmember Adams just brought up. We must confirm that all nonprofit providers who have a contract with the city and are providing essential frontline services are fully funded to cover the cost of these expenses. Now, I understand the response about waiting for the federal government to come through with the money. And however, as I've said repeatedly, you know, of course we have to be efficient with our resources. Our revenues are down around $10 billion. However, the city cannot be intimidated into passing an austerity budget. Funding to support the ideals of these bills must be guaranteed by all levels of government so that the nonprofit providers who are the frontline essential workers, along with grocery store, nail salon, the workers at Amazon, and including the additional staff that will be needed by Commissioner Salas's agency, as you mentioned, for the increased demand for financial empowerment services as we move along here. I strongly urge that we collaborate with the human services sector in particular in either amending these bills, as they are the ones who directly support our city's most vulnerable, by supporting domestic violence survivors, people with disabilities, people who are undocumented, people who are homeless and hungry, or we have to add the funding as a critical component as a part of this legislation. We cannot financially burden these organizations any more than we already do. So what I'm really wondering is if there's a representative from the administration here at this hearing who can tell us the city's plan to address the impact of this legislation on our New York City nonprofit human service providers. And I would like to hear from them their willingness to support financially this critically important legislation.
Councilmember Rosenthal, this is Lorelei Salas. I appreciate your question and your concerns. You stated exactly, you put on the table all of the issues that need to be addressed. And I, obviously I believe these questions are better answered by our Office of Management and Budget and Management and Budget, but I am not sure that we have anyone on the hearing today who can answer these questions.
No, Commissioner, I very clearly, I was clear in my question in noticing that you're not the person who can answer, but the administration knew we were having this hearing. It's a sort of obvious question. And I just want to clarify that the administration did not have anyone prepared for this hearing to answer that question. Is that accurate? And
so
I'm sorry to put you in the position to answer that question.
So council member, this is Steve Etanani. I think part of the concerns that the commissioner and DCWP have outlined with the legislation is really getting a grapple. And I think this hearing is an incredible venue to kind of articulate what is the scope and breadth of this legislation, what is council's intent, and then establishing that intent, and then having a work back, including a fiscal analysis that makes sense so that we're not choosing winners and losers in this crisis. And most definitely, we do not want our nonprofits, as the commissioner mentioned, that we have contracts with and that deliver so many critical services to New Yorkers being on the losing end of that. So I think this hearing is an incredible venue for us to get the scope and intent from council, and then doing a work back from there to ensure that if this passes into law, that we have robust services and that all employees equally on the front lines are getting the pay that they deserve.
Thank you.
We have one more council member question. Councilmember Ulrich.
Clock starts now.
Hi there, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me and everybody's in good health. I've been listening to the hearing since we started, and I just want to thank the chairs for putting this together and for everybody's input and participation. I've been listening to all the testimony, and I just have a few questions about the bill that I'd like to be addressed, and then offer my point of view if I can, and see what the administration thinks about it. First, I represent a district in Queens that is comprised of many small businesses that have been adversely affected by not only COVID, but many of whom are still struggling to recover since Hurricane Sandy. And I've heard from a number of these small business owners. Many of them are women and minority-owned businesses or immigrant-owned businesses. And they are concerned about the impact that some of this legislation would have on their ability to remain in business in the future. God forbid we are faced with another pandemic such as the COVID crisis that we're in right now. The concern I have regarding the language of the bill is a little bit more specific. I think it says in there that this will go into effect is it a declared state of emergency? Can the committee counsel, the bill sponsor, clarify that point for me? Like, at what point does this kick in for the benefit? Can somebody clarify that? Is that clear? Is it a mayoral executive order? Is it a state executive or federal disaster declaration? What constitutes the duration or the start of the pandemic or the crisis?
Is there someone from the council who wants to address this?
Well, I guess, all right, maybe I'll let somebody look into that while I sort of digress here. The other concern I have is that, so many of these businesses operate on such a thin profit margin, and they're struggling as it is. I think adding another unfunded mandate on top of all the other regulations and taxes and things that they're already responsible for would deal a devastating blow to their ability to stay in business. As it is right now, I've spoken to a lot of businesses that have closed as a result of this crisis that are not going to reopen. I think in the outer boroughs in particular, in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx, Staten Island, we will see a lot of businesses that don't reopen, even when they're allowed to reopen, because they didn't qualify or get the PPP loan, or because they were operating on such a thin profit margin before this whole thing started that when this happened, it really just bankrupted them, or because their employees went and found other jobs because they needed to work, and now they can't go back to the place where they used to work. That is a real crisis that a lot of small businesses are facing right now in the city. And I understand the intentions of these bills is to help the frontline workers and the people that have been there for us. But I don't want that to have such a negative impact on the small business community in the city that they are not able to fully recover. And as a result, when we fully reopen the economy, and God willing that happens soon, and God willing we get a vaccine, and God willing things get back to quote unquote normal, that those businesses will be able to open. I don't think a lot of them will be able to reopen because I've spoken to so many of them, and they're concerned about their situation now, and they're very concerned about some of the impacts that these bills are going to have on their ability to stay in business during a crisis and then continue to stay in business thereafter. So I'm very concerned about it. I think the nonprofit community is very concerned. I know my colleagues have expressed that already. That's a real concern that people have. There seems not even to be a mechanism in the bill for a business or an industry to get a waiver, okay, if a certain percentage of their revenue is totally reliant upon government contracts, for instance, or grant money or other things like that. There's no waiver, there's no opt-out. It's pretty much this broad stroke of, we're going to impose these unfunded mandates on all these industries and all these businesses throughout the city. I just think it's very, very, I think again, the intentions are good. I just think it's very problematic for the small business community, not the big guys, not the big corporations, but for the small business community in the city that are already struggling, I don't think that this is going to be very helpful to them. And I just want to say that on the record and express that. And I would like some of those specific concerns about the language of the bill addressed, if I can have that done by the committee council.
Councilmember Ulrich, I would just say quickly that at least with respect to Intro 1918, the essential business is defined by the executive order from the state, from the New York State Department of Economic Development. I do think that in the legislation, it is not clear when this particular legislation would sunset, but I know that the city council committee working on this can give you more information.
Okay, is there anybody from the committee council or from the bill sponsor that can address that point? You know, exactly when does the pandemic start? When does it end? You know, that's a real concern and something that I think has to be clarified in the bill. Okay, I guess nobody's able to answer that right now, but I want to thank the chairs again. I want to thank the sponsors of the bill. Again, I think it will have an adverse effect on the small business community. I'm hoping that we can reconsider some of the finer points of the legislation. If the city really wants this to happen, the city should pay for it and reimburse the small businesses for implementing the bill and not impose it on them in such a draconian way. But again, I want to thank everybody, and I look forward to hearing everybody else's comments.
Councilmember Cumbo.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Ulrich, this bill was based primarily on the governor in terms of the timing. So when we look at it, we're looking at it from the time and the place in which Governor Cuomo issued Executive Order 202.6 or New York State on pause, which mandated that all non-essential businesses be closed and also delineated guidelines for what should be labeled an essential business. So this particular, if you're referring to 1918, the timing is working, I would say at this point, roughly with the governor's office in terms of how they are mandating when closures happen and when we restart. So this was basically based off of Governor Cuomo's pause. But what I also want to say is that the challenge that we continue to deal with is that while you stated that many businesses are going to, after we reopen or come back online, that a lot of businesses are going to find that they're closed. But my challenge is if we continue to do business as usual, not giving workers their protections, we're going to come back and a lot of workers are going to be dead. So it's really this, very real situation in terms of a closed business or a dead staff or dead employees. I think what we're hearing in terms of what a lot of people are discussing today is that there needs to almost be a bifurcation of this legislation in terms of we recognize that the mom and pops cannot sustain or survive with this legislation as was mandated. But we have to be able to look further and beyond that. And it was discussed in many ways that the larger giants like the Amazons of the world who are making a lot of money, we need to figure out how do we capture them in this legislation while also figuring out more creative ways to assist those organizations who do have essential workers but have not financially benefited at this time. So these questions are definitely helpful in guiding us how we can come to a stronger understanding of what type of legislation we need to put forward.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ulrich. And I didn't get a chance, but I certainly want to acknowledge the members of the committee that are here and the timeliness of the members of the committee. And I did notice that Councilmember Ulrich, all the way from the great borough of Queens, was the first one at the hearing, along with the Queens College, which doesn't usually happen when we are traveling the hour and a half throughout the city. So I want to acknowledge Council members Orridge, Adams, Rosenthal, Lewis, and Moya of the committee. We were also joined by Council members Kalos Yeager, Powers, Cumbo, and Danny Drum as well. And if I missed anyone, someone's on the line, I will shout you out, but I certainly want to thank you all for participating in the hearing, and looking forward to hearing from Commissioner Banks on the pre-considered reso as well. So if Nusat, you can call the roll for the rest of the folks that are testifying.
Yes, we will now hear from Steve Banks. Begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor for convening this important hearing. My name's Stephen Banks, and I serve as the first Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel at the New York City Office of Labor Relations. I'm here to discuss the pre-considered intro that would provide health insurance for the surviving spouses and children of city employees who died from COVID-19 complications. First, on behalf of Commissioner Campion and Mayor de Blasio, I want to express the appreciation and gratitude to all city employees who've answered the call of duty during this global pandemic. It can't be overstated how important public employees are and have been in assisting the residents of the city in a time of great need. From the healthcare workers and first responders who continue to report to the front lines of this crisis each and every day, to those who are working from home to make sure that many different types of city services can continue uninterrupted. It's without question or debate that the entire workforce has stepped up and has served the city with distinction. Each death of a city employee is a terrible loss for our extended 380,000 member family, and we mourn the loss of each city employee who's fallen victim to this virus, which just magnifies the ongoing tragedy that's affecting all aspects of city life. With respect to the bill in question, the city appreciates the bill's intention, but believes that a different type of framework needs to be established that appropriately compensates the families of our heroes who've continued to work during this pandemic. We believe that the appropriate initial forum for this topic, and some have mentioned it before, is the U.S. Congress and our congressional delegation. COVID-19, as others have said during this hearing, is a nationwide issue, and cities and states throughout the country need the federal government to step up and fund a benefit to compensate those who are left behind. The need for federal intervention is particularly acute in light of the major budgetary challenges facing the city and many other municipalities in the aftermath of this pandemic. As the mayor has said, discussions are ongoing about federal assistance to states and localities, including the stimulus packages that have been referenced earlier this year. And we want to look at taking care of the heroic efforts of our essential workers. And we're hopeful that that assistance is secured for the workers and their families in the upcoming weeks. Proposals for action by the federal government have been suggested or advanced, and many deserve very serious consideration. An example of an appropriate congressional action is the bill proposed by Representatives Nadler and Rose, which would expand the eligibility for the Public Safety Officers Benefit Program to include a COVID-19 diagnosis as a federally compensable injury. Last year, the cash payment under that federal program was approximately $360,000 per family. Another example that has been suggested is the creation of a compensation fund similar to the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund to address the long-term needs of survivors of city employees who have passed away. Such a construct also merits very serious consideration, and we look forward to working hand in hand with our New York City congressional delegation and supported by the families, our labor partners, you, the City Council, to advocate for and to ensure passage of a viable mechanism at the federal level to ensure that families are protected. Apart from the open question of federal assistance, the current draft of the pre-considered bill presents some administrative hurdles. Mechanically, under the current law, all applicable survivor health benefits flow from approved accidental death benefits by an applicable pension system, whether that's NYSERS or the police pension fund or the fire pension fund, whichever pension system is applicable. And that's based on a finding that an employee's death was a proximate result of an accident or injury sustained in the performance of duty. That includes deaths related to 9/11, as the pension system would make this determination based on state law and the presumptions contained therein. As drafted, an additional category for COVID-19 related deaths would be added that would be unrelated to any pension benefit and would require a separate analysis in order to determine eligibility. The Office of Labor Relations Employee Benefits Unit processes health insurance applications, but does not have the personnel or expertise of the pension systems, including medical review boards of licensed physicians, to determine whether a particular death resulted from, quote, a complication related to the coronavirus disease, as is indicated in the bill. In addition, it's unclear in the bill whether the addition of this category for survivor health benefits would require any causal relationship, even by presumption, with the individual's employment. I want to thank you again for holding a hearing on this very important topic, which has sadly impacted too many of New York City employees' families. I want to again express the appreciation and gratitude to all city employees who've answered the call of duty during this global pandemic, and to mourn those who we have lost. And we will continue to do all we can to support our workforce and the family of those who have passed away. We recommend that federal action be taken as soon as possible, as it represents the most appropriate initial focus of this important effort that would provide a solution on a broad nationwide scale. We look forward to working with the council, the families, labor, as well as our partners at the state and federal level to follow a path that thoughtfully addresses the important topic of compensation for the families of employees who have died from COVID-19. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Commissioner Banks. I appreciate your testimony. I also appreciate your monetary concerns and the fact that what we've seen in the past, in particular, dealing with 9/11, the lives that were lost in compensation from 9/11, that there was obviously there's a droga and other monies that were responsible for those monetary compensations. But historically, I think over the past 6 years, we've done 5 or 6 pieces of legislation that provided for health benefits for surviving dependents of members killed during the line of duty. Most recently, NYPD, traffic enforcement, DOT, DEP, and others. So my question is very specifically about these benefits, and it is the committee's understanding that the source of the survivors' health benefits provided for to the deceased family members under Local Law 32, formerly NCHO 785, was the general fund. And I know you mentioned something about individual pension funds, but I would like to dive in that as well. Is that, but as a matter of clarity, those last 5 that we did introduce in the council and the mayor signed and passed into law, which provided benefits for those survivors, surviving family members, were they not from the general fund?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Miller. I can clarify that. You know, the reference that I made to the pension systems in my testimony was about the determination that a given incident, accident, situation that caused an employee's death is eligible for, initially the pension benefit, and then the health benefit would flow from that. So that's the current structure that we have for both an accidental death generally and for 9/11 as well. The applicable pension system would make the determination as to eligibility, and the health benefits would flow from that. So that was the issue that I raised about the pension systems. The source of the money for the health insurance coverage is not something that I'm intimately familiar with, but I can certainly follow up and get back to you on that, within the next day or two.
So that would be good, because I think that is the primary concern here. Obviously, would not the I take that certainly not the primary concern, because obviously we've demonstrated in the past that we value these workers while they're providing services for our city and our municipality, and we should provide them certainly in their death when, as a result of their actions, they were, they perished in the line of duty, or having contracted a disease or sickness by virtue of work. So, do you know that there are, you know what, I appreciate the fact that you said that you're going to get back, because I do have a number of questions that you may or may not be able to answer as it relates to the cost of the benefit and where that cost would lie. Is it a shared cost? Certainly, we cannot put a cost on healthcare. And the other thing is, in this moment, what happens is that, before we find ourselves, before we come out of this pandemic, there are families that are going to find themselves without benefits because they have lost their loved one. And certainly that is not something that the city wants on us to bear. There are families out there whose loved ones have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we cannot provide health benefits for them in the interim. And I don't foresee, by the way, that's anything monetary would merely pay for COBRA, an extension of the benefits, but I think that it is the responsibility of the city to be able to continue those benefits as we have done in the past. So maybe it would be easier if you could explain how the healthcare benefits are paid for 9/11 survivors.
Sure. So, I first of all, I think that we agree with you on the need for a comprehensive set of benefits for these families, and that's why we're, very clearly calling on the federal government to step up and provide a comprehensive package of benefits. Before I get to the 9/11, which you had just asked about, in terms of issues of cost, I can tell you that the employer's cost for a family health insurance plan under the city's program is a little over $22,000 a year. And then obviously the overall cost would be dependent on the age of individuals, spouses, and dependents, and the number of individuals who would be eligible as well. In terms of 9/11, what I mentioned earlier is that the current set of benefits includes federal, state, and city, right? So the federal Victims Compensation Fund was originally established and then codified later and made permanent more recently, and that provides a series of benefits at the federal level. At the state level, there are pension statutes regarding individuals who met the eligibility requirements by working on 9/11 or shortly thereafter, and have contracted a certain enumerated diseases or illnesses thereafter. And then at the city level, the health insurance would flow from that pension determination. So that's, one of the issues that I raised is the consideration of this bill in the absence of any pension consideration leaves the question of who would make the determination of eligibility at this time. And that's one distinction with the 9/11 situation. But ultimately, the 9/11, the primary benefit is a federal benefit, which we think is an appropriate analogy here, although the situation, as we sit here today in May, we're still kind of in the middle of it, and we don't know when, sadly, the effects of COVID-19 we expect are going to continue in the coming weeks and months. So unlike 9/11, which was an initial event and a cleanup, we're still in the middle of it. But I think that the series of benefits that are provided for 9/11 victims and families is an appropriate place to look. And there are definitely some analogies to draw there.
So we also have a resolution for the state legislators to pass and the governor to sign, which would provide pension benefits as well. Although I would not necessarily want to rely on the pension system to have to make that determination, considering the minutia of NYSER and how long it would take for actually to be able to deliver these pension benefits, these health benefits to surviving family members. To date, how many New York City employees have succumbed to COVID death? That you know.
Yeah, I think it's approximately 245, and obviously every single one is a tragedy. I mentioned that, you know, we have sort of a 380,000 member family of city employees, and so you know, we've been getting reports through City Hall from the agencies, and it's about 245 employees.
Have you begin to dissect how many were in the line of duty or how many were actually job related? You have a percentage, or you have any idea what that number would be?
No, I'm not aware. I mean, as you know, since this pandemic began, the city has really pivoted, as is obvious from the fact that we're doing this hearing by Zoom, right? The city has pivoted in terms of its employment, where we have many employees who are working from home. We have teachers who are doing their teaching remotely. I'm working from home right now. The breakdown of those employees who are still reporting to work sites and the timing of the contracting of the virus as it relates to that 245 is not something that that we've looked at.
Okay, so I know you said that the current cost for a family benefit is about $22,000. I think that's on the high end. I know in February, in February, the last legislation that we did was about $8,900, and they were not family benefits. And
yeah, so that's around $9,000 a year is the amount for individual coverage.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, which one would be applicable is dependent on how many dependents the employee would have left.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, our current cost for an individual plan is about $9,000, and for a family plan is about $22,000. And a family plan would apply if there's 2 or more people on it.
Right. Could you, just as a matter of clarity, what would be considered as mentioned in other legislation, and I know you were listening intently, and how we define essential workers? How do we now define line of duty? Would you be willing to leave that determination solely to the presiding pension system, or should the city have play a role in that, in providing not just access to information to determine that, but ultimately, you know, in that judgment of whether or not the person had lost their life due to COVID-19?
Yeah, so what I will say is that I think under any structure, it should be a medical determination, right? I think that often these questions about the connection between an incident or an accident and what caused someone to die is, you know, is very specifically related to what happened. So I know that each pension system has a medical review board that looks at cases, whether they're disabilities or claims for an accidental death benefit, and makes those decisions. So they certainly have the capacity, and that's kind of the structure we've used before, is that there's a determination made by the pension system that someone's eligible, for example, for an accidental death benefit, and then the health benefits would flow from that. So, you know, whether it's that structure or another one, I think that you need licensed physicians to be able to make an educated connection between the job and the injury or illness.
Okay. Are there any additional benefits that would be due a municipal employee by virtue of what is considered to be in the line of duty death?
So yeah, I mean, there certainly are, leaving where COVID falls aside, and you mentioned that there, is a resolution that talks about some of the state bills. There are existing benefits which apply to, what's commonly known as an ordinary death. If someone dies while they're in service, right, without having retired, or if it's a line of duty death, the benefits are different. There's layers of benefits depending on a number of factors, but there are benefits in place, whether it's an ordinary death or a line of duty death.
Do you know the difference in the two? Could you explain?
Yeah, I mean, just broadly speaking, the ordinary death benefit is generally a lump sum, and is commonly 3 times the employee's salary that would be paid to the surviving family. If someone, happens to have died while in active service. Line of duty death benefits are generally flow for a longer period of time as a replacement for a pension benefit. Mm-hmm. It might be, in some instances, 50% of the employee's salary or 100% of the employee's salary, and that would flow to a beneficiary for the remainder of the beneficiary's life. So that's the general difference, and there's a lot of nuances in the state pension law depending on tier and classification and all that sort of stuff.
Is there a difference between uniformed forces and the non-uniform employees?
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of order. I believe that there are differences, but it also might depend on the tier as well. So, I mean, if there's a specific comparison or question that you have, I could take that back and do a little bit of research. But I believe there are differences between some uniform staff and some civilian staff, but there's going to be other nuances as well.
Yeah, that is important to the committee as we move forward, and we want to know because, quite frankly, we know that the makeup of the city workforce, particularly those who live within the confines of New York City, are people of color, and there are, as we have seen in the past, there have been pension disparities as that have manifested themselves in times of crisis, as in so many others, as in people who, which was the reason why we did the 9/11 extended, which extended it to the non-uniform services, and so we just want to make sure that we're capturing the universe of public servants and not treating everyone equitably as we move forward. So. I'm going to. I would just ask that that we set some time aside to really drill down on the nuances of this legislation, along with Commissioner Campion, and do that. But I'm pretty sure that my colleagues have other questions about this legislation. But and I'll just pass it on to them for now. But certainly, I want to again reiterate that it is important that we take into account who those frontline workers are, who those municipal employees are that are being impacted. Quite frankly, it is a lot different from what we've seen in the past, who was answering the call, unlike 9/11, and suffice to say, we have lost already 3 times the folk that perished during 9/11. And certainly this is not a comparison, but it is putting us as a municipality on notice that we have right now about 13,000 families that have passed, that have been impacted, and as you said, at least 245 of them municipal workers. How do we address that? How do we not just compensate, but recognize those fallen heroes for their services, and by ensuring that their surviving dependents would have the quality of life that they would have been able to provide. So
Thank you. And we agree. And, you know, like I said during my testimony, I think having the federal government step up and do what's necessary during what's a nationwide pandemic would really be appropriate to achieve the goals that you just mentioned, Councilmember Miller. So we appreciate your efforts in that regard.
Yep. I would just be remiss if we did not highlight those individuals. You know, those individuals who Mr. Haj Malik, Idris Bey, the EMT who passed last week, who served in 9/11 and then was forced to continue to work and served as an instructor at Fort Totten. And because, you know, benefits are different and not equitable, that dedicated public servant continued to serve. And we want to make sure that his service in 9/11 and certainly his service during COVID-19 does not go unnoticed and unrewarded. And there's many Idris Beys in our community and throughout our city. And we want to recognize that the work that they have done, the value that they have brought to the city, their dedicated sacrifices and to humanity are certainly compensated for it. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here with this. So anyway, I want to hear from my colleagues who have questions.
If there are any council member questions for this panel, please use the Zoom raise hand function at this time. Seeing no questions, we will now turn to public testimony. Once more, I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom, and you will be called on after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin after setting the timer. All testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. The first 4 panelists will be Detective Paul DiGiacomo, Gloria Middleton, Oren Barzilay, and Mark Henry. I will now call on Detective Paul DiGiacomo.
Time starts now.
Gloria Middleton.
The detective appears to be muted. This is Sergeant at Arms Rafael Perez. We're still not picking you up, Detective. Can we please call the next witness so that until we can figure out the issues with the detective?
Gloria Middleton,
Time starts now.
I'm ready. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
please begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, council members, and committee members. My name is Gloria Middleton, President of Communication Workers of America, Local 1180. My union represents 9,000 active city administrative and private sector workers and almost 9,000 retirees. I am here today to speak about two proposals that have been put forth since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic as a means of helping the survivors of deceased essential workers. The first, T 2020-6139, would provide health insurance coverage for surviving family members of municipal employees who died as a result of a complication related to COVID-19. The second, 2020-6145, would automatically classify the deaths of all municipal employees who died from COVID-19 as line of duty deaths. I do not feel the need to talk about the merits of either one of these proposals, as I don't believe anyone on this virtual hearing, or anywhere for that matter, would argue the fact that essential workers who put themselves on the front lines during this pandemic and paid the ultimate price are just as much everyday heroes as the doctors and nurses who treated patients. In fact, what started out as a nightly 7 p.m. clap for healthcare workers in New York City to show appreciation for everything our doctors and nurses are doing to treat and care for the tens of thousands of patients turned into New Yorkers applauding essential workers as well. Why? Because it is our essential workers who are keeping buses and subways operational so those doctors and nurses can get to work. It is our essential workers inside New York City hospitals who are admitting patients, handing out face masks, cleaning and disinfecting, transporting patients, delivering meals, removing the deceased. Many of these are Local 1180 members. Some are members of other unions, but it does not matter because all are essential workers who daily come face to face with COVID-19. Many survive, some do not. I have essential workers from the Department of Correction who work on Rikers Island, essential workers who work at SNAP centers, and essential workers who every single day work with the escalating number of our city homeless population who are some of the most susceptible to COVID-19. Our essential workers are the behind the scenes heroes, the ones who too often do not receive the proper respect or accolades. Their deaths should undoubtedly be classified as line of duty, and their surviving spouses should be more than entitled to receive their health care benefits as a result. Funding these proposals is another matter. However, and I am well aware of the costs involved in doing so, but it's not like we as a city have not been down this road before in any recent history. I agree that funding should come from federal government to help sustain this. It is the federal government responsibility to step in and fund those proposals so survivors of our essential workers who died while on the job, surviving the city, their state, their country, are afforded the benefits they would have received had their spouses not sacrificed their own lives for the sake of others. I know my time is up. I could go on.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Oren Barzilay.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, the chair, the Nick Miller, and all the council members. My name is Oren Barzilay. I'm the president of the Uniformed EMTs, Paramedics, and Fire Inspectors of New York City Fire Department. I don't have a written testimony, but I came here today in support of all the intros and resolutions. FDNY EMS and fire inspectors have lost 6 members due to COVID-19. 1 as a result of suicide. I ask that we continue pushing forward with the line of duty death benefits. We cannot forget our men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. This city owes this to them, owes it to their family. Nobody that was called into duty, whether it's fire, EMS, police, sanitation, MTA, all essential workers should be recognized for sacrificing their life. I just hope that we don't wait 18 years as we did for September 11 benefits. Many of these people, families have long passed and still haven't seen any benefits. We need to be aggressive and push forward that benefits will be available to everyone. I'm also asking that the council continue pushing for sick leave benefits. As of now, they're only entitled to 14 unchargeable days for sick leave. Our members have been out longer than 14 days. This illness, this virus, sometimes takes 5-6 weeks to make you feel better. We have over 1,300 members who have suffered from COVID-19. They're back to work because they don't have the time. Some have stayed out, but they're not getting paid. So anything that you guys can do to help us will be greatly appreciated. And just to echo what some of the other members have said, we are here for the long haul. We're here to support each other. And I thank you all for bringing this to the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you. We will next hear from Mark Henry.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chairman Miller, for this opportunity to present on behalf of the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 1056. I am Mark Henry, Chair of the New York State Legislative Conference Board and President and Business Agent for Local 1056. My workers, primarily New York City transit workers serving all parts of Queens, the Bronx, and Manhattan, weren't able to shelter in place as many were able to, which meant their risk factor increased tremendously. Transit workers in general are all exposed to all sorts of dangers, but now with this virus, it made those dangers even worse. We were reclassified from regular workers to essential workers, and then eventually emergency workers. So we have endured a lot, and unfortunately, the mental strain, the physical strain of not knowing what's in front of us has caused its toll. Sadly, we have lost 8 members, and even this morning, I lost another member to this virus. These families, these countless friends, these co-workers have been impacted to levels that no one, I believe, can understand the gravity or the long-term effects that it will have on these families. The actions, unfortunately, of our agency was slow to respond, taking guidance from the CDC or the World Health Organization, put our members at risk, and in doing so, we lost lives. We understand, the financial burdens that are involved with this, but we also understand that these individuals paid the ultimate sacrifice. They came to work. They came to do their job for the city of New York, the state of New York, and we are essentially in full support, Chairman Miller, of your legislation calling on the law to engage, also engage the federal government that would automatically classify these deaths of municipal employees who have died from this virus as in the line of duty, and to provide some relief to these families that have lost their patriots, they have lost their sole providers, they have lost their heads of household to this virus, as a caveat for health insurance for those families during this time. These families deserve that as heroes working for the city and state of New York. I thank you again for the opportunity, and I wish everyone, please be safe, stay protected, and please wear your mask. Thank you so much. I'm here for any questions.
Is Paul back?
Paul.
Yeah.
Uh,
Veterans Endowment.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and we can call him when he becomes available. Okay. I just, once again, I
You
want
guys
to.
have me muted.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. Are we okay now?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor. I am Detective Paul DiGiacomo. I'm president of the New York City Detectives Endowment Association. I have the privilege of representing more than 17,000 active and retired New York City detectives. I submit this testimony in support of the preconsidered introduction to extend medical benefits to the surviving families of municipal workers who have died due to COVID-19 and the preconsidered resolution calling on the New York State Legislature to pass the law to classify all of such deaths as line of duty deaths. I would like to begin by recognizing the dedication and sacrifice of the doctors, nurses, and all of the healthcare workers and our first responder brothers and sisters in the NYPD, FDNY, EMS, as well as corrections, sanitation, transit, and all others that are out there every day ensuring the health and safety of New Yorkers. I want to also extend our sincere condolences to the families of all of those who have been taken away by this horrible virus. We have lost 5 of our brother detectives. We understand your loss and share your grief. COVID-19 is a silent and invisible bullet that kills and has proven to be far more dangerous and deadly than any terrorist attack or any criminal. It knows no boundaries and has no limits. Our members understand when we will be subjected to risk when we join our ranks. Despite this knowledge, we commit by swearing and fulfilling the oath to protect and serve. Upon taking that oath, we commit ourselves to be among those who run toward danger and others running to safety. The world saw our commitment on September 11, 2001, in its aftermath. As our members were among those who searched through the pile at Ground Zero and later on the Staten Island Fresh Kills landfill, as well as the city morgue, looking for any signs of those who were lost, anything to bring comfort and closure to the families of the almost 3,000 victims. Today, while our city is on lockdown and our neighborhoods are told to shelter at home, our members have been out there fulfilling that oath. These 5 have paid the ultimate price. Detective Cedric Dixon, the 22-year veteran of the NYPD, was the first member of the department to be taken away by this virus. He leaves behind 2 daughters. Detective Robert Cardona, a 19-year veteran, was stricken with cancer in the aftermath of 9/11, leaves behind an 8-year-old son. Detective Jack Palomini, a 23-year veteran, leaves behind wife Patricia. On April 13th, we lost 2 of our brother detectives. Detective Jeffrey Scalp, a 14-year veteran who leaves behind a wife and 3 daughters. And the most heartbreaking of all, Detective Raymond Abir, a 19-year veteran of the department and leaves behind a wife and 2 babies. He's 2 years old and his sister is 5-month-old infant who will never see her father. This being the darkest time in history for the rank of detective in the NYPD, losing 5 members in a 2-week period to the silent killer, the coronavirus. Just as we protect the surviving families of detectives struck down by perpetrators' bullet, we must protect those families who fall victim to COVID-19. We urge you to approve expeditiously the preconsidered bill and resolution in order to fulfill the sacred obligation owed to the families of Detectives Dixons, Cardona, Palomiri, Scalp, and Abir. I leave you with this final thought. These detectives who tragically died were not only putting themselves at risk as they served as New Yorkers across the city, they were likely to bring this deadly virus home to their loved ones. In fact, some of them did. And as we have this hearing today to ensure the families of our fallen get everything that they so much need, they currently have no health benefits to help them as they fight a sickness that took their husband, father, or son. Our heroes in New York City deserve to have those loved ones taken care of. They certainly earned it. Please take this all into consideration in your decision. Appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all of these presidents that work representing these frontline municipal workers, these New Yorkers that have continued to sacrifice and representing those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. I do want to kind of say that I've had the opportunity to work with each one of you, as well as some of your predecessors, and I know that immediately in the aftermath of 9/11, we went to work. And as Oren said, it took 18 years. In some cases, it took less. But the resiliency of the men and women representing these labor unions and these workers were resilient in doing so, and we have to be equally resilient in doing this. And so we will use the work that we've done in the past, certainly, to rely on what we're doing. This is an extender of what the work that we did in this past February, extending 9/11 benefits, and hopefully this is the framework and the catalyst for how we ensure that the families of those that were lost have the benefits that give them the quality of life that they so richly deserve, and as well as the pension piece. So I know that I can continue, depend on your continued support, be it here or in Albany. Certainly going to continue to look forward to working with each and every one of you. And thank you to all of your members for the work that you do each and every day, the sacrifice that are being made. And my office in the Committee for Civil Service and Labor remains open for conversation and to work with each and every one of you, as well as the members of the New York City Council. It is always a pleasure to work with those who are serving our community and give our city such value. So thank you. And I don't know if any of my colleagues have questions. If not, we will go on to the next panel.
The next panelists will be Catherine Wild, New York State Messenger and Courier Association, Sadeh Gebrselassie, excuse me if I've mispronounced that, and Amanda Bransford. Also, a reminder to all council members, if you have a question for any individual panelist, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. Catherine, you may begin your testimony.
Time
Thank
starts
you.
now.
Thank you. The business community certainly shares the compassion that's been expressed here by the council members and the legislation, and the tragedies over the loss of so many of our first responders and city workers, transit workers. And this is something really important. But as I listen to the testimony, the analogies to 9/11, we don't have the same kind of support from the rest of the country and from Washington, D.C. as we had after 9/11, when an attack on New York was described as an attack on America. You would think that the virus is almost our own fault in terms of its impact. Yet New York City has suffered 28% of the deaths in the entire country. We are the city in the world most impacted by this virus. We're facing now a real challenge to our future, the future not just of our economy, but our ability to keep people located here, our competitiveness with other states. We've got a real challenge ahead of us. And in our experience in 40 years at the partnership, working on a series of challenges, starting with the municipal crises of the 1970s and rebuilding the neighborhoods in the 80s, in our experience, this means that all parts of the city have to come together. This isn't about pitting workers against employers. It's not about tenants against landlords. This has to be all of us on one page fighting for the future of our city. We're not going to have the resources to simply solve all problems with public subsidies. We're going to have to work together and use a combination of public and private resources to do that. At this point, we think the legislation needs to be rethought that's been proposed in terms of the impact on business, employers, workers. That conversation needs to take place. We have to figure out what we're going to do. We're going to have 500,000 lost jobs. We have already 726,000 people have applied. New York City residents have applied for unemployment. We've got a huge displacement in our economy, and we can't do business as usual in terms of coming up with the solutions to deal with it. We're prepared to sit down with the council, work closely with you, with organized labor, with community organizations, with advocates to figure out solutions. We think these have to be as innovative as the solutions we came up with in the 1970s and 80s to come out of this kind of crisis. The dimensions are just enormous, and no one should underestimate that. So I'm hoping that you recognize employers are doing what they can, and these are employers large and small, to keep their employees, to give them health insurance on furlough, to support and provide bonuses. There's a lot of effort going on, but people are stretched very thin. We're going to lose tens of thousands of businesses in this process. It's going to be very hard to rebuild our city and our neighborhoods, and we're going to have to do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the New York State Messenger and Courier Association.
Can you hear me now? Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris McCrell. I'm past president and co-chairman of the Government Affairs Committee for the New York State Messenger and Courier Association, which is a nonprofit organization working for the advancement of and interest of the Messenger and Courier Association in the state of New York. We've been doing that since 1945. We support and are grateful for providing additional compensation and benefits to the staff of our essential workers. But we have serious concerns related to 1918 as it relates to the economic impact to the average small business or average business in the state of New York. In its simplest form, 1918 had a weekly cost of $37,500. This level of additional cost is just unmanageable for the average business in an already downturned economic time. We also have concerns as it relates to 1285, but we also would like to offer a solution that could easily support some of the concerns that the council has as it relates to misclassification. We as an industry association have 4 years since 2006 when we worked out a arrangement with the Department of Labor that says all bikers and workers and bikers and walkers in the state of New York should be and are classified as employees. Our members currently treat all of their staff who are bikers and walkers as employees, and we encourage the council to take a look at the New York State Department of Labor guidelines for the messenger and courier industry that clearly outline very, very specific requirements and both requirements and information on how to classify individuals as independent contractors and how to manage those who are truly should be employees. We also have some concerns related to the just cause, but based on some of the comments heard today, we encourage the council to expand the terms just cause to make sure that it is clearly understood by not only the workers themselves, but the businesses that will have to manage the process. My last section relates to the extension of health benefits or sick pay to independent contractors. The concern that this is raised is if the council extends that, you will put hundreds of companies who use independent contractors in violation of both New York State DOL laws, New York US DOL laws, and the IRS as it relates to the classification and processes and procedures we use to determine employee status. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to present this information, and we would make members of the New York State Messenger and Courier Association available as you further discuss this process to provide input and information. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Majority Leader Cumbo.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
How are
So
you today?
Thank you so much. And I appreciate your testimony on behalf of the messenger and couriers that are all throughout New York City right now. My question is, throughout the state rather, my question is, while you have concerns with Intro 1918, I saw in others you had some suggestions. Do you have some suggestions in the way of hazard pay? And forgive my ignorance on this, but also have your messengers and couriers, as well as your overall organization, is this an industry that has been hit hard during COVID, or is this an industry that has done about the same or better?
Overall, as a general industry, you have winners and losers. I'll be honest. You have some organizations that have had the opportunity to expand certain levels of their business, but you have also organizations and companies that provided messenger or throughout New York or between the boroughs that has seen up to 90% decrease in revenue. As it relates to hazard pay and or incentives, a lot of our members who have increased or are consistent still out there in the marketplace providing essential services on a day-to-day basis have adjusted hourly pay and have provided additional compensation. A lot of them are putting together special programs, handing out gift cards, providing all kinds of other incentives, which would be in a which is in a normal course of us operating and trying to operate a successful business and encouraging your staff to be supportive of what you're trying to do. So yes, a lot of our members are currently and providing quote unquote hazard pay or incentive pay to make sure that they continue and recognize their commitment to not only us, but the people of New York.
Would you say there are more winners than losers at this time?
No, I would say there's more losers, unfortunately, than winners.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a question from Councilmember Lander.
Thanks very much, and thank you for being here to testify. I just want to, be correct two things about Intro 926 and make sure I understand what you're saying correctly. So first, to be clear, it would not require anyone to provide health insurance, as you said in your testimony, just paid safe and sick leave under New York City's existing earned safe and sick leave law. It doesn't make people employees for other state or federal provisions. We would not have the power to do that if we wanted to. All we do here is extend the safe and sick leave law and require people to comply. We've required people to not steal wages from independent contractors. We provided a law that required people to pay Uber and Lyft drivers a decent wage. None of those put people in conflict with any state or federal laws. So I guess I'd urge you to be glad to take more offline and understand why you think that, but I'm confident the way we're doing this just relates to complying with the local safe and sick leave law and would not put you into any conflict with other state or federal laws.
As it relates to that is a clause that is traditionally used in the classification of independent contractors versus misclassified or employees. And it's what a clause that we call what is traditionally labeled as similarly situated, which basically says if you're providing similar benefits or services to your statutory employees and you provide those to your independent contractors, therefore those independent contractors are now to be deemed employee. So
well, there's a lot of evidence they already should be being deemed employees. So, but I don't believe that extending safe or sick leave will put you in any worse condition for it. That's why we support Res 1285 to clarify this at the state level.
Yeah, well, basically what we're looking there for do is just have obviously more input, understand specifics of the rules, how it would apply to our members and obviously independent contracts in general. As I mentioned, we feel very strongly that there are probably more than 25 to 30,000 people in the state, individuals in the state of New York City specifically, that are misclassified by the quote unquote gig economy. Those individuals, based on the guidelines, as I mentioned, should be and should always have been classified as employees. And I encourage the council to take a look at those guidelines and see if there's an opportunity to implement them to take care of what quote unquote the low hanging fruit. It's there, it's available, it's been in place since 2006.
Thank you very much for the testimony. We look forward to following up with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll next call on Sadeh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sadega Vasilasi. I'm an attorney at the National Employment Law Project. I'm actually submitting this testimony on behalf of a worker who I'll call Barbara Smith because she wished to remain anonymous. She feared retaliation if her employer knew she was testifying in support of Intro 1918. I've worked as a home health care aide for a number of years at a residential assisted living facility in New York that services several hundred elderly New Yorkers. I work full-time, 40 hours a week, and earn $15 an hour. I'm also a member of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 2013, which is pushing to improve conditions in my facility. It's always been a tough, demanding job, but now during the COVID crisis, it's like a war zone. Many of the residents have contracted COVID, more than 30 have died. Many of the staff, including myself, have come down with COVID and have been out sick from work, and at least one of my colleagues has died. It's devastating for me and my colleagues to be losing so many of the residents that we care so deeply about. Although I believe the executives who run the assisted living facility are well paid, we have not received any raise or any additional pay during this crisis. Not only are we putting in longer hours than ever, since so many of our colleagues are out sick, we're forced to take on a lot of new work, and our employer is not providing us with the safety equipment that we need. We are given only flimsy disposable masks. In fact, originally we were forced to wear garbage bags instead of gowns. As a result, I and my other colleagues have been forced to locate and purchase with our own money our own protective equipment, such as fabric masks. The strain is extreme. I've already had COVID myself, as I mentioned. I infected one of my sons, and I'm terrified of infecting my other son. It's never been easy for me to pay rent, making $15 an hour, but now the situation is dire, and my family has been forced to go to the food pantry to get groceries, which we never had to go do before. Essential workers like myself never asked for this, and calling us heroes is not enough. We need and deserve extra pay and to be adequately protected for the work that we are doing. Paying an additional premium pay would make such a tremendous difference for me. And I just want to say too that protecting workers who speak up about dangerous conditions is equally important. Until people started complaining, my employer was not providing PPE equipment and is still not providing the right equipment. Until workers feel safe speaking up about dangerous working conditions, we will never be able to control this crisis. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. We have a question from Majority Leader Cumbo.
Thank you, and I apologize so much for the loss of your colleague as well as the work that you all are doing right now. I know it's a tremendous loss to also lose the people that you are working with and caring for. My question is, what would hazard, you outlined this a bit, but to get more into the weeds of it, what would hazard pay, or as I say, essential pay, do for you? What would that do in terms of your ability to continue to work during the COVID-19 outbreak? How would it assist you, and what would it enable you to further do?
So I think in talking to, I obviously don't want to speak directly for this anonymous worker beyond the testimony that she provided. However, I do think there are increased costs, like she mentioned the fact that she had to go out and purchase her own PPE equipment, which is, something that we shouldn't tolerate. But while workers have to do it, that's extra money that they're not being compensated for. The increased grocery costs, the increased, family members being out of work, and so having to help provide for them. Those are all very tangible, immediate costs that these workers are facing.
We have another question from Councilmember Yeager.
Time starts now.
Thank you for being here and delivering that moving testimony. I have just a few questions, and I recognize that you may not be able to speak directly to the worker's experience, but you indicated that she's a member of a union, and I'm curious to know how because I think it's awful that somebody would be working in an assisted living facility, which is essentially a healthcare provider, and not be provided with equipment. What did the worker file a complaint with her shop steward, with the union itself, to try to resolve that? Because she should never have to go out in an environment where she works in a healthcare facility and buy her own personal protection equipment.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that direct question. I mean, I do know that, it's not just her, right? Healthcare workers in numerous facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, doctors, nurses, all sorts of professions are not receiving adequate equipment, and a lot of them are buying it on their own or using garbage bags or everything like that. I think for this particular worker making $15 an hour, that's almost prohibitive cost given all of the other essentials that she has to buy.
I couldn't agree more, and I think it's outrageous that she had to do it. But my specific question is, we've all heard the horror stories of people in the healthcare industry who had to go out and get their own equipment, or were using makeshift equipment. But in your particular instance, we're talking about, I believe, a worker who is part of collective bargaining, has a contract, has the protections that organized labor provides, has a union backing her up, has a shop steward on site, and I'm curious to know how that all worked out to her benefit. I think it would help us a lot to understand what it is that is going on beyond the scope of this hearing, which is not related specifically to that, but we want to know, I think, what's going on when a worker tells their union that their employer is not treating them properly in this environment.
Again, I can't answer specifically what, because I don't know the answer. Intro 1918 would obviously protect all workers, union and non-union alike.
Well, actually, Intro 1918 would not protect anybody.
I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Intro 1918 would create a new minimum wage scheme that in New York City would be unlawful for us to enact. So what we're trying to figure out, I think some of the members are trying to figure out what the city council can do to protect people, what within the rights and privileges that the New York City Council has. But as a legislature, the threshold question for us to get before we debate the merits of a proposal is it lawful for us to do? This particular bill is not lawful for us to do. I think it would be important for us to find out what experiences people are having and what can we do to help them. And for example, in the instance of this employee where they are clearly not getting the protective gear that they need to have to do their job safely, nobody should be treated that way. So that's why I had that question. I really do appreciate your bringing her testimony to us, and also I appreciate the manner in which she needed to do it for her own protection. Thank you very much. I yield back the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Yeager, for always thoughtful insight. And thank you to our panelists for telling your story and telling the stories of others on your behalf. I think, as council members said, that this package of legislation not just, it really highlights a particular dilemma that we find ourselves in as a city, as a nation, and as a council, and how we responsibly ensure that we're protecting the rights and entitlements of workers who are protecting us each and every day. And I think that is the overall goal. And again, I appreciate all of the insightful and thoughtful insight that we're getting from our colleagues, and as well as those who are testifying, taking time to testify today. With that, we want to call on the next panel. And I'll send it back to Nuzat.
Yes. So the next panel will be Amanda Bransford, Hugh Barron, Rebecca Miller, and David Cohen. I will now call on Amanda Bransford.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Amanda Bransford, and I'm a workers' rights attorney for Make the Road New York. I'm actually going to be reading a statement on behalf of a Make the Road member who couldn't be here this morning. And the statement has been translated from Spanish. My name is Clemente, and I'm a delivery worker for a restaurant in Brooklyn. I'm here today to ask the City Council to pass the Essential Workers Bill of Rights. I and other delivery workers have been ignored in the past, but we are now considered essential. Our jobs are now dangerous, but we are not being paid anything extra for the dangers we face. My employer is pressuring me to work extra shifts, but I don't want to because I'm too concerned about my health during this pandemic. I think it would be fair for delivery workers to receive extra pay for the danger we're facing right now. We're scared. Being out on the street is not the same as working inside. We're working out of necessity because we have to pay our rent and our bills. I would rather be able to stay home like other people are, but it's not an option for me. It wouldn't mean just a week or two without pay. This is going to last a long time. We're still making deliveries for the restaurant, and the restaurant is still making money. A lot of delivery workers are afraid of speaking up about our health and safety needs because the workers could be replaced. Protection against firing us without cause would help us because employers would respect our rights to speak up about safety and health and getting paid what we deserve if the city told them that they had to. When the pandemic started, the restaurant where I work didn't want to give us safety equipment, not even hand sanitizer. We got gloves and masks from volunteers who supplied them to us, not from our employers. I worry about my children, but I have to pay rent. It is not a choice. We as essential workers want to be kept in mind. Right after businesses shut down because of the pandemic, the governor finally legalized the electric bicycles we use to make deliveries after we had fought for a long time without success. The governor finally saw that delivery workers are necessary. All of a sudden, we were important. The city needs us and it can't function without us. We want the city to remember that we are also people and are putting ourselves in danger and that we do not have a choice. I ask that the City Council pass the Essential Workers Bill of Rights to help make a bad situation better for us. Thank you.
Hugh Barron.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Hugh Barron. I'm a staff attorney at the National Employment Law Project. I'll be reading this on behalf of an anonymous Trader Joe's employee in Manhattan who I'll call John Doe. I am an essential worker at Trader Joe's in Manhattan. Thank you to Chairman Miller and the committee for the opportunity to share my testimony with you today. If my employer knew I was providing this testimony, I would face retaliation and probably be fired. I was hired in early March after nearly half of the staff at my store quit, fearing that if they stayed in their jobs, their lives would be in danger. I hate to say it, but they were right. My store is closed 3 times for unexplained emergency cleanings. Many staff have gotten sick and mysteriously not returned to work, and at least 2 workers at my store have tested positive for COVID-19. Just yesterday, my store closed because a coworker tested positive. But Trader Joe's has refused to take steps to safeguard us. For a full month, my store managers told us that we could not wear gloves or masks. Management said they could not provide masks as they were reserved for healthcare workers on the front lines. They wouldn't even let us wear masks of our own. We were even told that if we wore masks, it would be viewed as a sign that we were too sick to work and we would be sent home. Trader Joe's now requires us to wear masks, but they still don't supply enough of them. They're forcing us to dig into our own pockets and get masks to protect ourselves and our customers. But my coworkers and I must keep working because we're living paycheck to paycheck. Recent hires like me don't even have health care yet. So we endure long subway commutes, risking further COVID exposure to keep showing up to work. While we're struggling, Trader Joe's is flourishing. Every week we are told that we have broken new sales records, but they won't do what they need to keep us safe. Since early April, management even stopped holding staff meetings, so we don't even have a regular space to voice our concerns to them. That's why I'm thrilled the council is proposing to institute just cause protections during this pandemic. With these protections in place, Trader Joe's could not fire me for speaking up and trying to make my workplace safe. Trader Joe's would have to listen to me and respect me. I'm also pleased the council is stepping up to ensure we are compensated fairly for the risks we are taking on and recognizing the extra expenses we're bearing right now. In March, Trader Joe's said they would create a bonus pool for us, but that bonus turned out to be a mere $200 a month before taxes, about $2 an hour. The council's proposal, on the other hand, would provide just compensation that recognizes the value and the danger of our work in this extraordinary time. Right now, after taxes, my take-home pay is about $1,820 a month. I spend over half of that on rent alone. Under the council's proposal, on the other hand, for the duration of the emergency, I would take home an additional $60 for every 8-hour shift I currently work. That's an extra $300 a week or $1,200 a month before taxes. That is serious money I can use to stay outfitted with PPE that I can use to cover health-related costs in case I do get sick. Finally, I just want to note that we at Trader Joe's are not unique in needing protection. Before this job, I worked as a residential aide in city homeless shelters. My former colleagues are out on the front line, and I hope that they are also accounted for in this conversation. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
Councilmember Lander.
Time starts now.
Questions for you, I think, in your role at NELP rather than from the point of view of that worker. Thank you for sharing the testimony. First, I just mentioned this in my opening remarks, but I just think it's worth making sure I have right, at least by my understanding, because the CARES Act adds $600 a week to the state unemployment benefit. For folks who have gone on pandemic unemployment assistance, it equates to about an hourly wage of $22.50 an hour. And I don't know exactly what the hourly wage of that worker is, but my sense is there's an awful lot of essential workers who are making less than $22.50 an hour right now. Does that accord with what you're seeing?
Yeah, and so I don't want to speak too much beyond the testimony that as it was written, but the rate that this employee, John Doe, makes is $17 an hour at Trader Joe's, which, as we all know, is as he said, is flourishing right now and certainly could afford to take on more of a burden to pay.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really grateful that NELP and other organizations advocated so hard to get unemployment assistance to be enough to help people eat and pay the rent. And I sure understand the testimony from employers about needing to have a source of revenue, especially if they're nonprofit organizations. But there's something wrong with a world where that worker would make $5 an hour more for going on unemployment than for, showing up on the front lines to make sure the rest of us can buy our food. Yes.
Yes, I agree with you, and I think. And one thing I think people don't necessarily understand about unemployment and the way it works is you can't just, quit because you feel like it and get on unemployment. You have to generally, unless you're, terminated by the employer through no fault of your own, you have to show that you had good cause to leave your job if you're quitting voluntarily. And so we're certainly working in New York and other states to try to expand what counts as good cause, particularly in this time, and make clear that people who face health and safety risks at work should be eligible to go on unemployment and to leave unsafe jobs in particular. But that's not necessarily where we are right now. And so workers continue to face these unsafe conditions and be paid very low wages for it.
I think that puts a really painful irony to the good cause issue here as well, that your employer needs no cause at all to fire you, but you would need good cause to quit, even though folks on unemployment are making $5 an hour or more, and you have to go risk your health and safety every day. All right, one last question for you. You heard the commissioner talk, though enthusiastically in general, about the law, about the challenge at this moment in setting up an enforcement system. And I know that you have worked at the state level and other levels on some creative ways of enabling workers to be able to enforce some of these kinds of laws. And I wonder if you could just share any perspective you have on how we might be able to adjust the just cause law in particular to set it up so that it would be possible to have an enforcement mechanism without needing to stand up a whole new division of the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection during the pandemic.
Sure. So traditionally, our employment and labor laws have depended on a combination of types of enforcement, both public enforcement by our agencies and private enforcement by individuals. The problem that we're facing, as I think the commissioner's testimony highlighted, is that our public agencies are really quite underfunded and under-resourced to meet the demands that are already placed on them. And private sector workers are increasingly subject to significant barriers to enforcing their rights. And in particular, two that I would mention here are forced arbitration requirements and class and collective action waivers, which require workers to go one by one before secret private arbitrators who are usually handpicked by the company to enforce their rights under our labor and employment laws. That's one barrier. The other is fear of retaliation and fear that you will be fired if you try to enforce your rights, or otherwise blackballed or threatened with immigration consequences. And unfortunately, our laws are not strong enough to protect and fast enough to protect workers from that kind of retaliation. So one solution is to create, to both of those problems, is to create a public enforcement action, which would allow workers to step into the shoes of the commissioner of the, in this case, the Office of Labor Standards, and sue in the name of the city their employers. That would allow them, so if I could just finish this point, that would allow workers the ability to privately enforce the laws to collect civil penalties, even if they're subject to forced arbitration requirements. And those civil penalties, 60 to 70% of them would actually go directly back into the Office of Labor Standards, so that we could fund further enforcement of the law. So basically the law can be amended so it funds itself. And we are working on, with a number of our allies who have testified here already today, on legislation at the state level, the Empire Act, which would create that right under state labor law, under the New York labor law generally. But we think that it would be a great way to amend the Just Cause bill to provide for such an action, which would really address both workers' rights to enforce the law and the funding concerns that and limitations that the city is facing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Rebecca Miller next.
Time starts now.
My name is Becca Miller, and I'm the New York State Deputy Political Director for the Communications Workers of America District 1. Thank you to Chairman Miller and the rest of the Council, the Committee on Civil Service and Labor, for allowing me the opportunity to testify today in support of the Essential Workers Bill of Rights. While many New Yorkers are able to work from home, there are over 1 million essential frontline workers in New York City who must leave their homes and report to work every day, putting themselves, their families, and their communities at risk. CWA District 1 represents thousands of these workers, including healthcare workers, telecommunications workers, New York City traffic agents and supervisors, Board of Elections employees, and other public servants in city and state government. All public-facing essential workers who must interact with the public and keep our city moving while allowing the rest of us to stay home. The importance of ensuring these workers have the right to stand up for fairness and safety in the workplace has never been more clear. During the pandemic, CWA has been able to win better protections, including extended paid leave, hazard pay, and safety accommodations for many of our members. However, tens of thousands of essential workers have no union to fight for them. COVID-19 has shown us that we are only as safe as the least protected among us, and unfortunately, there are far too many without protections. CWA District 1 strongly supports Intro 1923, which would establish just cause employment protections for essential workers. Every worker must have the right to speak out on the job about workplace issues, particularly around health and safety, particularly during a pandemic, without fear of retaliation. Under a just cause system, an employer would be required to articulate a job-related reason for the firing, making it easier and safer for workers to assert their rights. CWA District 1 also strongly endorses 1926, which expands paid leave to workers in non-traditional employment settings. When on-call workers get sick, they're forced to choose between eating and staying home to get better. In a pandemic, the outcome of that decision affects all of us. Every worker deserves paid sick leave when they need it, and ensuring essential gig workers have paid sick leave now is of utmost importance. I'd also like to say that CWA District 1 supports Resolution 1285, which calls on the state to pass legislation addressing misclassification of the estimated 850,000 workers who are excluded from minimum wage, healthcare, sick leave, unemployment insurance, and many other benefits. Lastly, as the Council is considering Intro 1918 regarding mandating premium pay for essential employees in the private sector, we ask the Council to consider the issue for the many brave public sector workers who are risking their lives daily in service to the city. CWA District 1 represents essential workers in both public and private sectors. Our public sector members include essential city workers like traffic enforcement agents and supervisors, Board of Election workers, city agency administrators and supervisors, as well as city healthcare workers who are on the front lines of this crisis without any hazard pay. Workers being forced to work during these dangerous times deserve more than our gratitude. They deserve to be compensated and fully protected. While we're broadly supportive of the concept of hazard pay for essential workers, we worry that workers in the public and private sectors will not be treated equally. We urge the council to examine this issue closely. Thank you.
Thank you. We will next hear from David Cohen.
Can you hear me okay? Yep.
Time starts now.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Miller, all council members here, and everyone, members of the committee. My name is David Cohen. I'm Deputy Political Director at SEI 32BJ, and the sound you hear behind me is my 1-year-old son playing with paper bags. My wife was a midwife, delivered a baby a few hours ago, so childcare has fallen on me today. But I also have the privilege to work at home today, whereas so many essential workers, including thousands of our members, do not. The union represents 165,000 building service workers from Boston to Florida, and of those members, 85,000 of them live here in New York. As I mentioned, many are essential employees. The outbreak of COVID-19 has highlighted and exacerbated pre-existing problems in our society in areas ranging from healthcare to our unemployment assistance and our at-will employment relations system. Under our current law, employees can be dismissed without any process for any reason except those prohibited as discriminatory, even if an employer dismisses an employee, for a prohibited purpose. The burden is still on the employee to show that the employer acted wrongly, and this has long biased the playing field between employees and employers in favor of the latter, resulting in lower wages brought to the forefront lower wages for employees and the chilling of employees when organizing and making complaints. And these issues have been brought to the forefront because essential employees have been threatened with firings for exposing working conditions, unsafe working conditions, or have been fired. We've seen this in the fast food sector. And fast food workers have been organizing since February 2019 for permanent just cause protections, and we appreciate the leadership in the council, the leadership of Chair Miller and the lead council sponsors on those two bills, council members Lander and Adams, for continuing to fight for permanent protections, just cause protections for fast food workers. And as I was saying, we've seen in the fast food sector employees to be unconstructively discharged for simply requesting time off to visit family. As we begin to reopen our economy, it's critical that fast food employees and other essential employees feel like their jobs are secure, and if they're ill or if they have to quarantine, and we don't want our economy further hindered or public health threatened if workers, are going to work when they're ill because they fear being unjustly dismissed. Intro 1923 would prevent the firing or constructive discharge of employees after the probation period. Employers would still be able to engage in progressive discipline and terminate employees performing unsatisfactorily. What employers would no longer be able to do is just fire people for no reason. I mean, a year ago when we launched this campaign, fast food workers were asking, give me a reason, and I think as all essential workers, I think we can all agree deserve a reason if they're being let go.
Time.
Okay, just very quickly, I also want to speak in support of Intro 1926, which would expand the Earned Safe and Sick Time Act to cover gig economy workers. And we've certainly seen how COVID-19 has exposed how gig economy workers have been excluded from the protection. And I want to thank the council again for their leadership and also recognize all of the essential workers out there working and keeping our city safe and doing so much more, giving so much more during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. The next panelists will be Frank Curl, followed by Cassandra Gomez, followed by Alyssa Lovelace, then Brian Chen and Paul Sun. Frank Curl, you may speak first.
Clock starts now.
My name is Frank Curl. I'm a staff attorney at Make the Road New York in our Staten Island office. Make the Road New York represents over 25,000 mostly Black and Latinx members. The majority of our members hail from the 5 boroughs, with the largest group from the epicenter of the COVID-19 crisis in Queens. Our members are also on the front lines of the pandemic. They're either facing horrific levels of unemployment, many of them with zero access to unemployment insurance and pandemic unemployment assistance, often ineligible even for food stamps. Or they're working increased hours and forced overtime in frontline jobs, cleaning office buildings, washing hospital laundry, delivering food for 12-hour shifts on bicycles with only bandanas across their faces and plastic bags on their hands to serve as protection. These workers return home to close quarters living, risking every day that they're bringing COVID-19 to their multi-generational families living in small apartments. The need is acute for PPE, for wages that can help families survive, for replacement income to fill the gaps left by the racist unemployment system that excludes undocumented immigrants. And on the most basic level, workers need their right to speak out and tell the truth, blowing the whistle on dangerous conditions, and they need that right to be protected. For over a year now, I've been meeting with workers from Amazon's JFK 8 fulfillment center and hearing about the backbreaking work that goes into fulfilling orders for the e-commerce giant. Before the pandemic, workers in Amazon's facilities already faced staggering injury rates while putting their bodies on the line to help build the world's most valuable company in the world. Amazon's workers are subjected to dangerously fast work rates, achingly long shifts, and perilously high temperatures every day they come into the facility. Injuries are treated by an undertrained healthcare team with Band-Aids, pills, and pain creams before being swept under the rug. COVID-19 has only brought Amazon's mistreatment of its workforce into sharper relief. For the last 2 months, Amazon has failed to implement sufficient worker protections in its facilities. They've tried to cover up the number of workers who have tested positive. They've failed to implement policies that will allow sick workers to stay home. They've failed to provide sufficient PPE. They have continued business as usual, allowing their facilities to become vectors for the spread of COVID-19, risking the lives of their employees and the safety of our communities. The proposed bills will not resolve all these problems, but they're a necessary first step. Intro 1923 in particular will put a stop to the retaliation against Amazon employees who dare to stand up and demand better. When workers like my clients, Christian Smalls, Derek Palmer, and Gerald Bryson asked Amazon to follow CDC guidelines and shut down JFK 8 for a deep cleaning, they were ignored. When they began to organize their fellow workers to demand safer conditions, they were given final disciplinary write-ups, fired, and smeared in the press. Intro 1923 will release these essential workers from imminent threat of a vindictive employer and allow them to protect themselves and their families. Our concern with the legislation is that it may need amendment to ensure that employers can't simply wait out the pandemic and then summarily file whistleblowers at that point. No employer should ever be able to silence whistleblowers through retaliation. Make the Road New York represents many of New York City's most vital and vulnerable workers. The city's essential workforce has fallen through the cracks for too long. Our delivery drivers, misclassified as independent contractors, deserve access to paid safe and sick leave. Our restaurant workers deserve hazard pay for risking their well-being to keep us fed. Our warehouse workers deserve the stability of knowing that they will not be fired for some fabricated transgression just because they spoke up about unsafe conditions on the job. This is New York City and we're in a crisis. We should demand more from our employers. We should stand up for our workers. I implore you to pass the full package of protections in the essential worker bill.
Thank you. Cassandra Gomez.
Clock starts now.
Thank you to the chair and to the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cassandra Gomez and I'm a staff attorney at A Better Balance. A Better Balance is a national legal advocacy organization dedicated to promoting fairness in the workplace and helping employees meet the conflicting demands of work and family. Here in New York City, we helped draft the Earned Sick Time Act and negotiated the final terms of the legislation. We urge this committee to move forward with the Essential Worker Bill of Rights package and pass this important legislation. Today, too many workers' rights to paid sick time under our law are clouded by misclassification, employers who treat workers as independent contractors when they ought to be employees. The rise of app-based platform work and the so-called gig economy has drawn new attention to this problem, which has long plagued industries like construction and shipping. Many of those affected are essential workers continuing to work through this crisis, putting themselves in harm's way to allow others to stay home, but operating without the protections they need to keep themselves, their families, and the public safe. Misclassified workers tend to be from the most economically vulnerable communities. They are women, they are people of color, and they work for low wages. They deserve clear coverage under the Earned Sick Time Law, and the proposed amendment is an important step forward. The legislation proposed today would add to the existing sick time law a broad presumption of employment, setting this baseline that those who work for others are considered employees unless they meet clear, specific tests showing they are truly operating as independent contractors. These amendments would make it easier for workers who are classified or whose employment status is in question to show that they are employees entitled to the full protection of the law rather than independent contractors. This builds upon the law's existing strong framework by eliminating uncertainty over coverage and thus better protecting workers across the city. As the epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic in the US, New York City must ensure that all workers have paid sick time, a benefit that has proven to reduce the spread of contagious disease. For many New Yorkers, staying home while sick is only an option if they can still count on receiving a paycheck and having a job to return to when they're better. Ensuring that misclassification will not deprive workers of their sick time rights is essential to getting through this crisis and to ensuring that we will be better prepared for handling public health emergencies in the future. By moving forward with and passing the Essential Worker Bill of Rights, the Council Committee will take a huge step forward for our workers and our community.
Thank you. Next, we have Alyssa Lovelace.
Your time starts now.
Today on Good afternoon. I'm Alyssa Lovelace, Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the Home Care Association of New York State. Thank you, Chair Miller and committee members, for allowing me the opportunity to testify today on Intro 1918. HCA represents nearly 400 providers, organizations, and individuals statewide, including home care agencies, hospices, and managed long-term care plans that provide care to New York's most vulnerable populations in their homes. Many of these providers and plans are located in the New York City region. HCA most certainly believes essential workers should be granted premium pay during this crisis. However, this pay should be reimbursable to the plans and providers who pay the workers. As written, this legislation would create yet another unfunded mandate placed on the shoulders of providers and the plans. Both providers and plans must already comply with state and federal wage mandates, as discussed earlier. For example, in New York City, this includes minimum wage and wage parity requirements that must be passed through to the workforce. Home health aides, nurses, and all professional and paraprofessional staff working in home care, hospice, and managed long-term care have been on the front lines of the COVID pandemic, just like those working in hospitals and other care settings. However, New York City's home care agencies, hospices, and plans that employ and pay these workers are already facing major financial shortfalls, addressing the innumerable daily factors involved in providing care in the COVID-19 pandemic, including the exorbitant costs, personal protective equipment, which is still in great unmet need for home care and hospice in New York City, worker illness, and other severe abnormalities in operations and service delivery patterns resulting from COVID. Additionally, providers and plans are facing steep rate reductions due to the recently enacted state budget and reductions in Medicaid funding. Rather than impose another wage mandate on these healthcare providers, HCA is requesting that the Council adopt a resolution urging state and federal partners to supplement funding for the purposes of premium pay. Let's secure funding first and then create a policy to address this pay. Well before this legislation was introduced, HCA and HCA provider members have independently raised the idea of enhanced funding for home care agencies, hospices, and plans compensation for all frontline workers battling COVID-19. We have asked the State Department of Health, State Department of Labor, and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to consider funding increases for home care, hospice, and plans for worker compensation, and most recently affirmed the same enhanced funding, echoing the governor's call for enhanced pay for these workers. So moving forward, HCA is happy to work with the City Council and state and federal partners to secure funding first for the purpose of premium pay, and we're always here as a resource as it relates to home care, hospice, and managed long-term care. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Brian Chen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Miller and members of the committee. My name is Brian Chen, and I'm a staff attorney with the National Employment Law Project, a nonprofit that advocates for the rights of underpaid workers. On behalf of my organization, I am urging the City Council to pass the Essential Worker Bill of Rights. As the epicenter of the coronavirus's impact, New York City knows all too well how essential workers have been asked to do the impossible and risk their own health to keep the city running. Yet well before COVID-19, these workers, disproportionately people of color and women, have been underpaid, often struggling to make rent and pay the bills, and they have few protections at work. And as we heard this morning, that really takes a physical and mental toll on these essential workers. The City Council should act now to address the lack of worker protections that make work uniquely unfair and inequitable for many New Yorkers. Paid sick leave in particular is vital to both worker health and public health. And the city's current paid sick law provides benefits that truly are life-saving. But many employers have cheated the system and escaped the law. They escape the law behind a fiction that their workers somehow are in business for themselves. And they escape the law behind a fallacy that their misclassified workers enjoy flexibility, as if there's any flexibility in poverty or starvation wages or not being able to take a day off without risking financial ruin. The Intro 1926 bill to clarify the sick leave coverage will ensure more people have economic stability when they need it most. It's an overdue correction that will make a good law even better. And it will profoundly impact the financial security and physical health of many New Yorkers who always should have had this coverage in the first place. Especially now, during a severe economic recession, it's all the more critical that we expand the number of families with basic job security. Because when the economy suffers, it's families who face serious financial challenges, and that makes measures that protect their health and prevent unnecessary job loss even more important than ever. So I urge the City Council to pass the expansion of paid sick leave, as well as the entire Essential Worker Bill of Rights. If we're asking people to work during an unprecedented crisis in a city that's been hit the hardest by the coronavirus, it's only appropriate that we make sure they can enjoy basic economic security and dignity. So again, I thank the council for the time and their leadership on these critical issues. And again, I urge you to pass the Essential Worker Bill of Rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Paul Sun next.
Time starts now.
Great. Thank you. I'm Paul Son, also from the National Employment Law Project. Thanks for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. With this groundbreaking legislation, New York can lead the nation in responding to the COVID crisis, not just by applauding frontline workers, but by actually guaranteeing them the protections and extra pay they so urgently need. You heard from my colleague Brian Chen just now about the paid sick days piece. I'll address the proposed premium pay and just cause employment protections. As others have noted, the COVID crisis is laying bare our city's extreme racial and economic inequality. 75% of essential workers are workers of color. Most were seriously underpaid before the crisis and are facing dire health risks and serious economic strain now. That's why, first and foremost, they deserve to be paid more. You've heard from workers at the hearing that many are out sick, many have unemployed family members and are struggling to pay the bills. Many have had to pay for PPE equipment out of their own pockets. By guaranteeing extra pay, this legislation can help them and their families through the crisis. There's been appropriate discussion about the degree to which employers, especially city-funded nonprofit human service agencies, can afford premium pay without additional government funding. But I don't think there's any serious doubt that many of the largest private corporations employing essential workers, companies like Amazon, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, and DoorDash, they can surely afford and should be asked to pay their workers more during the crisis. But equally crucial for essential workers are the proposed just cause employment protections. Workplaces are some of the most significant vectors of COVID transmission. We've seen this across the country, from meatpacking plants to nursing homes. To flatten the curve and control the crisis, we need workers to feel safe speaking up. Unfortunately, New York's state whistleblower law is unusually limited and does not protect most worker whistleblowers, nor is the Trump administration's OSHA going to protect them. They've slashed enforcement to the lowest level in 45 years. And at the same time, we've seen employers across the city, from hospitals to Amazon, silencing workers who have stood up about inadequate COVID protection, and workers today too afraid to testify in their own names. That's why it's crucial that the council adopt just cause safeguards so that essential workers whose employers are endangering them and the public will feel safe speaking up. Just cause is a well-established and balanced legal standard that has been applied effectively for decades in unionized workplaces. Versions of it already exist for the private sector in Montana and Puerto Rico. It protects workers against arbitrary and unfair firings, while allowing employers necessarily latitude to discharge workers for legitimate performance-based reasons. It also allows them latitude to make economic-based layoffs where they can show they are necessary. And as has been discussed already at the hearing, it would be appropriate to clarify the proposed legislation in that regard. With this Essential Worker Bill of Rights, New York has the chance to lead the nation in moving beyond words and actually protecting essential workers. We urge that the council move forward with fine-tuning the legislation and adopting it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next panel will be Richard Bloom, followed by Irene Liu, then Jessica Walker and Samara Karasik. Richard, you may speak first.
Clock starts now.
Hello. Thank you, Chair and council members, for this opportunity to speak and for this great legislation. I'm going to speak particularly to the issues of misclassification, that is Intro 1926 and Resolution 1285, and also Just Cause, Intro 1923. I'm a staff attorney in the Employment Law Unit of the Legal Aid Society, where we represent low-wage, very marginalized workers in a variety of areas of labor law. And two of the cross-cutting obstacles that we constantly face in enforcing labor law are misclassification and retaliation. Misclassification is, of course, always wrong. It is exploitative, it is abusive, it's dangerous, and now it is extremely dangerous. The virus does not care what employment status the employer decides to choose to impose on its workforce. And workers under no circumstance should have to choose between their lives and health and that of their families on the one hand and their jobs and economic security on the other. This unfortunately is the choice that people face when they are misclassified and do not have access to the wonderful New York City paid sick leave law. The state resolution is critical also for the council to prod the state legislature to take this principle against this classification and to apply it more broadly across a range of labor laws that the state controls. I don't see any reason to oppose this improvement of a great law. It eliminates unfair competition, so the employer community should be supporting it. It is just having employers do what they should be doing anyway, both for the sake of their employees and for the sake of the public. As for retaliation, health and safety and all labor protections, but especially health and safety, depend on workers themselves raising these issues at the work site and feeling free to do it. Retaliation chills that. And right now, the current patchwork of specific anti-retaliation laws that apply to this provision or that provision are not good enough. The workers left having to prove that the abusive, irrational basis for their termination was an illegal one as opposed to a perfectly lawful one. Instead, we should make decision-making to be rational and fair. That's what this bill does. Employers should have to show justification. They should have to show clear policies, clear training, and progressive discipline, and not simply that they've acted at the moment, in particular when people have objected to something that they are doing. This makes sense. Should not be a burden. It's what the public and workers should be able to count on and what they need from all employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene?
Clock starts now.
Testify today. My name is Irene Liu, and I'm a policy analyst at the Community Service Society of New York. I'll be testifying in support of the Essential Workers Bill of Rights, specifically Intro 1918 and Intro 1926. The COVID-19 outbreak has revealed the gaping holes in our government safety net and has laid bare the financial instability of our city's low-wage, essential, and gig workforce at a time when the demand for their services has never been higher. We applaud the City Council for taking important steps to address these disparities. Many essential workers in low-wage industries aren't earning enough to survive in the city, let alone justify the hazards they face on the job. For example, a full-time supermarket worker in New York City has median earnings of only $26,000 a year. Intro 1918 would help ensure that these essential workers are fairly compensated for the additional risks they face so that New Yorkers have the necessities they need to ride out this pandemic. We also support Intro 1926 to extend paid sick days to gig workers and other misclassified workers who have been left out of recently enacted city and state paid sick leave laws. The pandemic has highlighted the absence of a safety net for non-traditional workers, such as Uber drivers, who have few protections despite their increased risk for COVID-19. According to our 2019 Unheard Third survey, more than 2/3 of respondents depended on app-based gig work as their main source of income said that they did not have any paid sick time, compared to only 36% of those in conventional employee arrangements who said they lack this benefit. Applying the ABC test to the city's paid safe and sick leave law is a good first step to more protections for these workers. And we also urge the City Council to pass Intro 1797, which would require the Department of Consumer and Worker Protections to create posters for display in pharmacies and healthcare locations throughout the city that inform New Yorkers about their right to paid sick leave. Increasing awareness of new labor standards is an important part of employer compliance. As the city starts to reopen the economy, it's even more important for workers to be aware of these benefits. Pharmacies remain one place we are still going to and can still get information even as a stay-at-home order remains in effect. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Jessica Walker.
Clock starts now. We can't hear Jessica. I believe she's having audio issues.
Oh no. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. So thank you so much to Chair Miller. I am Jessica Walker. I'm the president of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber and all of our members are eternally grateful to all of the essential workers who are certainly on the front lines right now. Listen, I've been listening to the entire hearing. There certainly is a lot of suffering happening right now. Our chamber, the vast majority of our members are small businesses. We are hearing just the most dire stories that you can imagine. Many of them are on the brink of disaster. When this crisis started, we opened our help desk to any business in need throughout New York City, and we've just been inundated. The need is so great. And indeed, we know of many businesses that are actually keeping their doors open for the good of their neighbors and the community, even though they are operating at a loss. Unfortunately, we have to oppose these bills. The just cause legislation would curb business owners' ability to make tough decisions in order to survive. Our reading of the bill is that they could not even make layoffs that are economically required right now, which is definitely a huge problem for many businesses, and it could bog many down in arbitration or litigation. We oppose the paid sick leave expansion and the premium pay proposals because most of those businesses are just not in a position to pay right now, unless they experience further suffering or, again, may have to close. And that's nonprofits, hospitals, supermarkets, small businesses. We're really seeing that across the board. So a few things. First, I want to urge the council to really this legislation. But I also want to recommend that the council really look into helping businesses with providing the PPE for employees. Last month, Governor Cuomo mandated that all essential businesses had to provide masks for their employees. And that's right on. I think that's exactly right. But there needs to be more employer education. There needs to be more funding for that. And there needs to be help businesses get the capacity and find the masks and the PPE that is so hard to get right now. Finally, I just want to say that I hope that the council will engage with all stakeholders on this. You know, this is tough. Everybody is hurting right now. Everybody wants to come to the table and help. So I hope that you'll take all stakeholders up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Samara Karasek next.
Your clock starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the Committees on Civil Service and Labor. I'm Samara Karasek, Executive Vice President and Chief Policy Officer of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I've also been listening to all of the stories, and we've been working around the clock at the Chamber to help our small businesses weather this crisis. We've seen firsthand how difficult it is for them to cover basic expenses like salaries and rent. They're pivoting to a completely new business model if they can remain open, which doesn't allow them the same amount of revenue. And we face the real possibility of 30 to 40% of our small businesses not reopening. So unfortunately, I'm here to tell you about our concerns with these bills. been in touch with thousands of businesses, and our business owners are expressing real grief about having to furlough or lay off employees. Those that are still open are worried about their employees' mental and physical health. And all of our businesses, whether they're essential or non-essential, are fighting to survive. Intro 1918, the concern that we have is they can't pay these premiums. They care about their employees and need them to be safe and healthy, especially under the current circumstances, but it puts these essential businesses at risk when they're having to pay more for supplies, they're paying for PPE, and there are all kinds of other burdens that they have to carry right now. We're also concerned about 1923 in terms of the just cause, specifically for our small businesses, because as Jessica Walker mentioned, right now our businesses are having to decide between good enough and great employees. And this puts them at risk in terms of litigation and the fines they would be subject to because they have to let someone go. These are small businesses. They treat their employees like family. They are really unhappy and struggling. And, we hear from them every single day. They feel when they have to let their employees go and they're just trying to survive so they can reopen and hire those employees back. Lastly, Intro 1926, in terms of the contractors, it says if they work 80 hours a year that a contractor would have to be given paid sick leave. There's 168 hours in a week. So that means that someone that does 1 or 2 weeks of work would have that business be required to pay them for sick leave. And that's just not tenable right now. So really, we just ask that you help us save our local economy and please pause any legislation that increases financial burdens on businesses right now. We want to work with you to save as many of our small businesses as we can and bring them back to life. Our communities and neighborhoods cannot survive without them, and neither can our workers. Thank you for your consideration and for your support of New York City small businesses.
Thank you. We have a couple of council member questions. Councilmember Lander, followed by Councilmember Yeager.
Thanks very much. And these, I guess, are both for Jessica and for Samara. And thank you guys for testifying and for the work you're doing in support of small businesses. I think the council did a hearing to try to think about what we could do to support small businesses even before we did this hearing. It's a thing we feel passionately about. The failure of the PPP program to work is something we're all agonizing over, and it is a struggle that we see together. The goal here is not to polarize anybody. The goal is to make sure our workers have the supports they need and our businesses do too. So I guess for starters, I think you heard earlier from Councilmember Kalos, from me, and from Commissioner Salas that the intention here is not to prevent people from having to do economically necessary layoffs. If that is clarified in the bill, would that change your position on it?
Not from my point of view. Listen, there's two things here. That is definitely egregious. There's no question about it right now that businesses just have to be able to be nimble and make those tough decisions. It's never fun, but that is a reality right now.
And no one wanted that, and I don't even think the bill currently says it, but there's a willingness to clarify it and make it clear that if there's layoffs are necessary, they can be done. What that would leave is just a prevention of people from firing folks without any notice or without any cause. But your position is businesses still, Amazon and Trader Joe's and the businesses we've heard from, need the right to fire people with no notice and with no reason.
Well, the bill would apply to everybody, so it's not just those big guys, first of all. But beyond that, to make a lot of to do a lot of discharge, if there is, if it doesn't fit within that narrowly defined just cause definition in the bill, that means the business owner now has to go through arbitration or face litigation. I don't even know how that would work in this environment. And as you heard, the DCA said that they don't have these resources that they need to be able to do that.
So you don't have to go through those things before you would fire someone. You can have your policies in place. You fire someone if you have a good reason. If they believe they were fired with no reason or no cause, you're right, they would have the right to come back. But all right, my time is ticking, so I want to ask about the sick leave provisions as well, because here too, I guess your provision, your belief is that Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and Instacart should not have to provide sick leave to their workers during this pandemic.
Well, I think that, listen, what Kathy Wild said earlier, who's pretty tied into some of these larger companies, we are going to be facing some really a big uphill battle here in terms of maintaining our competitiveness and making sure that companies are going to want to stay in the city that is facing this crisis, right?
So your position is that New York City's competitiveness to be attractive to Uber, Lyft, Instacart, DoorDash, and Amazon Flex is so great that we should say it's fine if they don't provide paid sick leave to their workers during.
Council member, if I might jump in here, my understanding from reading the bill is that it would apply to almost any contractor that works with any company because of the language.
That's absolutely not true, and I think
so. Where's the exception for any other business? Because there are 3 criteria that each business would have to meet, and the way that I read, particularly that first clause, which says there can't be any contract for performance. That one in particular seems to me that it would apply to almost any contractor because you have to sign a contract when you're working with any company.
So we'll be glad to follow up with you online and explain more about the ABC test and about how it works. I think the commissioner's figure of about 140,000 workers covers the set of folks that we've been talking about. The ABC test is pretty clear. It's been, used many times before. It covers folks who are essentially misclassified, who are already employees, like that nail salon tech you heard, like DoorDash, Instacart, Uber, and Lyft drivers, Amazon Flex drivers, home health aides who are contracted instead of employees, but otherwise look just like employees. And that's the set of people the ABC test covers. So we'll be glad to work more closely with you on it, but those are a set of people who really should have been covered before. This is more like closing a loophole in some ways. And I guess, I know both of your organizations opposed the original Earned Safe and Sick Time bill covering employees, which has that 80-hour threshold, which has the 1 hour for every 30. It was not my sense that that caused undue hardship to the many, many small businesses or other businesses in New York City. And all we're trying to do here is make sure a set of essential workers out there who are at risk of getting sick right now have the sick leave they need. So we'd be glad to work with you on it, and we sure feel for small businesses. But I guess I'd ask you to kind of work with us as well and find a way that we can move forward to do some work here. Thank you.
I have a question for the chambers, and that is, do you know what percentage of your memberships have been able to have received funding and support from the CARES Act or Paycheck Protection?
Yes. So for the first round, we heard back from about 350 businesses. We just issued a new survey yesterday for the second round of funding. So the first round was about 84% of our businesses did not receive funding. And then when we sort of isolated for MWBEs, that went up to 90% did not receive funding. In this round, thus far, we're seeing that preliminarily our businesses are doing better, but it's still not working for far too many of them. And we're looking at all kinds of different funding mechanisms to help our small businesses. We just launched a campaign today, Bring Back Brooklyn. We're doing our own fund through our community development financial institution for the small businesses that we all care about that are getting locked out of these programs. I think it's not working for New York City, where rent is much more than 25% of what businesses need. And also for so many of our businesses that don't know when or how they're going to be able to reopen. They're very nervous should they accept a PPP loan and then not have it forgiven because they can't bring their workers back. Should they bring their workers back only to have to let them go again? So we're really struggling with the way that these bills have rolled out, and we'd be happy to talk to you further. We have a ton of data, and we're continuing to collect as much as we can to advocate for these.
And are the chambers providing technical assistance and leveraging this as well, and we're still at those numbers of 84 and 90%?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean in terms of resources. We are all working around the clock to talk to the businesses. We have one of the most comprehensive COVID-19 resource pages for small businesses at brooklynchamber.com. We have an input sheet. We have a map of restaurants that are open for business, and we're asking more to work with it. We work with all the business improvement districts and merchant associations. I mean, there's so much that we're doing. We'd love to work with you guys on anything that we can do to fix these federal programs and make sure that our small businesses can survive, because we're already seeing that it looks like 30 to 40% of them may not be able to ever come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Yeager.
Clock starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question as well is for both chambers. Ms. Karasik Ms. Walker. With respect to 1918 and the minimum wage scheme, well, maybe this is not a question for you. Maybe this is just a reflection, and then you can jump in if you think you need to. I find it ironic. Obviously, I've stated my position earlier, and my position is perhaps here in the council, maybe a lonesome one, but I think amongst those who observe the legal definitions of minimum wage and the manners and the methods by which the council has its authorities would agree with me. But wouldn't it simply be smarter if the city of New York says this is so important to us that we keep these essential workers and that we take care of our essential workers, that instead of mandating that the private sector jump in and do this, that the government incentivize providing this extra protection, this extra pay by simply offering businesses, if you are going to be open because you are an essential business and you have to remain open, then the government will provide you with necessary tax credits to make these payments. And the government picking up the tab, instead of turning around and saying, private sector, you pick up the tab. With respect to 1926, I do not believe it's something that the council can lawfully do. The state of New York is what defines what an employee is here in the state of New York. And we are part of the state of New York, whether we like it or not, and it would be okay with me if we're not, but today we are. I actually think New York City should separate and let Brooklyn be itself and get away from that monstrosity, but we don't get a chance to do it. It's correct if you like that too. But the reality is that we here in the city don't get to define what constitutes an employee. And I think that my colleagues, good people who are struggling really hard to come up with what we can do for people here in this time, in this place, just like the chambers are struggling really hard for how do we keep literally the only parts of our economic engine functioning, are struggling very hard to find the right solutions. These are right solutions. But in my estimation, before we get a chance here in this council to debate the merits of a law, we really have to cross the threshold question. Is it lawful? Do we have the legal authority to do this? And the answer, in my estimation, to both of these questions on both these bills is no. However, and this is where I'll turn it over to you in the remaining 2 minutes, and either of the chambers can go. Obviously, it's not a secret. I have a preference for my home chamber. But I would love to know why you think it's appropriate, or if you think it's appropriate, that the burden simply be passed off by us in the legislature over to the private sector to pick up the tab for all of this and to kick in not one red cent by government to keep our economic engines functioning here in the city. And I'll turn it over, and when they're concluded, Mr. Chair, I'll yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. I think I would just say to your point about government paying for these essential workers that yes, we agree with that. The state did manage to pay for the frontline workers that are healthcare workers. And I think one of the things that's come up a lot during this hearing is that all of our essential workers are frontline workers right now, and they all need that assistance and support. Our businesses can't afford it right now. I think that we're all very concerned that our federal government, isn't going to give us what we need to do that. They should be paying for hazard pay for our essential employees, all of our essential employees. But unfortunately, our businesses can't pick up the slack for that.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. I agree with that. That it really would have to come from the federal government, as I think other speakers have said today. Even the first round of PPP, which was $350 billion, that was more than the city and state budget combined. We just don't have the resources here. And certainly small businesses do not have the resources.
That is perfect. I said I only have one diploma, so I think that's perfect for it being a one track. Yeah. So, okay. $104.95.
All right. Councilmember Adams also has a question.
That's also on the website.
Time starts now.
I sent you the link, so you can actually.
Thank you. My questions for the two chambers also along the lines of federal funding, which we know was a dismal failure the first go round, especially in our communities of color, just abysmal. So to your point, Ms. Walker, the banking that is done across the board, especially for our small businesses. Can you enlighten us as far as how the banking has been done? Do you see more big banking? We're trying to push on our end, I know at least for Southeast Queens, for more of the CDFI type of banking, because we believe that our small businesses will have better opportunities going that route. Can you speak a little bit to the banking aspect, both of you or either of you?
Well, you're right on. Right now, actually, our organization is doing a competing webinar that is exposing businesses to non-traditional lenders that can help them with PPP to make some of those introductions. But you're absolutely right, CDFIs. There are also a lot of online lenders who are helpful right now. So we're just trying to make that match and get that education out, but you're absolutely right.
And one of the things that we think is making a difference with this second round of funding is that the CDFIs are now able to make those loans on behalf of the SBA. And that's something that we're strong advocates for. So we do have our own Brooklyn Alliance Capital CDFI, but we also work with a ton of larger CDFIs because we just do micro loans. And we did also see, even in the first round, that some of the smaller sort of community banks and some of the fintech companies were having better success, our businesses, with some of those. And we do actively refer people to those.
Great. Thank you very much. I know we understand your position on the legislation, so we got that. I just wanted your take on the banking and how the banking might have made such a significant difference the first time around. And we're all hoping that these next go rounds will do all of our communities a whole lot better than they did in the past. Thank you both.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was like, I'll get it.
Thank you. We have a question from Majority Leader Cumbo.
Starts now.
And all that stuff, yeah.
Okay, thank you. My question is for the chambers. As far as the businesses we're working with currently, what percentage would you say are chamber members? Would you say that the majority of the businesses that you're helping to support are chamber members or are a part of a bid? And what happens to those businesses that are off the grid, not a chamber member, mostly in many communities of color that don't have the same relationships to become a part of a chamber, or their neighborhood or organization's not part of a bid? And while you've said that there's no funding, that businesses are not in a position to do it, you've pretty much said all, but would you agree that there are some that could, and if they are in a position to provide hazard pay, should do so?
So I'll just say, and I'm sure that Jessica Walker is probably doing something similar, but at the Brooklyn Chamber, we help all businesses. We believe that for our borough to thrive, that all businesses have to thrive, no matter whether they're members or not. So we're not, all of the services that I just outlined, we are providing to every single business in Brooklyn. If they need our help, we are giving it to them. We are responding to every email we get within 24 hours. All of our resources are public. So there's no like litmus test there. We just want to help our businesses survive wherever they are. We do work closely with the bids and merchant associations because they also have really close relationships with a lot of the business corridors that maybe are less served. And so we are throughout the borough. We're also calling a lot of businesses to make sure that we're in touch with them and trying to engage with them digitally through our Brooklyn app, through our website, through email, in any way that we really can. We're hosting tons of webinars. Those are open to anybody that wants to sign up for them. But I will tell you, sort of overwhelmingly, what we are hearing from businesses day in and day out is they're struggling. They're worried they won't be able to survive. Many have already shut down. And so the idea of them being able to sort of afford anything additional right now is just not something that we're hearing from them. If they're open, they're struggling to make really hard decisions so that they can stay open. And that's really what we're seeing.
No, and I understand that. And I understand that probably I would say the majority of the members in the chamber are memberships with under 100 employees. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, the majority of our members are small businesses. That's correct.
And do they understand that this legislation is aimed at businesses with employees over 100?
I've talked to some of the larger members that we have that fit into that category of 100 or more, and they have expressed a lot of concern as well. They express that they are offering additional pay to their employees, but the amounts and the mandate is just not tenable for them. They're doing everything that they can to keep their employees healthy, engaged, and able to continue to work, but this bill is just not doable for them right now.
Because that's what I really would prefer us to stay abreast of, is more of those businesses that have over 100 employees. And if there are those that are paying some level of hazard pay, we'd love to know who they are, how much are they paying their employees, so that we can get to some level of understanding of what's possible. I think to just say, we've spoken to the businesses and they've all said they can't do this, doesn't help us get a little bit closer to gaining an understanding of what we could do. But my question again, because to me, this is a little bit different from a usual hearing, is that we really want to understand. I really want to understand, if you do have an understanding, if maybe 90% of who you're serving is within your bid, because when we're talking about communities of color, we really need to understand where they might be slipping through the cracks. So like, let's say for instance, we're thinking that, oh, it's going to be the chambers or the bids to help them. Maybe it is a space or a place where we're not touching someone. We're not addressing someone. So do you in fact know the percentage? Or if you don't, that's okay too. But it's something that we should be aware of, so that if there are those businesses off the grid, that we know how to support them and have a greater understanding of what we need to start to focus our efforts on in terms of outreach.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're doing a lot of the surveys that we're doing. I think we're out of time. May I respond? And so I was just going to say, that's why we're collecting all of this data, to try and understand those very real concerns about our most underserved businesses. That is our goal. That's our goal in the Bring Back Brooklyn Fund, is reaching those businesses that normally can't get commercial loans and are so underserved economically, so that they can survive and that those neighborhoods can survive. So if there are any businesses that you want us to reach out to, and this goes for anybody, like, please send them our way. We will do everything that we can to help them.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, are we heading into the next panel? Okay, as a matter of housekeeping, I want to say, in the interest of time, because we have a significant amount of folks who are waiting to testify, that will be limited to one question per member per panel. And we are going to ask panel to be 2 minutes. Okay. So with that, Nosat, if you couldn't call the next panel, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you all for your consideration.
The next panel will be Michael Brady, followed by Regina Meyer, Thomas Greck, and then Catherine Bromberg. We'll start with Michael Brady.
Clock starts now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the City Council. I'm Michael Brady, the CEO of the 3rd Avenue Business Improvement District and Bruckner Boulevard Commercial Corridor, located in the South Bronx. Collectively, these organizations represent roughly 1,000 South Bronx, largely immigrant-owned businesses. Our organizations work to address barriers for districts, small and micro business owners, and build robust, equitable economic development tools by demanding equitable city resources, safer and cleaner streets, and responsible mission-driven development. Our organization is helping drive the systemic change needed to support equitable economic development in the Bronx. We organize and build coalitions, provide strategic community services, provide research and data analysis, and support targeted advocacy efforts that strengthen community voices, build community power, and help win economic development policies that invest in people as much as they invest in places. Despite our city's emergency preparedness planning efforts, the COVID-19 pandemic and its ongoing impact caught our city off guard. It is a disease that's taken the lives of nearly 60,000 Americans and infected over hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers, disproportionately impacting our low-income communities of color. The public health impact has been great, and the subsequent economic impact will have a lasting effect on our city for at least a decade. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed a light on those groups that have, quite frankly, disappointed and remained silent during the pandemic, and underscored the fractures that many of us have always stated existed in our city, particularly in the area of small business equity and resources from city government. To the legislation that we're hearing today, we understand the gravity of the situation and the need to support our essential workers. However, the current legislation as it's written won't do that. It will undermine and destabilize many of our neighborhoods. Intro 1918 on premium pay.
Thank you. Regina Meyer.
Clock starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor. My name is Regina Meyer, and I'm president of the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership. On behalf of the partnership and the 3 business improvement districts that we manage, thank you for your dedicated work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and of course, I hope you are all well. I want to echo the concerns that many of my counterparts have also testified regarding the potential impacts of intros 1918, 1923, and 1926. Downtown Brooklyn is the largest central business district outside of Manhattan and the 3rd largest in New York City. The effects that we've seen in the district of COVID-19 on our businesses is nothing short of heartbreaking. And no doubt the situation here is the same as in all of your districts. We estimate that nearly 70% of our over 400 retailers have been forced to close during this crisis. My staff and I have been talking to businesses of every size across the district and they've been receiving scant assistance and hanging by a thread, to be honest. We fear that this package of bills will constitute additional regulations that will further hobble any possibility that they can come back and thrive in the downtown in these desperate times. From a medium-sized architecture firm on Livingston Street to a digital publishing company in the Cultural District to the vendors at DeKalb Market Hall, our businesses are projecting revenue losses of 60% or more in the next year, and most have already had to make painful decisions in order to maintain operations if they can. We must ensure that these proposals will not cause employers to choose between keeping staff and keeping their operations afloat. In the face of plummeting revenues, sorry.
Thank you. Thomas Grech.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. And Chair Miller, thank you for the honor of being here. My name is Tom Gretsch. I'm the president and CEO of the Queens Chamber of Commerce. Our county has been hit with the most cases of COVID and the most deaths in the city of New York. Everybody is suffering in the city of New York, we especially. Lately, we use the word hero to cover a lot of different people, and in fact, they are. But today I'm making the case for our everyday heroes, the small business men and women who toil every day to support their city, their business, their employees, and their families. Today, the Queens Chamber of Commerce, which has been around since 1911, has 1,150 members representing 100,000 Queens-based employees. 90% of our membership have 10 or fewer employees. It's important to note that the so-called big guys that we talk about help keep those small fry, those smaller businesses that make up the majority of most chambers of commerce. They keep those folks alive by their spends, whether it's at a deli or a bodega or what have you. Those larger ones work in a very symbiotic way with the smaller ones. The small guys know who they are and the big guys know who they are. Today, we oppose these bills because we want to make sure that we can be a unified organization with the other chambers of commerce throughout New York City and help. Many of our small businesses, if not most of them, do not have HR. do not have a legal resource on staff. The chamber helps facilitate that. The city, in many cases, through SPS, does help, but at the end of the day, they do not have those resources. To date, the chamber's worked really hard at getting our smaller businesses up and running and preparing for the day after. We estimate, both anecdotally and with a lot of calls and outreach that we do, that up to 50% of the Queens 6,000 restaurants will never open again. That's not a scare tactic. That's just a fact that we believe we have to act on and act quickly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Catherine Bromberg.
Time starts now.
Sorry, can you hear me? Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about intros 1918 and 1923. My name is Catherine Bromberg, and I'm a senior staff attorney in the Employment Law Project at the New York Legal Assistance Group. Our project has been serving an ever-growing number of employees suffering the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of those employees, the vast majority are essential workers who are largely ineligible for many of the legal benefits that other workers are able to take advantage of, such as unemployment insurance and the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. But even as essential workers are providing critical services at considerable risk, they include some of the most underpaid employees in society. In fact, many low-wage workers make less than individuals on unemployment. To add insult to injury, most of these workers cannot quit their job and still receive unemployment, even if their work might endanger their health. Because of this, many low-wage workers may have no choice but to continue working. This is particularly precarious where low-income households include older relatives living in close quarters. Moreover, as 70% of the city's essential workers are people of color, they are disproportionately impacted. The passage of Intro 1918 would demonstrate the city's genuine appreciation for the employees who are putting their health at risk by delivering our most crucial and time-sensitive services. In addition to paying premiums to the essential workers, the city must ensure they're able to safely perform their jobs by offering just cause employment protection. NILAC has spoken to a number of older workers with underlying health conditions who are deeply concerned about their safety at work. Many were too afraid to advocate for themselves, fearing that they would be terminated if they spoke up. Others we've represented in the hopes of obtaining reasonable accommodations. However, ordinary workers should not have to rely on legal representation on a case-by-case basis. They should be given the space to raise concerns, knowing that their jobs will be safe. We applaud the City Council for advocating on behalf of these essential workers. Thank you again.
Thank you. A reminder to all panelists that all submitted testimony will be read and added to the record as well. The next panel will be Kathy Fabreo, Dr. Prema Alaya Perumal, Andrew Title, and Rohit Gupta. Kathy, you may speak first.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Fabreo. I'm the president and CEO of the New York State Association of Healthcare Providers, a statewide home care association representing licensed home care services agencies, certified home health agencies, and fiscal intermediaries in the CDPAP program. To be clear, the home care industry values and appreciates its workers and strives to keep them safely employed. Our work, together with our incredible workforce, focuses on keeping patients safe in their homes and in their communities, especially important now when the elderly and vulnerable populations are particularly unsafe in congregate care settings. Home care is there. While the goals of the Essential Workers Bill of Rights are laudable, at this point in time, these proposed mandates would likely cripple an already fragile home care industry. To be emphatically clear, HCP and our provider agencies proudly stand with our heroic members and their families. We are fighting on their behalf every day, every hour, to ensure these brave and dedicated frontline workers have critical access to PPE. Therefore, we're concerned what this Essential Workers Bill of Rights will do to these agencies. During these uncertain times where we're already experiencing pay cuts, reimbursement cuts from the state budget, and now increasingly expensive PPE costs, we're concerned that what will happen to this industry and what will happen to the employers of these frontline workers. One of our agencies reports that while costs for PPE have increased from an approximately $250,000 per year to now projecting over $5 million this year. 24 times increase. At the same time, they're experiencing a 20% reduction in revenue. The cost for PPE is not reimbursed for these home care agencies, and they are struggling to continue to provide a safe environment for our frontline workers. And we're seriously concerned that an added cost and mandate would cripple the industry, and then there will be no givers, and the patients will go without the care that they need, and potentially exacerbate the situation with COVID. So we ask that you seriously consider before passing these bills to ensure that there is funding either from the city, the state, or the federal government. We know these frontline workers need this protection, but they have to have an employer in the end to be there and to have that job. So we respectfully oppose this legislation as it stands, but would be happy to support it with funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Prama?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for hearing from me. My name is Dr. Prama Elia Paramal. I'm a resident physician at Woodhull Hospital in Brooklyn. I'm also a representative of the Committee for Interns and Residents, which is an affiliate of the SEIU, and professional advocacy group for fellows and resident physicians here in New York City and around the country. I wanted to speak briefly about the COVID-19 relief package 1918-2020. We support the efforts of the bill, but we urge the council to expand the language to include essential healthcare workers like myself and the professionals that I work with. It appears to specifically exclude us as 1, city workers, and 2, salaried workers. Our appeal to be included in this hazard and relief pay package is kind of multifaceted. We've had rapidly changing working conditions, increased demands of work, a lot of new dangers that we haven't faced before. It's not because we're comfortable trading our health or safety for additional compensation, but rather some of these issues have illustrated like a failure on the system or the institutions that should support us to kind of help protect us. We've been paying out of pocket for our own PPE. Virtually every healthcare facility in the city has had staff get sick. Some pass away, family members pass away. This has like an obviously devastating emotional toll as well. It stretches us thin and makes us work extra hours. A lot of us nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists have all been working in some ways out of scope with limited resources. And I've actually been very proud of the efforts of the professionals that I work with and what they've been doing, but understand all the weight of the stress and anxiety that it's injecting in our daily lives. We've had our professional and educational development kind of sidelines, conferences and elective times sidelined. You should know there's been a lot of new money activated to bring in outside professionals, doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, mid-level providers, sometimes at significantly higher wages than they would otherwise be getting paid, specifically to reflect the dangerous conditions that we're working with. You remember we were here before FEMA or the volunteers or the support from the military medical system, and we were active in integrating them into our healthcare teams, getting them familiar with our electronic medical record system, our healthcare policies and procedures. Real quick to wrap up, I want to just know that like Northwell Systems, Mount Sinai, Maimonides, the Yale Health System, they've all offered additional compensation to their healthcare workers, understanding that we're under new kind of dangerous and new evolving work conditions. And the CEO of Health and Hospitals, Dr. Mitchell Katz, actually did express support for this. So there's a moral imperative, there's support from the head of HHC, and that's why I urge you guys to include healthcare workers like myself and those that I work with in the language of the COVID relief package. Thank you.
Doctor, I have a question about the specific organization, group of men and women that you represent, and they obviously fall in the cracks of some of the public policy that's been created over the past, and those who been achieved some of the gains that have been achieved through collective bargaining. What is that group, and specifically, how do we address that?
Yes, sir. So the group is the Committee for Interns and Residents, or an affiliate union of the Service Employees International Union. Basically, we represent resident physicians and fellows. Resident physicians are those that have finished med school and are working in further in postgraduate training roles. Right now, we're some 2,200 residents and fellows within the HHC system, and we also have members at Wyckoff and some other city hospitals. Basically, we were caught in a unique position because the structure of how we are employed by the city, we're employees, but we're also kind of locked into these 3-year programs, 5-year programs, depending on what specialty you're in as a resident or a fellow. And we don't have some of the same leverage that other maybe employees might have. We can't just up and quit, or we can't just change jobs. We are locked in our location, and in a way, it puts us in kind of a precarious place where we are here because this is where we chose to do this training, and these are really unforeseen circumstances. It's a rapidly evolving and kind of dangerous work situation. With now the epicenter of the world of this COVID outbreak, and I mean, I can tell you the scope of our work as resident physicians. We're in the ED when these patients come in. We're in the ICU, the critical care areas when these patients come in. We're doing chest compressions. We're calling rapid responses. We're doing all of the like really intense work of caring for very sick people. And I don't think that what exists in our collective bargaining agreement currently really addresses what I'm trying to
is the scope of the work defined in individual contracts, or is it?
So all residents and physicians have the same collective bargaining contract. We do have the different years. The salary increases with each year of postgraduate training that we accumulate. But while there might be some variations for those that have their training intersect with other institutions, there's really one contract for all residents and fellows under the collective bargaining agreement that's represented by the CIVILService.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Next panel.
Thank you. Andrew Title.
Time starts now.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Andrew Title. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Government Affairs at the Greater New York Hospital Association. We represent all the hospitals in New York City, public and not-for-profit, and thanks for the opportunity to speak right now. As you know, this is an incredibly challenging time for New York City hospitals. Even before, New York hospitals were struggling because of inadequate Medicaid reimbursement, and now even the largest systems report losses of approximately $350 to $450 million per month right now, and that's hitting community hospitals especially hard. It's impossible to overstate our debt that we all owe to essential workers, especially the hospital caregivers, but we will have to oppose these bills as written. First, I want to talk about premium pay, and I think other people have made points on this that we would agree with. The large systems that have resources have paid premium pay, but some of the other hospitals simply just can't afford it. So we believe that we need to go to Washington to get that funding, and we're working very hard with other groups on that. If you text HELP Hospitals to 52886, you can join our advocacy effort. On Just Cause, I see I only have a little bit of time here. I'd just like to say that we understand the council's desire to protect healthcare workers' ability to speak openly during this crisis, but we think that we need to look at the laws on the books right now. And the fact is, we have the New York State labor law that protects whistleblowers who report health and safety concerns to relevant authorities. We support these protections but oppose the bill. We believe that it would upset the balance between management and labor. And we're also concerned about giving healthcare workers broad latitude to comment in the press about workplace issues. We're not saying that they don't have the right to do that, but we think that this could jeopardize patient protections, especially HIPAA. And we think we need to be very careful about that, because that is there for the workers' protection and the protections of individuals in our hospitals. For these reasons, we urge you to rethink this proposal. We stand ready to work together on both of these bills, and thank you for your time.
Councilmember Lander.
Thanks very much. So I guess I just want to clarify. I mean, obviously violating HIPAA would be just cause for dismissal. So I don't think there's any risk that you would be allowing HIPAA violations. No one would be very clear, like that's a law, you can't violate it. Everybody's policies make it clear. So there's no risk to HIPAA here. But I guess on the issue of the state whistleblower protections, what is a worker supposed to do if they are either given a gag order or filed for whistleblower protection? And what confidence do you have? Can you give me any examples of people using the system under state law to vitiate their whistleblower rights, either in the pandemic or at any point before that?
On your first point, I would say that the issue isn't so much that the hospital would want to fire someone for violating HIPAA, although if it was some sort of intentional action, that's something that they could look at, obviously. The issue is that there would be exposure for the hospital and also that it would put patients at risk. And the federal government could obviously come in and make a determination, things like on that. On the second question, they can go to state DOH and the federal government and report anything that they believe is not happening that puts patients at risk. And I can send you the division, the part of state law that actually says
I didn't ask, I've read the state law. I don't see any evidence it's working to protect the workers. And I guess I was asking you for any evidence to give me confidence that it is, but that's okay. If you don't have it, then that's why we're trying to move forward with some local law to provide it.
Well, I can't talk about specific cases, but state DOH does take complaints and they do investigate whenever there's any violations. So I think that would be the evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rohit Gupta.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the council members for hearing my testimony today. My name is Dr. Rohit Gupta. I'm a fifth year resident and currently I'm in my first year of gastroenterology fellowship. I'm a part of the CIR union, similar to Dr. Prama. And just to reiterate, we are in support of the legislation of 1918-2020, but we are requesting that it get expanded to include us and other healthcare workers who are on the front lines. During training, many people in the public may not be aware that, hospitals get paid by the government to hire us residents and fellows. And, based on the hours we work, we often get less than a minimum wage. And we have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of student loans, and especially during training, we can't make a dent in that loan because of the amount that we're actually getting paid. And during the crisis, this has been heightened even more. We've been asked to work in multiple areas. The hours are longer. We have to ration our PPE. And, multiple colleagues have gotten sick. We have some people that have even died. Myself, for example, I was pulled out of my training for gastroenterology to cover the ICU as an attending, supervising other residents, a unit of 13 ventilated patients. And I was honored to help, as are my co-residents, but the system is clearly broken. I have friends outside of New York who have come and wanted to help and who are actually trained in critical care. And they wanted to help in my hospital, but they got assigned to another place and they were working in the ER, which is also outside of their scope, but they were actually getting paid $400 an hour for their services. And, it just doesn't make sense. I'm happy that they're getting paid for the work because they are volunteering. But at the same time, I know that my coworkers have been on the front lines and we need that additional help. And that's why we're requesting to be as an essential worker, because our patients come first and we deserve to be treated fairly as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next panel will be Jay Peltz, Kathleen Riley, Yusuf Mobarez, and Tariq Mobarez. Jay Peltz, you can speak first.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Food Industry Alliance. FIA is a nonprofit trade association that advocates on behalf of grocery, drug, and convenience stores throughout the state. We represent a broad spectrum of NYC food retail, from independent neighborhood grocers to large chains, including many unionized stores. Our members account for a significant share of the city's retail food market. By mandating premium pay of $75 for a shift longer than 8 hours, the city will effectively add $9.37 an hour to the cost of that shift without any increase in productivity. Assuming a worker is paid the minimum wage of $15 an hour and adding another $6 an hour in health and pension benefits, as well as payroll taxes, workers' compensation, and unemployment and disability insurance payments, all of which increase as base pay rises, total compensation will exceed $30 an hour for a minimum wage worker. This will not only price the most vulnerable workers out of the job market, but will also threaten the viability of neighborhood grocers, as many will not be able to afford the labor necessary to keep their stores open. In addition, in recognition of grocery workers' efforts during the pandemic, our members, in the aggregate, have already spent millions of dollars on premium pay by raising hourly rates, authorizing additional overtime, and paying bonuses. Grocers have also incurred significant unbudgeted costs due to the purchase of large quantities of PPE and the routine deep cleaning of stores. As a result, while sales are higher in many grocery stores, operating expenses have surged. From beginning to end, the Just Cause Protection Bill contains provisions that are one-sided and will deny grocery stores the flexibility they need to manage employees in a manner that allows them to make payroll and pay bills. This necessary flexibility is the reason that New York is an at-will state. Denying neighborhood grocers the adaptability they need during a crisis while creating a conflict with well-established state law will adversely impact independent grocers, whose owners have not only invested substantial personal savings in their neighborhood stores, but have also personally guaranteed significant obligations, including bank debt, leases, and trade payables. If an owner defaults on those personally guaranteed debts, personal financial ruin is likely.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathleen?
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Riley with the New York State Restaurant Association, and today our members represent one of the hardest hit industries and the hardest hit city in this pandemic. It's with deep frustration that we've come today to testify in opposition to intros 1918 and 1923. Both are unduly costly and burdensome in an environment where an unprecedented number of businesses are closing or closed. Under intro 1918, workers at businesses or chains with more than 100 employees would be entitled to premium pay for each shift. NYSERT is so appreciative and supportive of all essential employees and their dedication to providing essential services. We would love to see them receive additional compensation, but it seems plainly clear that pay must come from the government and likely federal sources. We're glad that DCWP and the administration share that view. For our members who have continued with takeout and delivery, being open is not lucrative. They're staying open as a service to their communities to keep as many people employed as possible, but many operate at a loss or just barely neutral. If intro 1918 passes, it will kill more jobs in this hard-hit industry and leave even more vulnerable New Yorkers scrambling for unemployment or other benefits. Intro 1923 also covers essential businesses and would ban any discharge without documented just cause. As written, it would cover both layoffs and furloughs, which have become a basic necessity during the COVID-19 crisis. It also provides a private right of action, which means employees would be able to sue following any termination or 15% reduction in hours. It does not protect jobs to make layoffs unlawful. Jobs exist when employers exist, and intro 1923 would send countless employers to their graves. It's critical for the city's recovery that New Yorkers come together to heal our city and protect the most vulnerable, and also rebuild our economy and our tax base. We urge City Council to reject intros 1918 and 1923, and to instead focus on a collaborative and fair way forward that allows all New Yorkers to earn their livelihoods. Thank you for hearing us today, and we really hope to be part of the solution and the conversation moving forward. Thank you.
We have a question from Majority Leader Cumbo.
Thank you. Wanted to ask in terms of, I'm sorry, I don't see the panelists there, but for the panel representing the supermarket workers or the supermarket owners, in this particular climate, and just to educate me, and I apologize for not knowing extensively how your industry is doing at this time, is it fair to say that most of the supermarkets are doing well at this time? And if not, what is prohibiting them from operating at maximum potential profit-wise than not at this particular time?
Thank you. So this is Jay Peltz. I work for the Food Industry Alliance of New York. So sales vary by neighborhood. So in neighborhoods where many or most residents have left to live in second homes, or in neighborhoods that have experienced significant increases in unemployment, sales at stores in those neighborhoods are flat, or in some cases even down. And then the other issue they're facing across the board are significant increases in unbudgeted costs for personal protective equipment and routine deep cleaning of stores. And then the other issue is the pandemic will end and sales will normalize. And this is a business where you're earning a penny on the dollar. So stores that are doing better are going to need that cash in order to be able to make payroll and pay bills once this is done.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Sure, anytime.
Councilmember Lander.
And Jay, it's good to see you. And Kathleen, thank you for being here. I'm sorry that we've frustrated you by trying to pass this package. I think we hear you, and I hope you hear us, that the goal is not to make it impossible for people who need to do furloughs or layoffs to do so, and that the intention is to clarify that in the bill. But I just really, I mean, I guess, you know, I don't really understand why the need to be able to fire someone without cause or notice is necessary to a business's survival. We're not doing it for no reason at all. We're doing it because workers have been fired for speaking out. You know, taking the furloughs and layoffs issue off the table, because we are committed to work with you to clarify it. Help me understand why it would send someone to their graves not to be able to fire someone without notice or any cause.
Well, so I've been around the grocery industry my whole life. I've operated grocery stores. So grocers aren't looking to fire people. They're looking to hire and retain productive workers. So typically when people are fired, they're not fired for no reason. They're not fired without cause. There is.
Then there wouldn't be any problem complying with the law.
Well, no, because no, that's not true. Because it all depends upon the rules of the game and what the process is like. So, I mean, we could have it. I'm happy to have this conversation offline, but the way that bill is drafted, firing somebody even with cause is going to be a very heavy lift.
We'll be glad to have the conversation offline, but I think good cause is a very well-established standard, and we're, you know, so anyway, we'll follow up on it. I hear you on layoffs and furloughs, you know, and I don't disagree. The folks who have been fired for speaking out have so far been in hospitals, nursing homes, and warehouses, but providing this protection to all essential workers just seems so basic and reasonable. So we'll follow up with you offline. I hope that if we can work it out on layoffs and furloughs, there'll be some willingness to work with us to provide what is a basic, you know, a basic workplace protection that we believe essential workers deserve during a crisis. So, thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Good to see you too. Happy to follow up.
Majority Leader Cumbo.
Time starts now.
Are you aware of any businesses, like you said, some are doing well, and that's understandable that during this time there would be those businesses that are in communities such as mine, let's say Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, Prospect Heights, Crown Heights, and Bedford-Stuyvesant, where you have many people that have gone away, many that haven't, people that have access to, that don't have access to summer homes. You have a real gamut there. So are you aware of any owners within your organization that are providing some level of hazard pay, who have recognized that I have a workforce, they're putting their life on the line to be here today, and we are doing well profit-wise? Are they then sharing those profits with their employees, or is it more that just the owners benefit at this time?
So I'm working on a survey right now of member companies that would be covered under 1918. And the survey's not done, I'm still gathering data, but what I'm finding right now is that there has been a multi-million-dollar increase in pay, in total payroll costs, March and April 2020 versus March and April 2019, millions. And most of that increase is attributable to premium pay, defined as higher hourly rates, a lot more overtime being authorized, and bonuses.
Let me say this, I would really appreciate the findings from your survey so that we can find out what supermarket owners are doing. Stay back, stay back, stay back. I'm sorry, I'm trying to manage a 2-year-old at the same time.
I remember those days.
That's not my response to your answer. We would appreciate the findings to those answers, because that would help us to understand how to better craft the legislation. Like, for example, if you could tell us the average supermarket that has 50 employees has provided an additional $25 to each of their employees, and they have increased shifts to this amount, and employees are finding that to be helpful and supportive. Like, your research could be really important, and for many others that could do these types of surveys in terms of finding where is the middle ground where something like this could be helpful and supportive.
Thank you, Leader Cumbo. I'll follow up with you offline. Be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Next, we have Yusuf Mubaraz.
Time starts now.
Hi, how are you? I'm Yusuf Mubaraz of the Yemeni American Merchants Association. Thanks for inviting us to speak. Assalamu alaikum to everybody, and happy Ramadan. I just want to echo the responses by my colleagues in the Chambers of Commerce and the supermarket associations that we feel at the Yemeni American Merchants Association that represents about 4,000 small businesses, mainly being Yemeni-owned bodegas in New York, that we would have to oppose these bills. We feel it would place a huge burden on the employers of our bodegas who are barely making it right now. After this pandemic, our numbers are looking at maybe 40% of them not being able to reopen after this. And what we need to realize is that these owners and their employees are essentially families. They're already doing everything they can to stay open. Their essential employees themselves are doing everything they can to work with their employers, not to add all these extra costs on them and make it mandatory. It's just going to put them out of business even quicker. Not to mention that the big guys in our organization, even though we're stressing the fact that it's only for employers over 100 employees, we have wholesalers that provide product to all the smaller bodegas in all these neighborhoods that are food deserts who have over 100 employees. Now, if they can't survive, you're talking about a trickle-down effect that'll affect another 1,000 bodegas under them. So, like I said, we echo what my colleagues have said, and we're against all these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tariq Mubaraz.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tariq, and I was born and raised in Astoria, Queens, and own and operate a small grocery store located on 44th Street and 8th Avenue by Times Square. So you can imagine how high the rent is. To get to the point, since this pandemic, with the loss of revenue my business has suffered, it's been hard keeping it afloat due to lower foot traffic, slow-based customer service, and complying with guidelines of social distancing by limiting persons' occupancy in my store. My store has faced losing 80% of my business, but 0% of my bills. And at this point, I look for less profitability and more to prioritizing the safety of my employees and the community. Keeping up with the expenses and bills, as well as supplying the necessary items such as mask, hand sanitizer, and gloves with low to no profit being made. I do feel like it's critical for the city to recover, for the New Yorkers to come together to heal our city, protect us vulnerable, and rebuild our economy. As I do feel like small business employees are allies in these efforts, not the enemy. Essential businesses, services simply cannot absorb additional costs and regulatory burdens. These bills will harm employers and ultimately the city's economic recovery. To simply put it, with all the expenses and revenue my store is generating, I will guarantee to be out of business in the near future. And I ask of you to keep in mind that small businesses such as mine aren't thriving during the pandemic, and any more change will force my hand to close down the gates and become a statistic of the pandemic. So again, I thank you for the opportunity and time to speak, and wish safety to everyone and their families. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. The next panelists will be Avi Kainer, Daniel Katz, Nassim Al-Muntasser, and MJ Okma. Avi, you can begin.
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Johnson and members of the City Council. You've just heard about essential workers during a pandemic crisis. I applaud you for recognizing they've fulfilled a great service to all New Yorkers. While we agree on a policy perspective, we disagree on elements that would be financially devastating to us. Our family owns 16 stores, primarily in Manhattan, is 100% unionized, and our employees have protections that sadly others we heard from do not have. While Manhattan is shut down, we have kept all of our stores open, including in devastated business and tourist neighborhoods. We have some stores with businesses down by over 30%. We have provided our staff with weekly bonuses equivalent to $2 an hour early in the crisis, perhaps among the first in the nation, as well as PPE. Your mandate of $60 for an 8-hour shift equates to $7.50 an hour increase, raising the effective minimum wage to $22.50 an hour. The additional increase will raise our payroll by $350,000 a week, or the equivalent of $18 million a year. We simply do not have this money and will be forced to shut down stores and terminate many union employees. It is virtually impossible to raise prices on 35,000 items. We would be forced instead to add a New York City Council grocery surcharge to the bottom of every supermarket receipt just to survive. Our goal from day one has been to protect our associates as well as customers. We provided masks and gloves and mandated customers to wear them as well before the governor did. A very problematic aspect of your proposal is that it puts a lower value of life on someone working in a company with fewer than 100 employees. Every life is equal, and every law should treat people equally. Our store in the Bronx is run by 20 individual supermarkets, often paying off the books. Why should employees working at those stores in tight, vulnerable conditions with no benefits not be as valuable in the eyes of the New York City Council?
Time.
Finally, the federal government has come up with ways to help affected citizens, including those in New York City, and is paying for these programs. If New York City wants to enact similar legislation, it should pay for it. Thank you very much.
Chair Miller.
Thank you, Newsat. I just want to reiterate that in the interest of time that we ask members that have questions that we limit it to one question per panelist as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Yeager.
Mr. Cantor, you made a very interesting observation about adding to the bottom of the bill the New York City Council surcharge. What I would suggest you do in the meantime, since you and your industry are one of the very few industries still fueling the economic engine of New York, and how important and significant it is that you be open, I would suggest you put notes inside bags right now, telling New Yorkers that the New York City Council wants to do this to you. And explaining how stores are going to have to close, employees are going to be laid off, cost of goods will go up, and give them the numbers of the sponsors of this legislation so that New Yorkers can actually voice their opinion. It is absolutely important as it is that I hear from people who think this is a wise idea. But since the City Council is proposing a law that is absolutely unlawful for us to pass, I think it's important for you to use the resources you have to let New Yorkers have that ability to do that. I'll yield back my time, Mr. Chair, unless the witness wishes to answer.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Councilman Yeager. You know, we really are in this together, right? The goal is to protect not only the essential employees, which we and many others in our industry have been doing from day one, but also to ensure that we survive in a post-corona world. I mean, supermarkets have been closing right and left in Manhattan over the past decade. This would be the final nail in the coffin for the New York City supermarket industry in Manhattan. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I yield back the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will next hear from Daniel Katz.
Time starts now.
I'm Daniel Katz. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 1918. Thank you, Council members Cumbo, Collis, Lander, and of course, Chairman Miller, as well as other members of Labor Committee sponsors in the New York City Council itself. As Chairman and CEO of the Foodtown Cooperative, we represent over 70 stores in the 5 boroughs. And I must say that our workers are truly essential, and I agree with a lot of what was said here today. Besides being chairman, my company owns 8 Foodtown and Pathmark stores in the boroughs, in the neighborhoods of Norwood, the Bronx, Harlem, East Flatbush, Bedford-Stuyvesant, Georgetown, Kensington, Hollis, and Bay Ridge. I'm very proud of what we've been able to achieve together through the tireless efforts to keep the stores open and safe for all the workers. We've worked extremely well through COVID with our unions, Local 338, UFCW, RWDSU, led by John Durso, and Local 342, UFCW, led by Richard Abendolo. During the crisis, we were called upon by 338 to provide quick checkout access for first responders and work with Eric Adams in Brooklyn to accomplish this. We were successful, and it serves as a great example of how companies can work with unions and government for a successful outcome. After we implemented this in Brooklyn, thanks to the union, the process for first responders went national. Our policies and procedures extend well beyond mandated and suggested best practices. In our company, we are doing more than just the basics. Keeping workers safe and customers safe while continuing to service the vital needs of our customers has been our top priority from the beginning. We spent over $300,000 on PPE to date. We even now offer masks to customers for $1, the proceeds of which get donated to hospitals. We have been able to innovate and adapt to provide dedicated physician services, additional paid time off, bonuses of over $650,000 with more coming, specialized training, store modifications, and much more, while adding payroll and overtime in the amount of $100,000 per week to keep the store stocked and serving families safely. For our employees, we don't wait for someone to get COVID. If you don't feel well for any reason, we ask you to stay home and call in sick to my brother directly, right to the boss, one of the owners of the company. We then schedule a telemedicine call with a doctor we have retained at no charge to the employee. We are then in touch with every employee every day until they return. We also offer supplements to the employees at no charge geared towards strengthening their immune systems. In general, New York grocers have stepped up and are working hard to protect customers and staff, but the proposed essential worker bill, while well-intentioned, will have dire unintended consequences for workers, consumers, and local businesses. I would add that the logistics of rolling this out will take 3 to 4 months for even the larger and more sophisticated operators to program, test, and implement. But I do commend the council for its recognition for our essential workers. Besides being extremely involved in every single community that we serve, we believe that we have learned a tremendous amount in the last 3 months and would be honored to share with you our best practices. When you have an opportunity, please go to pskactionplan.com. We believe we have done a first-rate job with the help of the unions in protecting our employees, customers, and helping communities. We have made these best practices available for free to other businesses, both open and soon to be reopened. We would welcome the opportunity to immediately work with the committee and the New York City Council on solutions for employee safety and compensation. We can protect workers, customers, and communities without killing businesses. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nassim?
Hello, my name is Nassim Al-Mutasser. I'm a Yemeni American born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, activist, worked in my parents' bodega for at least 10 years, and I'm a full-time student at Brooklyn College studying history and secondary education. During these times, I'm really trying to juggle this workload, simultaneously ensuring I am healthy. Part of my activist work has revolved not just around education, but also the issues that the Yemeni community and the small businesses at large are facing. I am testifying to urge the council not to proceed with this package because it will add a burden, more responsibility on top of what small businesses have to worry about, as we are all trying to survive through COVID-19. My parents own 4 bodegas across New York City. For the past 10 years, I've never came to work with such fear and anxiety until coronavirus came along. There are bodegas that remain open 24 hours, such as my parents, and we, including many other Yemeni Americans, are dealing with the issue of being better equipped during this crisis. We find it our social moral responsibility to come out and serve the public. We need to understand that at the moment, New Yorkers are relying on us for simple groceries to keep themselves alive. Essential workers and businesses and services simply cannot absorb additional costs and regulatory burdens. These bills will harm all employers and ultimately the city's economic recovery. New reality is businesses are closing. To conclude, please reconsider your decision on behalf of Bill Intros 1918, 23, and 26, as it is hurting small businesses and regular New Yorkers. As we are trying to juggle ensuring protective equipment, the inflation of prices from markets, and paying our workers, we need to come together and really make a decision that speaks to those who are trying to make ends meet. In the words of Barack Obama, a change is brought about because ordinary people do extraordinary things. We have been overlooked for way too long. as we are the heroes doing extraordinary things for the public, yet we deserve the same respect. I want you all to understand that I am here for you and for the core values New York City manifests. To get in touch, you can find me on all social media outlets, Facebook at @Almantasser, Instagram _Almantasser, and Twitter @Almantasser3.
Hello?
Thank you. Councilmember Yeager.
Should pass the council and they were, I'm sorry, was I in all the way for the entire thing, or did I start in the middle? I just saw the unmute thing. We have some technical things. Am I good? You hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council, thank you. Mr. Almantasser, if these bills should pass, in just your 4 small bodegas, will you have to let people go? He's muted, council. He's indicating that he's muted. Okay, do we need a sergeant to get in on and unmute? I don't know who does that.
I am unmuted. Please repeat the question.
Go ahead. Did you hear the question?
No, please repeat it one more time.
The question is, if these bills should pass the council, and they were to take effect and be enacted, notwithstanding the fact that I believe some of them are unlawful, would you have to lay off employees from your family's 4 small bodegas?
Well, we need to understand that we have 4 across New York City, and you really can't hold the structure of a big business and a small business to the same standard. So the way we run are very different than big businesses. If the employee is not doing their job, we already have responsibility in terms of paying off bills, in terms of dealing with the inflation of products that we get. Prices are rising. And if they're not doing their job, then we would have to fire them.
Let me be more specific, but not with respect to those employees who don't do their job. Obviously, if someone's not doing their job, you have to fire them, but specifically with respect to the bills that set up more expensive schemes of operation, for example, 1918, 1926, which would require you to pay more money out of whatever meager profits you have at this point, notwithstanding that you are really part of the last piece of the economic engine in New York. Would your bodegas, would the small bodegas across the city represented by the Yemen American Bodega Association have to lay people off, generally speaking, as a rule, simply because if they have 5 people working in a bodega and they have to pay, $50 more a shift over the course of the week, would that simply cost one person the job?
Well, as I stated before, we do have enough of a burden. So if we can't pay them more because we already have responsibility that we're taking care of. So this would just add an additional burden on top of what we're dealing with. So it won't do us any good, and therefore it won't benefit.
Do you think that businesses in your industry can actually absorb this cost? Or
No,
is it just
you can't absorb this cost.
That's the question. Ultimately, it's not that it comes out of your profit margin, but that you just don't have the money.
We just don't have the money, period.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming to testify.
Thank you. I've served my time.
Thank you. Councilmember Lander.
You don't have 100 employees, do you?
So to answer that question, it's not about having 100 employees. I already mentioned before that we have 4 bodegas across New York City, and we already have enough of a responsibility in the bodega. And so having another responsibility on top of what we have to offer won't do us any good.
Totally understand. I don't want to, I really appreciate Yama a lot, but the premium pay law only covers businesses with over 100 employees. So it would not apply to you at all. So that one you just don't have to worry about. If you want to testify for businesses over 100 employees that they shouldn't also have premium pay, I totally understand that. But I just want to make sure you're clear that the premium pay law does not cover businesses smaller than 100 employees. And I'm guessing the vast, vast, vast majority of the couple thousand Yama members do not have 100 employees, and so they wouldn't be covered by the law. That's all. I just want to make sure.
Well, it's not how many employees. We want to make sure that we're working together hand to hand. So regardless of how many there are, It's not about businesses. It's not about being like representing Yemeni American Association, and it's not about like my business having more than 100, but it's really about supporting all businesses in total. In fact, they also have a responsibility as well, and it would cause more responsibility on top of what we have, or on top of what they already have.
I'm done. Sorry, that's all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. MJ Okma.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is MJ Okma with the Human Services Council, a membership organization representing over 170 human services providers in New York City. Providers were operating on unfunded government contracts going into this crisis, with the majority reporting that they didn't have enough resources to meet pre-COVID-19 demands for services. 1918, 1926, and 1923 would only fuel this crisis. It is painful to testify against 1918 because comprehensive incentive pay for frontline human services workers is a top priority of HSC, but it needs to be backed with corresponding increases on government contracts, which already only pay 80 cents on the dollar of programs' true cost. Additionally, 1918 only covers hourly workers. So even if it was funded, it would implement a piecemeal solution that would exclude many staff members and lead to further pay inequality. 1926 also needs to be backed with funding. Many human services providers rely on contracted workers for seasonal programs and specialized resources for clients as well, such as wellness classes. A recent survey of 60 of our members found that around 20% of reported staff fall outside of being classified as full or part-time workers and could be impacted by the wide scope of this bill. Next, 1923 needs to address how the staffing levels of government contracted nonprofits are directly connected to city and state funding, not just performance. Already, 70% of the city's human services organizations believe that they will have to lay off staff as a result of current budget shortfalls. When the city recently made rapid cuts to the summer youth employment program, it directly led to the sudden layoffs of staff of multiple nonprofits. If this bill as drafted was in effect then, those providers would have seen per employee fines and be required to reinstate terminated employees with full back pay with funding that the city is no longer providing. It is not about being against the intent of these bills, but without working in partnership with the sector and backing these bills with funding, they pit the needs of providing human services workers with the benefits they deserve against ensuring that providers are stable enough to provide immediate and long-term vital services. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Our next panelists will be Vincent Petraro, Kendra Hems, Michelle DeMott, and Muzzy Rosenblatt. We will start with Vincent Petraro.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the committee, and other council members. My name is Vincent Petraro, and I'm representing the Metropolitan Parking Association, which represents the interests of nearly 800 parking garages and more than 6,000 unionized employees throughout the city of New York. These unionized members are members of Local 272 of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. As unionized members, we have a collective bargaining agreement. They receive, besides their pay, they receive vacation days, benefit days, pension, welfare, which includes health plan with no co-pays, and we'd like to keep them employed. When the governor put forth pause and stopping all non-essential businesses, it really severely impacted the parking industry. Transient parking is down 90% plus at garages. Monthly parking is down 50 to 80%. However, even with these reduced numbers, most of the garages are staying open. Why? Number one, they are essential under the governor's plan. Number two, they're parking essential workers, such as nurses, doctors, law enforcement, other first responders, other people who work at essential businesses. So garages are essential. The problem is with the bill 1918 is that you'll add so much payroll to the garages that they're barely able to pay right now. They're barely able to make just their payroll from what they're collecting in parking fees. And if you add this, workers would obviously have to be laid off. This would add over $1 million across the industry in payroll. As I'm running out of time, let me jump to 1923. We already have a collective bargaining agreement. We already have not just just cause, but we have all kinds of disciplinary procedures. There's grievances, arbitration, et cetera. This is really not needed for this industry, as we already have this collective bargaining agreement. It would just add duplicative and extra restrictions already on top of what the protections that these members have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kendra Hems.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chairman Miller and the rest of the committee. My name is Kendra Hems. I represent the trucking industry in New York. While we certainly understand the intent of the package of bills introduced, we do have serious concerns about the additional financial and administrative burdens that they will cause. We have seen record drops in consumer spending just in the first 3 months of 2020, and in most segments of the economy, sales are down over 30%. The most recent Empire State Manufacturing Survey shows that the general business conditions index has plummeted 57 points to a negative 78.2, and it's the lowest level in the history of the survey by a wide margin. For the trucking industry, this equates to a cratering of demand, making it incredibly difficult to find freight, and rates have dropped significantly as companies fight to get what little freight is available. As it relates to 1918, even as revenues have dropped to unprecedented levels, companies are expending unbudgeted funds to obtain critical and necessary protective equipment. Our member companies are fighting for their survival, and without exaggeration, an increase in their payroll costs resulting from a premium pay mandate would force many of them to close down completely. With 1923 just cause requirement, given the demands of the trucking industry and trying to meet demands in the middle of a pandemic, it is inappropriate to saddle companies with onerous and burdensome regulations. They're doing everything they can, adjusting their models, shifting operations, just to keep businesses open, and more importantly, to keep their workers employed. Finally, we have various serious concerns with Intro 1926. This legislation would change presumption of employment to an ABC test. In the trucking industry, it's nearly impossible to meet that B prong. We passed the New York State Commercial Goods Transportation Industry Fair Play Act in 2014 to address that concern. And so this would create a new standard for determining whether professional truck drivers are employees or independent contractors. And we would ask that the council consider amending the proposal to honor the terms of the Fair Play Act. We do look forward to continuing to work with the council on these bills. Again, we do understand the intent. Our drivers are frontline workers, as our healthcare industry. They deserve the recognition and certainly the appreciation of all of us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle DeMott.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the committee. My name is Michelle DeMott, and I'm the Chief of Staff to Mitchell Nedburn, President and CEO of Samaritan Daytop Village. On behalf of our organization, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee on Intro 1918, 1923, and 1926. Samaritan Daytop Village is New York's largest comprehensive health and human service agency with over 50 programs across 10 counties, including all 5 boroughs of New York City. Our close to 1,500 heroic employees have been providing services daily as essential employees during this pandemic to approximately 33,000 of the most vulnerable New Yorkers, the vast majority of whom live in New York City. We offer a rich array of programs, including treatment for mental health, substance use disorder, transitional and supportive, and permanent housing, innovative services for veterans, homeless individuals, women, children, youth, seniors, and families. The nonprofit sector has tirelessly advocated for fair pay for our workforce long before the onset of the COVID crisis. And we certainly thank the City Council for considering our frontline workers. We strongly support efforts to increase pay for our employees who are putting their lives on the line to continue serving our clients. Our grave concern with both Intro 1918 and 1926 is that without a guaranteed funding source to implement them, our financial stability will be in serious jeopardy. And as a result, we will no longer be able to care for the most vulnerable New Yorkers. At the very least, it's not an exaggeration to say that these bills will lead to layoffs and will result in decreased access to vital services for New York City residents at the exact moment in time when their need for these services is the greatest. I would also like to raise concerns about Intro 1923. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have faced a substantial increase in costs for spending on PPEs, disinfectants, and enhanced cleaning of our facilities. Additionally, we've had to purchase devices for both staff and clients to transition to telehealth in order to continue to deliver critical services to our clients. In order to ensure we remain Fiscally sound, we have been forced to make prudent but painful financial decisions, including furloughing staff. This bill defines essential employees to encompass everyone at an essential business. With that being said, we would not be able to cut back hours or lay off staff, even if we lose government contracts or discretionary funding, including those due to looming governmental deficits. Our organization simply would not be able to incur additional costs this bill would require without additional financial assistance. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today.
Thank you. Muzzy Rosenblatt.
Time starts now.
My name is Muzzy Rosenblatt, and I'm the CEO of BRC, one of New York City's largest, most experienced and successful providers of housing and services for homeless adults. With nearly 1,000 essential staff, we serve over 10,000 homeless individuals annually. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on the critical need to ensure the ongoing viability of frontline human service agencies and those who work for us as we continue to meet the needs of our city's most marginalized residents. Throughout this pandemic, we are providing housing, shelter, healthcare, and addiction treatment to thousands of our city's most vulnerable. In doing so, we have saved lives and minimized the pandemic's impact on our hospital system. Our workforce is resilient, extraordinary, and brave. They are the hidden heroes of this nightmare we all are living. I testify today, however, in opposition to legislation, specifically Intros 1918 and 1923, being considered by this body, that will jeopardize the livelihood of these heroes, putting at risk the very jobs and workers it professes to support. By knowingly and willingly imposing unfunded financial mandates on nonprofits, this legislation will swiftly put those nonprofits out of business and these heroes out of work. As CEO, it is my responsibility to protect our workforce, their physical and economic well-being. At BRC, I have done so, taking aggressive action, acquiring PPE, extending time and leave benefits, enhancing access to health insurance. With resources we have or anticipate receiving, I will be providing our frontline staff with the differential pay their heroism and resiliency deserves. But it is also my responsibility to ensure that BRC's work continues in the weeks, months, and years ahead. That will only happen if we have sufficient resources to cover our costs, and that fundamentally means the ability to pay our staff. This legislation not only puts our workforce, but our city at greater risk. If this council wants to help these workers and in the nonprofit sector, it should put its money where its mouth is and provide the funding to support its stated objectives. Talk is cheap, as is this legislation, and it must be rejected or it will hurt those who it intends to help. My responsibility is to ensure our clients' well-being and our city's well-being, and to do that, I must act to ensure that there is a BRC that can employ our heroes and enable them to do their jobs saving lives. This is the council's responsibility as well, and the responsible action now is to oppose legislation without appropriation. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Our next panelists will be Terry Troya, Teresa Hassler, Nicole McVinoa, and Jeff Schuer. Chair Miller, did you?
I want to remind everyone that we have a hard 2 minutes on everyone who's testifying. We appreciate your testimony, but there are many more who want to testify. And so it's 2 minutes and you will be put on mute. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Terry Troya, you may begin.
Clock starts now.
Hi, I'm Reverend Terry Troya. I work at Project Hospitality, and we are an interfaith effort that serves the needs of more than 25,000 hungry and homeless people in Staten Island, the only organization providing shelter for homeless people in Staten Island, the only borough without a publicly funded shelter for street people. We commend the council for introducing Intro 1918, and we speak against it in its present form, which requires employers to pay premiums to essential staff. Our ability to pay workers is tied to the funding received in our city contracts. Some of our city contracts will cover the cost of pay premiums for essential workers. However, the contract will pay for only direct care staff, such as case managers, and will not cover pay for security, maintenance, and kitchen staff, all of whom are essential workers in our book. We've already implemented a small premium for our essential staff to express our gratitude for their bravery and dedicated service in this time of crisis. We hope that our funders will agree to cover these costs, but we're not paying at the rate that's proposed in Intro 1918, and we cannot come close to that amount if all of our contracts are not increased to meet those needs. Without additional funds and our tight and often inadequate funded contracts, we cannot meet the mandate of Intro 1918. We ask, instead of passing a bill that would endanger the existence of the not-for-profit essential service sector, we ask that the council work with the administration to ensure we receive the additional funds to cover all incentives through our city contracts. We also support the goals of Intro 1923, and we speak against it in its present form, because this legislation would prevent us as an essential business from making any staffing changes that we would need to in responding to loss of contracts or the forced closure of programs. We support the council's intent to protect workers, but the bill doesn't consider how we would cover the cost of payroll and benefits for our staff when we lose funding in city and state contracts. How can we keep our people employed if the city and state cuts our funding? We need a New York State funding mandate to put the funds and keep the funds in our city contracts to allow us to achieve the goals of Intro 1918 and 1923. Thank you for allowing me to speak and allowing Project Hospitality to serve the most vulnerable, impoverished, homeless people in the borough of Staten Island.
Thank you. Councilmember Lander.
Move us along. So Chair, I really apologize. I'll be very brief, but I love Muzzy Rosenblatt and Terry Troya so much that I just need to say, we appreciate your work. I think we made clear, and the majority leader made clear from the beginning, we're trying to open a dialogue about how to make sure this is funded in a reasonable way. And of course, we can't mandate you to pay more than we're actually giving you contracts to pay. And we will obviously work with you to find a way to make this work. I guess I would say we've made clear we're also going to address the issues around making clear that if there have to be layoffs or furloughs, you can make them. But the issue of not firing people without cause is not one that adds additional cost burden. So we look forward to working with you guys. We really appreciate you. And we're going to make sure that you and your frontline workers can be out there doing the job. I apologize, Mr. Chair, and I will try to limit my questions going forward.
Thank you. Teresa Hassler.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Lander, for that. Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, members of the Civil Service and Labor Committee, and other members of the City Council. My name is Teresa Hassler, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for SCO Family of Services, one of the region's largest nonprofit providers of human services. On behalf of Keith Little, our President and CEO, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on Intro 1918, 23, and 26. When the governor declared New York on pause, SCO, like other human services organizations that were deemed essential, had already started working on implementing a comprehensive work from home policy, creating an inventory of PPE, updating our quarantine protocols for our clients in residential care, and began a rapid redeployment of staff to our residential programs, where we were working to maintain regulatory staffing ratios. Finally, recognizing the necessity for premium pay for our staff, and even without assurances of reimbursement from the city and state, or an increase in our contracts, SCO and other human services providers had already taken steps to use our limited resources to provide some incentives for frontline staff. SCO has 4,000 employees and serves 60,000 persons per year. However, the size of our workforce has precluded us from qualifying for the payroll protection program under the CARES Act. 97% of our budget is based on government contracts. 55% of our budget is based on contracts with New York City agencies. SCO emphatically supports the spirit of these bills. However, between the mayor's executive budget, cuts to programs funded by the city council discretionary monies, pending expiration of the city's multi-year COLA for human services workers, ongoing cuts to the state budget, and preclusion from federal relief, we are not able to sustain the impact of these unfunded mandates. Again, we serve some of the city's most vulnerable, and the services provided by our sector must be protected, because our viability and sustainability will be vital to the healing, the housing, and the helping of New Yorkers in the aftermath of this pandemic and for years after. Thank you again for allowing me to speak on behalf of SCO and the human services industry.
Thank you. Nicole McVinoa.
Clock starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole McVinu, and I'm the Director of Policy at Urban Pathways. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Intro 1918 and Intro 1926. Urban Pathways is a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider. We provide street outreach, drop-in services, safe havens, extended stay residences, and permanent supportive housing. And all of these programs operate 24/7. Last year, we served approximately 3,700 New Yorkers in need. Throughout the course of this pandemic, our programs have remained fully operational thanks to the dedicated frontline staff that have continued to work on site to ensure the health and safety of our clients. Their commitment and dedication to those we serve have been nothing short of heroic. With that said, we fully support additional pay for essential frontline workers. However, like has already been said, in order for the premium pay for essential workers proposed in Intro 1918 to be viable for nonprofits like us, it must include a requirement that city agencies who contract essential services out to nonprofit organizations cover this additional pay. Nonprofit human services have been chronically underfunded for years. We've been fighting for higher wages for our frontline workers long before the current crisis. To place an additional unfunded mandate on nonprofits in the form of premiums for essential workers would be an undue hardship, which could ultimately lead to a closure of vital programs in order for organizations to make ends meet. Therefore, we urge the committee to amend this bill to include additional funding needed to cover the premium pay. We also just want to address a concern in Intro 1926 to clarify that we would not have to provide sick leave to subcontracted workers. I think Councilmember Lander has addressed this, but we just want to be sure that there's clarification if we're working with a subcontractor
Time.
to pay for that additional sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Schuer.
Time starts now.
Jeff Schuer.
You couldn't hear me?
Time starts
Hello?
now, Jeff. Time starts now,
Okay.
Jeff.
All right. Thank you, Chair Miller. I had done a little bit of speaking already. And members of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor, I'm Vice President for External Affairs at Breaking Ground. And I'm here today to express our reservations to Intro 1918 and 1923. We believe that these bills could transfer major unfunded financial liabilities to the nonprofit human services and housing agencies that serve the most vulnerable New Yorkers. For those of you who don't know who we are the largest provider of supportive housing for chronically homeless New Yorkers. And we also have a large street outreach program covering all of Brooklyn and Queens, Midtown Manhattan, which connects the most entrenched long-term homeless individuals with housing and other critical services. I have a prepared statement that I would like to enter, but essentially I'm going to parrot what the other human services agencies stated. From our perspective, we fully support hazard pay and increased pay as articulated and aspired to by 1918, but we simply cannot support this as it's currently drafted without city allocations to make us whole on those payments. Breaking Ground some time ago had put out hazard pay for many frontline workers, and we have over 200, without assurance that the city would reimburse us, and that was a very risky move. And since then, we've gotten assurances that some of that, or most of that, would be paid, but it has not been without considerable challenges. For instance, we have residential aides at nearly 3 dozen at our safe havens that are as close to health.
Next speaker.
I see. The next panelists will be Nadia Tate, Eric Lee, Abby Niamiki, and Andrea Thomas. Nadia?
Clock starts now.
Hi, my name is Nadia Cheat, and I'm the Associate Director for Policy and Advocacy at the Coalition for Behavioral Health. We have over 100 members who provide mental health and substance use services to more than 600,000 New Yorkers every year. Our members are on the front lines of this crisis. They are in residences and congregate care facilities and doing outreach to individuals who are not stably housed. And I certainly strongly support efforts to get them the compensation that they deserve. But as has been pointed out many times, and I appreciate the acknowledgement from various council members on this point, we simply can't afford to do that without funding from the city or the city getting funding from the federal government to pay for that cost. And so I look forward to working with the council on advocacy to ensure that those costs don't fall on providers and don't result in layoffs or the closure of programs because of these costs. I have similar concerns with 1923 and 1926, as has, I think, been said many times on 1923 at this point. It's very important to us that this include economic layoffs. Of course, our providers do not want to lay off staff, but many of them have already had to because of this financial crisis. And given what we all know about the city and state budgets, they're very concerned that they will lose additional funding and need to lay off staff. And so we need the flexibility there. And on 1926, we certainly want staff to have paid sick leave, but we just want to make sure that it's clear who that applies to, and that for per diem staff who may only work, a very irregular schedule, that they wouldn't be included. So I really appreciate the intent of this and the work to help the essential workers, and look forward to working with the council on these bills.
Thank you. Eric Lee.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eric Lee. I'm the Director of Policy and Planning for Homeless Services United. Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the City Council. HSU is a coalition of the mission-driven nonprofit homeless service providers, some of which you've heard from today. HSU is gravely concerned that Intro 1918, 1923, and 1926, as currently drafted, would have negative impacts on homeless services nonprofits' abilities to continue to serve homeless New Yorkers. While we appreciate the council's intent to aid and protect essential workers, any possible relief must be done in coordination with city and state to ensure that pockets of essential workers are not excluded. It must include adequate funding to actually make these initiatives possible, and it must be streamlined in a way to get the funding out the door quickly to essential staff. We urge the council to work in tandem in a coordinated response with city and state. Nonprofit providers have incurred substantial costs in response to COVID-19, and while recognized as essential services by the city and state, have largely not received the corresponding emergency funding relief. We appreciate and strongly agree with Councilmember Rosenthal's recommendations that these bills not unduly burden nonprofits. We urge the council to fully explore the financial impacts of intros 1918 and 1926 on nonprofit providers, and to ensure that accompanying funding streams are allocated before moving forward on the bills. We also recommend that the language in 1923 explicitly hold nonprofits harmless when staff must be let go because of budgetary concerns like contract eliminations. HSU advocated for members' essential program staff to receive incentive pay since March, but Intro 1918 does not include additional funding and would result in an unfunded mandate. And we are concerned how it could work with ongoing efforts by OMB to actually get funding into these hands, and just making sure that it's done in accordance.
Thank you. Abby Nyamiki.
Good afternoon. My name is.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Abby Nyamichan. I'm a Deputy Chief Program Officer for the Center for Urban Community Services. First, I thank the honorable members of this committee and the council for holding the hearings today. Your steadfast interest and involvement in this matter means the most to New Yorkers and has consistently been impressive. CUCS is an organization of 500 staff serving New York City, New York City's homeless, formerly homeless, and low-income individuals and families at 35 direct service programs. We are responsible for all of the street outreach and housing placement for Manhattan under contract with the Department of Homeless Services. We provide medical, psychiatric, and psychiatric services on the street and in parks. We operate shelters for homeless mentally ill women and men. We provide supportive services to more than 2,500 units of supportive housing. We're in jails, in VA centers, and are embedded in communities to support immigrants, the unemployed, and our neighbors at risk. During the COVID crisis, we are part of the city's essential workforce. Our case managers, social workers, and medical practitioners are among the city's heroes, risking their own lives for the health and safety of others. CUCS commends the Council for bringing forward Intro 1918, 1926, and 1923. They speak to the protections of the workforce. Our concern, however, is that they would become unfunded mandates, threatening the already fragile financial ecosystem of nonprofit organizations serving severely vulnerable populations. CUCS fully supports the spirit of the intent of the Intro 1918, for instance, and we are committed to providing premium pay for all the staff on the front lines during this epidemic. Our main concern in this regard is ensuring that our city-funded agencies support.
Time.
Thank you. Andrea Thomas.
Time starts now.
Yes, hi, good day. My name is Andrea Thomas. I am the Associate Executive Director of Home Care at Sunnyside Community Services, a community-based non-for-profit organization located in Western Queens. During the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, our organization rose to the occasion when over 1,000 of our home care workers continue to provide care in the home to New York's most vulnerable and disabled. While we strongly support increased pay and robust paid time off policies for frontline essential workers during the pandemic, we're deeply concerned that Intro 1916 and 1926 would impose another unfunded mandate on the healthcare providers and nonprofit organizations. Our home care program is primarily funded by New York State Medicaid through direct contract with the city and with managed care organizations. Prior to the coronavirus pandemic, the governor had already declared that the FY21 budget had a budget deficit and had plans on enacting cuts to the Medicaid program. Recently, we have experienced a 1% Medicaid cut across the board, and various managed care organizations are already rolling back their reimbursement rates, which further exacerbate the issue. Non-for-profit healthcare providers are already bearing the weight of the economic impact by moving our services in a remote fashion. Overtime pay for both administrative and field staff have substantially increased. Other added costs, included personal protective equipment, has increased over the last couple of weeks. The 2 weeks quarantine pay requirements for workers with potential exposure is unreimbursed to the organization and creating substantial economic impact. All these additional expenses are unfunded. We're in full support of incentive pay for our well-deserving home care workers. We're on the front.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelists will be Morris Dweck, Mark Berger, Mitchell Newman, and Peter Rizinho. Morris Dweck, you can begin.
Time starts now.
My name is Morris Dweck. I'm part owner of a retail chain called D2 Stores, which have been open because we sell food. We have 11 stores in the 5 boroughs, employing about 350 wonderful, brave people who we will have to completely lay off or fire if you pass this proposed bonus pay bill. I've heard a lot of testimony today, all vilifying employers as terrible people who fire employees without reason and don't appreciate and treat their staff properly. While I understand that may exist, don't discount and ignore so many companies who are trying their best to do the right thing by their employees and succeed in business. My company has not terminated any employee over the last 2 months, and we have provided new PPE to each and every employee every single day. We have respected employees' requests when asking to stay home and never forced an employee to come to work. After reviewing the bill, my management team and I came to the conclusion that the only feasible option would be for us to close our stores within the boroughs for the remainder of the crisis and lay off 350 employees. How in the world could we afford to pay these bonuses? This bill proposes an increase in our payroll of 50%. Where are we supposed to get the money to pay that bonus? We can't simply just increase margins. We are competing with e-commerce and other retailers whose expense factors are based on an already much lower national scale. Intro 1918 will put us in extremely unfair competitive disadvantage. We spoke with 6 other essential business employers of over 100 people. All have come to the same conclusion. All will have no choice but to close their operations within the boroughs until the crisis ends. No one can afford the proposed bonuses. All will end up firing or laying off thousands of employees. This means these companies, which include supermarkets, a security guard company, and a healthcare company, will become closed to the public. Frankly, as a Brooklyn resident, I am terrified if so many essential businesses end up closing. My employees are proud people. They work during these rough times because of sense of duty to their community. They could have stayed home doing nothing and collect more being unemployed, which some have done, but the majority of our staff understand these difficult times and come to work for the greater good.
Thank you. Mark Berger.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Berger. I'm the president of Securitech Group, Inc., a lock manufacturer in Maspeth, New York. I'll just go as briefly as I can, as quickly as I can. We operate a factory with a full-time payroll of over 65 employees. And just like the last speaker, we have not furloughed, laid off anyone during this crisis. We've been designated an essential business under pause by the Office of Economic Development, and we've called in a skeleton crew. And those skeleton workers have allowed us to pay all the other employees, and I thank them for their efforts. Our workers are not involved in healthcare, food delivery, or any contact with customers. Among the products I supply are lock sets and alarms for hospitals, and we've been requested to produce and expedite orders for them and some other government agencies. But many of our regular customers are in quarantine areas across the country. These include retailers like Apple, who've closed their stores and do not permit contractors to perform construction or renovation work. We do not need 100% of the workforce to provide products for the hospitals and other government orders. How are we expected to bring in 100% of the workforce when we cannot supply product to many of our customers? Why should we be penalized for reopening by requiring us to pay 100% of the employees? We're trying to do it, but who knows if this lasts 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, whether we can continue to do so. The term essential worker is way too broad a category and will harm businesses, ultimately resulting in a loss of jobs. If the city council's goal is to create an inhospitable environment which de-incentivizes businesses to remain in New York, this is exactly the type of legislation that will reduce the city's economic base. In short, businesses are not the enemy. We employ New Yorkers. We rely upon them. The employees who come to work every day are our friends, and we care for them. We care for their families. We're not cruel. We're not heartless. We want to do what we can to make New York City great, and we need everybody to support us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitchell Newman.
Yes, hello. Yes, hello, everybody. Thank you for this very important forum, Chairman Miller. I hope all of you and your families are safe. I've heard a lot today about how terrible and abusive employers are. Please know that doesn't count all of us. We don't all endanger our employees. We're not slave masters. I represent a 75-year-old family-run newspaper home delivery business. We have almost 200 employees, and we treat them as family. Large businesses with more than 100 employees, Councilman Landers, they struggle too. That 100 number doesn't mean you're making lots of money, and under 100, you're not making anything. So I question your thoughts on that. Our employees are the lifeblood of our business. We have the utmost respect and admiration for them, and they are truly heroes. Many of them have worked for us for over 20 years. They don't deserve an extra $30 or $60 a day. They deserve an extra $1,000 a day, and I wish I could pay them that for what they do for us and for what they do for our customers. We provide masks and gloves and sanitizers for our workers at a cost of several $100s a day, and we maintain a workplace in line with CDC guidelines. Thousands of our newspaper customers have left the city to isolate in a place where they can walk around comfortably. Our customers are disproportionately older New Yorkers who fall into the high-risk category. They rely on their daily newspaper to keep them informed. about this terrible pandemic. Without our hero workers, without our customers would be forced to venture out to buy a newspaper and putting themselves.
Time.
Please.
Thank you. Peter Rosinio.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Chairman Miller and members of the committee. My name is Peter Rosinio, and I represent the New York Electrical Contractors Association. I'm testifying on behalf of 145 members, employing over 9,000 local 3 IBEW electricians. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. As an organization that collectively bargains with union labor, Local 3, New York members already provide extremely generous wage and benefit packages in accordance with the New York City prevailing wage schedule. We have been paying top dollar to our workforce long before the COVID-19 crisis hit. Make no mistake, we will continue to do so for our workers that are being employed during the crisis and long thereafter. We are pleased that Intro 1918 seems to recognize this fact by attempting to provide a carve-out for collective bargaining agreements that provide comparable or superior benefits under the definition of essential employee in Section 1. Given its immediate effective date, there will be no time for management and labor to negotiate and execute the necessary waiver to trigger the CBA carve-out. As a result, without the necessary waiver in place, this bill's premiums will immediately be imposed on large-scale employees operating under existing CBAs. To avoid this, we suggest amending the bill to provide that currently bargained and valid CBAs in the construction industry be carved out in total. In addition, with respect to 1923, there is no sensible reason to readdress the issue of just cause within the context of the unionized construction industry. CBAs for decades have adequately addressed the issue of what constitutes just termination, which has been deemed reasonable and acceptable by the unions themselves. Why are we now overlapping a new process when we already have one that works? New York Electrical members who, with a CBA with Local 3, address the issue of just cause termination in every agreement we negotiate. If Intro 1923 passes, there would be massive confusion as to which standard now applies, not to mention the potential issue of impairment of a private contract. Thank you.
Thank you. The next panelists will be Andy Moss, Helen Brooks, Bill Murray, Karen Penafiel, and Dave Offerman. Andy Moss, you may begin.
Time starts now.
Andy Moss. All right, we can move to the next panelist, Helen Brooks. Bill Murray. Karen Penafiel. Dave Offerman. Karen, are you there? No. Dave Offerman.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Time starts now, David.
Okay, great, thank you. I am here. My name is Dave Offerman. I'm the president and CEO of IEH Corporation. We are a small manufacturer of electronic components in support of defense and commercial aerospace applications in the Brooklyn Army Terminal, which incidentally is a city-owned building. New York City Economic Development Corp is our landlord. We have been severely impacted by the coronavirus because the commercial aerospace sector has been decimated due to COVID-19. We are an essential business and have remained open, but it's not an overstatement to say that Intro 1918, if it passes, would cause my company to go out of business. And I'll give you the very simple math just to make it very easy. We employ 160 hourly workers. If I have to pay those 160 hourly workers an extra $75 per shift, that's an extra $12,000 a day. On a 6-day week, that's an extra $72,000 a week. Due to the effects of the coronavirus, our revenues are going to be down about 40% this year. We're going to make about $2.5 million. $2.5 million in a year is $50,000 in a week. So if I gotta pay out $72,000 a week in additional premium pay, and I'm making $50,000 a week, that means I'm out of business. If this legislation passes, I have to leave New York City tomorrow. We are a 4th generation New York City-based manufacturer. My great-grandfather started the company 80 years ago. We've always been in New York City. If this legislation passes, we will have to leave. And those 160 workers that you want to help will be put out of work. If the New York City Council wants to put extra money into the pockets of essential workers, then they should do so. Cut out the middleman. Because if you impose this cost on businesses, you're going to have the unintended consequence of putting tens of thousands of additional New Yorkers out on the street on top of the hundreds of thousands that are already unemployed. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Penafiel.
Clock starts now, Karen.
All right, we'll move on to the next panel. The next panel will be Lisa Griffith, Juan Correa, and Diana Florence. Oh, sorry. Lisa Griffith.
Yes,
Clock
hello,
starts
my
now.
name is Lisa Griffith. Hello, my name is Lisa Griffith. I'm counsel for the Save New York City Home Care Coalition and a shareholder with Littler Mendelsohn. I submit the following testimony in opposition of Intro Bills 1918 and 1923. The coalition is comprised of 28 home care agencies employing more than 61,000 home care aides. These aides provide care to approximately 41,000 of our city's most vulnerable, the elderly, infirm, and disabled, who want to remain in their homes and also rely on Medicaid to pay for their necessary home care. If passed, these bills will be the end to home care industry, as we know it in New York City. The reason is that the proposed premium payments are not funded by either the state or federal government, who are the payees for our city's disabled, elderly, and infirm. The legislation as drafted proposes the payments from the employer, and home care agencies serving the constituency simply do not have the funding to make these premium payments. While home care agencies in the city recognize and do want to reward their hardworking home care workers, without dollar-for-dollar funding, this legislation will leave the home care industry in a crisis. That crisis will impact the city's most vulnerable population to transition from their homes into institutions, hospitals, or nursing homes where, as Governor Cuomo put it, COVID-19 spreads like fire through dry grass. New York's home care industry has been ravaged in recent years by increased costs, which have now been exacerbated by this pandemic, with no increased funding from state or federal sources. In fact, funding for Medicaid services, which represents almost 95% of this coalition's caseload, is being cut again in this year's budget. The premium pay requirements, which lack any pay-for-funding mechanisms and are not reimbursable under Medicaid, only serve to further derail the budgets of city home care agencies by placing an unfunded mandate on the shoulders of an already struggling industry, serving the most at-risk population of the city. Even prior to the pandemic, city home care agencies operated on razor-thin margins since the Medicaid reimbursements are only a few dollars above direct costs. Even if labor costs increase, home care agencies do not get dollar increases.
Thank you. Juan Correa.
Time starts now.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm here to provide a testimony as it relates to Bill 1923. I am the co-owner and operator of 2 Peruvian restaurants in New York City, and until recently, we collectively employed 90 staff members. I apologize in advance if some of my remarks have already been made or otherwise addressed. I speak on behalf of many of my fellow operators as we're struggling to understand whether our local, state, and federal governments will find mechanisms that give us a fighting chance at survival. Should nothing be done, we estimate that approximately 75% of restaurants in New York City will close. Bill 1923, if passed as drafted, will have a series of negative effects and unintended consequences that will ripple through our industry. A small restaurant's ability to quickly adapt to demand is essential to its survival. Simply put, if we do better than expected, we then hire more employees to help us address that demand. But if we do worse than expected, we need to reduce our staffing levels so that our businesses are viable. A constant labor pool, irrespective of needs, would only yield 2 things: poor quality of food and service and a string of backroom restaurants. We foresee that the bill will have some of the following effects and will result in structural loss of jobs and unemployment. 1, many operators struggling to reopen their restaurants will likely decide not to do so. Those operators that decide to reopen their restaurants will do so tentatively and perhaps with a revised business model that reduces the number of staff members required. New operators looking at New York City as a potential market or seeking to expand will look at other markets that provide them with a more flexible and friendlier environment. And finally, the pool of potential employers for the restaurant industry will dwindle over time as a result of the above, and New York City will continue to the slow bleeding of talent that we have seen over the several years. The operating environment.
Thank you. Diana Florence.
Time starts now.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the proposed just cause legislation aimed at protecting essential workers for speaking out against unsafe conditions. For too long, because they rarely face criminal consequences for their actions, unscrupulous companies have operated with impunity. I know this firsthand because as a prosecutor for almost 25 years, I investigated workplace safety cases involving deaths and injuries in the construction industry. And I want to tell you briefly about a construction worker named Carlos Moncayo. 5 years and 1 month ago, he perished in the meatpacking district at his job site because his employer did not care to provide a safe working condition. I prosecuted Carlos's case. And in the course of that case, what I learned was that Carlos and his coworkers knew that the conditions they were working in were unsafe, and that he and hundreds of his coworkers were also the victim of wage theft. But none of the workers felt that they could speak up because it was made clear that if they did, they would be fired or retaliated against in some way. And unfortunately, the plight of Carlos and his coworkers is neither unique or isolated to the construction industry. In all of the criminal investigations that I led into workplace safety, one common theme emerged. Workers were scared to speak up. The just cause legislation will empower workers to stand up for their rights against unscrupulous employers, report abuses to both civil and criminal authorities, and hopefully it can save lives. As a former prosecutor, I know how criminal enforcement deters bad actors. And we must add a provision that allows for filing of a certification by those corrupt companies so that we can do criminal prosecution if necessary.
Time.
Thank you. The next panelists are Richard Lipsky, Alberto Aguirre, Ardian Tagani, and John McIntosh. Richard?
Time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Richard Lipsky, and I just want to, you have my testimony that was delivered to you. I just want to make some objections to the format here where Most of the opponents of the legislation that's being considered were relegated to 2 minutes, while those in favor were given more time. And you can see from just looking at me, I'm too old for speed dating, and I don't think this format is conducive to a good discussion of the issues. That being said, I've represented supermarkets and labor in supermarkets for close to 40 years. And one thing that the council has to consider, that if you're going to be benefiting essential workers, you have to consider the essential businesses that employ them. Supermarkets are a vanishing breed in New York because of online services, because of taxes, because of regulations. We need to bolster them, not undermine them. And Bill 1918 undermines them because they do not have the revenues to support the bonuses that are being paid. But as other supermarket operators have already testified, those markets are going the extra yard to make sure that their workforce is compensated fairly. That being said, what the council needs to do, and do it collaboratively, is set up a supermarket task force to determine how can we benefit these essential businesses so that they and their workforces can continue to provide those vital services for New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. Alberto?
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Alberto Aguirre. I'm a law student. I'm from Wage, New York. My work includes spreading Know Your Rights information to grocery store workers. I have also done wage theft work in Texas. I'm here not to ask to limit 1918, but rather to expand it, and expanding it by limiting the exception that allows the bill to not apply to employees with less than 100 employees. Now it's time to recognize the unique situation we're in. Furthermore, I have heard from council members that they are particularly interested in protecting people of color and women who are disproportionately affected by the pandemic. Many people of color and women of color work for employees with less than 100 employees, and now is the time to push for broader laws to protect all workers. Universal programs are best because they eliminate loopholes, like, for example, the issue we have with miscategorizing independent contractors. Universal programs and policies eliminate those issues of that allow for these types of loopholes. Universal programs or broad encompassing programs are also fairer, and they're easier to administer. And I know that that was an issue that council members were discussing about the ability to administrate and enforce this new law. With universal programs, there are proven to be easier to requiring less administrative oversight. Finally, I would like to push back on a previous testimony offered that suggested that the city should look back to the 70s and 80s for policy inspiration. I want to reiterate in most clear terms that we must not allow those neoliberal policies that devastated New York City in the past to be used again during this pandemic. Bold, encompassing legislation is best to protect all workers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. John McIntosh?
Time starts now.
Great. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Since I only have 2 minutes, I'm going to be very quick. So the city does business with about 4,000 human service not-for-profits, but half of the business it does with 50 of them. 50 not-for-profits, 3 of whom you've heard from today, employ about 65,000 people, and the city of New York pays them on average $35 million a year. And all of them have more than 500 employees. None of them received any support from PPP. None of them have had any support from the feds through Main Street lending. And as you've heard from Muzzy and others, they are, many of them, on the brink. And while I do support the spirit of these bills, if these turn into an unfunded mandate for these not-for-profits, I sincerely believe that a number of them will fail. When FEGS failed in 2015, it was a self-inflicted wound, and it was surrounded by healthy organizations who, together with the city and the state, picked up the pieces. But today, if one of these not-for-profits fails, and if you're not careful, it's going to be more than one, no one's going to be there to pick up the pieces, and it's going to cost our city, in human and financial terms, far more than it would have to prevent them from failing in the first place. Two other points. These not-for-profits are 96 to 98% funded by government. So when you think about who can pay the expenses, it can't be the shareholders and the owners because there aren't any. It can't be philanthropy because there isn't any. It's government. And personally, I think it's morally reprehensible to ask someone to do something that they can only do with your help, and to know that and not help them. But if that's what you want to do, you better get ready to pick up the pieces because the storm is coming. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you to our panelists for their testimony. If we've inadvertently missed anyone that would like to testify, please use this Zoom raise hand function now, and we will call you in the order your hand is raised. All right, seeing no hands raised, Chair Miller.
Thank you so very much, Nusat. Thank you to all of the committee council and team for staying with us for the past 7 hours. It's been a very long and fruitful hearing. We've heard some very important legislation, pro and con, and I'm sure that we will bring these issues to the forefront and soon to see public policy that represents the voices of these essential workers that we are tasked with supporting here today. Again, I want to thank everyone on my team, Chief of Staff Ali Vasu Najab, Brandon Clark, Joe Goldblum, and particularly committee council. And Tom, thank you. First time out. But more importantly, I think what is demonstrated today, no matter what side of the aisle that you stood on in terms of this proposed legislation, there's no diminishing the value of our workers, whether it is our municipal workforce or it is our private essential workers that we talked about here today as well. And as Dr. King says, that all labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence. I think that our essential workforce, our New York City workforce, has demonstrated that we do what we do with painstaking excellence on behalf of the residents of New York City each and every day. And it is our responsibility to make sure that we support them, lift them up in this COVID-19 time. And in particular, their family as we move forward. Those who have unfortunately succumbed, we have an obligation to make sure that we continue to support those workers, their families in perpetuity. And so I look forward to the passage of this legislation. And again, I salute those workers who continue to work on the front line, and more importantly, the workers that have made the ultimate sacrifice. So again, thank you to everyone. And this hearing is now adjourned.